Session resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4228.
Any objection? There being none, motion is carried. Majority Floor Leader.
And I also move that the Secretary General be requested to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 4228, Anak appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2020, and for other purposes.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Honorable Manuel Dalipe of the 2nd District of Zamboanga City, Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Congressman Dalipi, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend a few minutes.
1 minute suspension. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move for additional reference of business, and the Secretary General is hereby requested to read the items on for additional reference of business.
Any objection? There being none, motion is carried. Secretary General, you're directed to read.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 4628, rationalizing the grant of good conduct allowances by Representative Veloso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 4629, promoting inclusive education through innovation and responsive 21st century education program for all Filipino learners by Representatives Dimapuro Abdullah and Dimapuro Khalid.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 4630, creating a barangay to be known as Barangay Kasiklan in Las Nieves, Agusan del Norte by Representative Fortune Amante Matba.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 4631, creating an extension office of the DFA in Bigan City, Ilocos Sur by Representative Savillano.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill number 4632, Fallen Heroes Scholarship for the Youth Act, the Caring Act of 2019 by Representative Kari.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 4633, making the hanging of religious mementos such as crucifixes in hospital suits optional by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 4634, criminalizing negligence of contractors and subcontractors of government projects whose quality of work is below prescribed standards by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 4635, bridging the gap in civil service during transitions from one Congress to another by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 4636, mandating a specially designated lane or office space located at the ground floor of every government or private edifice for PWDs and senior citizens to transact their official businesses by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Social Services and the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 4637, establishing the Paniki Tarlac Eco Farm by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 4638, mandating fire safety awareness among elementary and high school students by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Education and Culture.
House Bill 4639, calibrating asylums and psychiatric institutions in the country in such manner as to simulate natural environment by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 4640, providing compensation to victims of collateral damage during law enforcement and Military Operations by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety and Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill number 4641, establishing the Paniki Tarlac TESDA Training Center by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Higher Education, Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 4642, granting free in NBI clearance and health insurance to successful job applicants in companies requiring the same by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 4643, providing for the conduct of high national, local, and armed elections through manual voting and counting at the precinct level and automated transmission and canvassing by Representative Sarmiento.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 4644, regulating the use, manufacture, importation, and disposal of single-use plastics by Representative Pariñas Ria and Pariñas Rudy Cesar.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill number 4645, transferring to the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology the authority to exercise supervision and control over provincial jails by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 4646, expanding the mandate of Cotabato Sanitarium Sultan Kudarat, 1st Congressional District of Maguindanao, Province of the Barm, and increasing its bed capacity to at least 250 and to be known as the Sultan Kudarat Memorial Medical Center by Representative Sinsuwat.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 4647, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, race, religion, or belief, sex, language, disability, educational attainment, and other forms of discrimination by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill number 4648, incorporating the value of responsible, fair, and truthful usage and enjoyment of social media in schools and universities by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and Committee on Higher Education, Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 4649, providing a framework for the right to adequate food by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill number 4650, providing for a universal social pension for senior citizens by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Senior Citizen.
House Bill number 4651, authorizing the DOH to set and approve the bed capacity of all DOH hospitals by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 4652, allowing and regulating the use of motorcycles as PUVs by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 4653, providing for a Magna Carta for tricycle drivers and operators, institutionalizing mechanisms for its implementation by
To
Representative
the
Villafuerte.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4654, creating the Department of Water, Irrigation, Sewage, and Sanitation Resource Management by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 4655, establishing a detention program and facility for high-level drug offenders within the National Penitentiary System under the Bucor by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4656, providing employment assistance program by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 4657, upgrading the minimum salary grade level of teachers from salary grade 11 to 19 by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill number 4658, providing for the construction of a multipurpose gym in all municipalities and cities to serve as evacuation center during times of calamity or disaster by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Disaster Management.
House Bill 4659, providing medical scholarship in state colleges and universities to qualified students by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 4660, increasing the maximum amount of claims that may be approved and granted by the Board of Claims by Representative Campos.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 4661, declaring a National Environment Day by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill number 4662, providing for the mandatory installation of dashboard cameras or dashcam systems in vehicles operated for public utility by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 4663, creating the Department of Migration and Overseas Filipinos by Representative Espino.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill number 4665, mandating all utility and telecommunications companies to comply with the regulation of the use of utility poles by Representative Crisologo.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 4666, ensuring the availability, adequacy, accessibility, and safety of food to every Filipino by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Special Committee on Food Security.
House Bill number 4667, instituting inclusive education and the establishment of inclusive education learning resource centers for children and youth with special needs in all public school divisions, providing for standards and guidelines by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 4668, granting discounts on basic and education services to underprivileged students in all levels, including those enrolled in technical vocational institutions by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4669, increasing the monthly social pension of senior citizens and expanding the coverage thereof by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 4670, strengthening the protection and safety of pedestrians by Representative Garcia Jose Enrique.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 4671, declaring February 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in Camarines Norte by Representative Talyado.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 4672, limiting the ownership and operation of the NGCP inclusively to Filipinos by Representative Suarez Aleta.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 4673, strengthening the right of citizens to information held by the government by Representative Nieto.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill number 4674, creating the Office of Commuter Affairs in the DOTR by Representative Nieto.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 4675, amending Section 24 of Republic Act number 8491 by Representative Nieto.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 4676, strengthening early childhood care and development system by Representative Nieto.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 4677, prohibiting the imposition of interest and or penalty charges on unpaid hospital bills and medical expenses of patients who earn an income of the minimum wage or less by Representative Nieto.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 4678, providing for a Bill of Rights of air passengers by Representative Marino.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 4679, providing for the rights of passengers and obligations of domestic ship owners operators in case of canceled, delayed, and unfinished uncompleted voyages by Representative Marino.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 4680, directing the electronic recording of custodial interrogations to protect the constitutional rights of the accused during custodial investigations by Representative Marino.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 4681, making a separate course on ethics compulsory at all levels of elementary and secondary education in every degree course in all colleges and universities by Representative Marino.
To the Committee on Basic and Education and Culture and the Committee on and Technical Education.
House Bill number 4682, postponing the May 2020 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections by Representatives Romualdez Siete and Romualdez Ferdinand.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 4683, establishing a separate facilities for prisoners convicted of heinous crimes by Representative Romualdez Ferdinand.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 4684, declaring unlawful acts and conduct of discrimination based on sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, race, color, descent, national or ethnic origin, religion, affiliation or beliefs and health status and penalizing the same by Representative Romualdez Ferdinand.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
Resolutions, House Resolution 340, expressing the support of the House of the Filipino youth's participation in the intergenerational climate strike on 20 to 24 September 2019 and encouraging the DepEd, the CHED, the DILG, local governments, and civil society to participate as well as to actively engage in further activities that will raise awareness and involved in action towards climate change mitigation and care for the environment by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 341, urging the CSC to revolutionize civil service in the Philippines by devising a meaningful system to promote efficiency, integrity, responsiveness, and courtesy among civil servants and establishing an efficient deterrent to curb the hounding the civil service which commonly takes the form of graft and corruption by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Resolution 342, directing the House Committee on Welfare of Children to conduct an inquiry on the adverse effects of character-based video games on children and prescribe countermeasures to curb, if not discourage youngsters from engaging in such character-based video games by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 343, urging the DOH to conduct an aggressive and massive information drive on all ill effects of high fructose corn syrup on health in order to keep in check incidents of metabolic syndrome that renders people prone to heart diseases, stroke, diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure, high blood triglycerides, low levels of HDL cholesterol, and insulin resistance by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Health.
House Resolution 344, directing the House Committees on Metro Manila Development, Public Works and Highways, Housing and Urban Development, Ecology, Population and Family Relation, and Science and Technology to formulate an integrated master plan for a flood control project in Metro Manila by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 345, encouraging young Filipino inventors to continue bringing into being innovative products and ideas in order to help boost the national economy by providing them with meaningful and rewarding incentives, including but not limited to academic citations, financial aid, scholarships, and guaranteed government posts by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 346, calling on multi-sectoral countermeasures to efficiently curb the rise of dengue cases in the Philippines. Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Health.
House Joint Resolution 17, joint resolution immediately constructing additional detention facilities in areas to be designated by the government in order to address the current abject overcrowding in the Philippine jail system by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Justice.
Message from the President. Message dated 17 September 2019, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill number 4228.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report. Report number 23 of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education on House Bill number 4696.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we greet the family of Department of Energy, Secretary Alfonso Cusi, Undersecretary Jesus Posadas, Undersecretary Raul Aguilos, Undersecretary Donato Marcos, Assistant Secretary Roberto Uy, Assistant Secretary Leonido Polido III, Administrator Edgardo Masongsong, Press CEO Pio Benavides, CEO Ruben Lista, CEO Pedro Aquino Jr., CEO Melvin Matibag, CEO Irene Joy Besido Garcia. Mr. Speaker.
The Department of Energy, headed by Secretary Cusi, is acknowledged. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with interpellation on the proposed budget of the Department of Energy. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is carried. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Manuel Dolipe of the 2nd District of Zamboanga City.
The Honorable Congressman Dalipi of Zamboanga City is very much recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed.
I move that we recognize
the Department of Energy, to include the National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, Philippine National Oil Company, PNOC Exploration Corporation, PNOC Renewables Corporation, Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, the National Transmission Corporation for fiscal year 2020. The proposed budget of the Department of Energy is 2.3 billion pesos. For the National Electrification Administration, the proposed budget is 14.1 billion pesos. For the Philippine National Oil Company, the proposed budget is 1.02 billion. And for the National Power Corporation, the proposed budget is 33.4 billion pesos. Mr. Speaker, this representation is now ready to answer any questions from our colleagues.
Congressman Dagok, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Good afternoon, my colleagues and all our guests. For the record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to manifest that I have no interpellation about the budget of the Department of Energy, but I have concerns on its attached agencies like the National Electrification Administration, NAPOCOR, Power Sector Asset Liabilities Management Corporation. Would the distinguished sponsor allow me to ask some clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, do you agree, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that in modern times, the three basic needs of man have already changed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, do you know that the additional basic needs is, in my own position and understanding, it is the fourth, but now becomes the first basic needs, and that is electricity. It's no longer now just food, shelter, and clothing, because you cannot produce food without electricity, because at present, you need to produce fertilizers and insecticides in order to produce foods. And in order to produce construction materials for the build of our government, you need to produce construction materials, again, using electricity much more in producing clothing. So, do you agree, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, that I am correct? Do you agree with me?
I agree, Mr. Speaker.
With that, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, are you convinced now that electricity is just as important as other basic necessities?
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, I agree.
Generally, I would like to convey and ask the members of this August chamber, can you imagine living without electricity? I am wearing a black because I want to convey to my colleagues in this honorable chamber and to the leadership of the House, which happens to be very considerate to the budget of rural electrification. He is the only speaker who understands the needs of those who are in darkness, living, thousands of us living in far-flung communities, thousands of millions of households, communities and Filipino people living in darkness because they have no access to electricity. So with that, we are appreciative of the pronouncement of the leadership of the House that they will look into the budget for rural electrification. May I ask, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, whose program is the total electrification? Who is mandated under our existing laws to carry out the mandate of total electrification?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if your question is whose program is the total electrification, definitely the national government, the government is the front runner in this program, considering that we have the EPIRA law, Republic Act 9136, Mr. Speaker.
Are you referring, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, to Section 2 of Republic Act 9136, wherein it is hereby declared the policy of the state to ensure and accelerate the total electrification of the country?
Mr. Speaker, for a while I have not memorized the entire EPIRA law. I'll just refer to if it's Section 2. Okay. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Section 2 of Republic Act 9136. I agree that it is Section 2 of Republic Act 9136, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. So it is very clear that under Republic Act 9136, it is a government program. It is a government policy to ensure. The law use the term ensure. Sisiguraduhin ng pamahalaan. Then, the law use the term accelerate. Pabilisan po. Hindi pabagalan o hindi yung regular. The law ensures and accelerate the total electrification program of the country, meaning it is the Philippine archipelago. Again, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, as provided in Presidential Decreto 69 of the law creating the National Electrification Administration, electrification of the country is one of the primary concern of the government in order to bring the desired changes and reforms. Have you encountered that, Honorable Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, have you encountered that provision of the law in the NIA Charter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Therefore, Honorable Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, if the program of total electrification is the program of the government and the policy of the state, who must finance the total electrification program of the country? Is it the electric cooperatives who is only used as vehicle to implement the program, or is it the government itself who will finance its own policy and program?
Mr. Speaker, if you're referring to the law, it is the government, Mr. Speaker. It is one of its top policies through the Department of Energy to help achieve this program, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that answer, Honorable Sponsor. Moreover, Honorable Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, there is a provision in Section 32-A of Presidential Decree 269 as amended by Republic Act 10531. This is all about the incentives of electric cooperatives. And that provision states in toto that consistent with the declared policy of this act, electric cooperatives which comply with the financial and operational standards set by the National Electrification Administration shall enjoy the following incentives. And letter A of that, Honorable Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, is to be entitled to congressional allocations. I repeat, entitled to congressional allocations, grants, subsidies, and other financial assistance for rural electrification. I would just like to emphasize that the Honorable Sponsor is correct, that it is really the government who should finance in order to accelerate and ensure that the total electrification of the countryside will be carried out.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honorable gentleman. The Department of Energy is one with him in the goal of 100% electrification.
Honorable Sponsor, are you aware of the 5-point electrification agenda of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte? Are you aware on that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker. There is a 5-point electrification agenda of His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Can you state
And-
for the record, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker? What are those 5-point agenda of the President?
Well, Mr. Speaker, first is access to electricity for all. Number 2, power availability at all times. Number 3, power reliability. 4, system efficiency. And 5, cheap electricity.
Thank you, because thank you, Mr. Sponsor, because that is correct. Those are the 5-point electrification agenda of the President. And the first is access to electricity for all. For all. I am giving emphasis for all. Para po sa lahat. Again, Honorable Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, are you also aware of the 9-point energy agenda of the Department of Energy?
Parol, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Energy's 9-point energy agenda is as follows: access to basic electricity for all Filipinos by 2022, adopting a technological neutral approach for an optimal energy mix, improving the supply of power that is reliable to meet the demands by 2040, developing LNG needs for the future in anticipation of Malampaya depletion, facilitating the completion of transmission projects by 2020, pro-consumer distribution framework for affordability, choice, and transparency, streamlining domestic policy to cut red tape, to deliver on PSAM privatization, and lastly, promoting efficient use of power among consumers through an IEC.
So you are telling this representation, honorable sponsor, that in line with the President's agenda, the first agenda also of the Department of Energy is access to electricity for all.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is the access energy to all.
How about, finally, are you aware of the 7-point agenda of the National Electrification Administration, if you are aware on that?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the National Electrification Administration, or NEA 7-point agenda: 1, completion of the National Rural Electrification Program. Number 2, intensification of capacity building programs for ECs. Number 3, prioritization of empowerment program for electric consumers. Number 4, carrying out the Rural Development Program through Rural Electrification Program. Number 5, carrying on the current corporate governance program of NEA. Number 6, strengthening of networking and linkaging with policymakers to ensure the legislative agenda beneficial to NEA, ECs, and electric consumers. Number 7, introduction of paradigm shift from central NEA to federal state electrification administration, or carrying out of a transition period towards the creation of a national center of ECs, electric cooperative consumers, to self-govern the rural electrification movement. Mr. Speaker.
That's correct, Mr. Sponsor. So with that, you can notice that what is common is all about access to electricity for all Filipinos. And for the Department of Energy, it should be achieved by 2022. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, being one of the supporter of rural electrification in your district, in Zamboanga City, I am sure that you are familiar with the rural electrification program. Would you consider that rural electrification program is a successful program of the government?
Of course, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that appreciation that rural electrification program is a successful program, because the government, through the NEA and the ECs, have actually just recently connected 13 million consumer connection on the grid and has benefited nearly 61 million Filipinos. Is that correct, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as of June 20, 2019, that is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Now with that, are you also aware, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, how much still is needed for the next 3 years to achieve the target of total electrification, which is now in the last mile, 3 years from now or before the end of the term of the President?
The total, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, approximately the total electrification program would be needing about 22 billion pesos.
For the next 3 years.
Yes, for the next 3 years, the total.
So, since this is about the fiscal year 2020, are you aware or did you know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, how much is the proposed budget for rural electrification for 2020?
Mr. Speaker, for fiscal year 2020, the NEA budgets the amount of 1.2 162 billion in the 2019 NEP. This is to energize 775 sitios.
So, there is a big problem as far as the program, the budget of the program is concerned. Despite repeatedly a policy of the state, a policy of the President, that there should be access to electricity for all. Pardon me, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, but what I do not understand is that if the National Electrification Administration needs 22 billion to achieve the target of our President and its agencies by 2022, why are we only allocating 1 billion plus next fiscal year? Are you telling this representation and the Filipino people who are now living in darkness, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, that we will provide the remaining 20.5 billion for the fiscal year 2021 and 2022? Can you assure us on that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, if I am correct, yesterday, I think there was a pronouncement from the House Speaker in the national news of his commitment to support as such. And I think, as we discuss the fiscal year 2020 proposal, I would believe there would be something good that will come out, especially coming from the members of this House who have the heart for the different sitios and the rural areas for this country, starting with the leadership of the House, Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano.
Thank you for that, Honorable Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. This representation and the family of the Rural Electrification Program is very grateful to the leadership of this House because of his understanding about the Rural Electrification Program. With that, I would like to manifest, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that the family of the Rural Electrification Program is really grateful to the leadership of the House. But for the record, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. President, I would just like to emphasize that the President is correct when his agenda is about access for electricity for all. Because Genesis 1:3 is very clear. God said, "Let there be light." When God noticed that the world He created is empty without light, God commanded the late Senator Emmanuel Pelaez in 1969 when he sponsored a bill in Senate that marks the beginning of the Rural Electrification Program with the passage of Republic Act 6038 in 1969. God also commanded the late President Ferdinand Idralin Marcos when during the martial law time, he issued Presidential Decree 269 in 1973 to accelerate the total electrification program of the countryside. And the same thing, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, the only president after the Marcos era who appreciate the total electrification is the former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, because she is the only president who appointed presidential advisor on rural electrification in the person of Father Francisco Silva, because former President Arroyo understand how important electricity is, especially in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, I would just like to convey to this honorable chamber that rural electrification implemented by the Philippine government through the electric cooperatives and the National Electrification Administration is not just lighting homes. Its primary objective really is to attain sustainable rural development. If we can electrify the countryside, we can use of the infrastructure, build, farm to market road, by empowering our citizenry to maximize the utilization of the electricity in the area. I hope, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, that like Senator Pelaez, like President Marcos, like President Arroyo, we should listen to God's commandment by ensuring that in 2022, there is light and economic development in the households and communities targeted to be energized next year. Can I have your assurance of support on that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, even with the pronouncement of the leadership of the House?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr.
Amen to that,
Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues, for your indulgence and patience.
Thank you for that enlightening interpellation, Congressman Dago. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Honorable Wilton Tico of the 3rd District of Masbate for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. Sa aking kababayan na taga Zamboanga rin, Buenos Dias. Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang muna pong sagutin ng ating sponsor kung tama ho ba na ang Sitio Electrification Program ang isa sa mga prioridad ng National Electrification Administration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Follow-up question ko po. Nung tinitingnan ko po sa ating NEP, nakalagay po ang Sitio Electrification Program. Ngunit, nung inaaral ko po siya, wala pong pang-barangay electrification program. Mr. Speaker, hindi ho bang mas logical na unahin po natin ang barangay electrification program kaysa ho sa mga sitio? Dahil mas marami hong household pag sa ating barangay mauna itong electrification program.
Mr. Speaker, if under NEA, our data shows that 99% of the barangays are electrified already. So, the others, the National Electrification Administration now concentrates on the different sitios, except probably for some other barangays, which is not part of that 99%.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hindi na po tayo lalayo. Sa distrito ko lang ho sa Masbate, 3rd District of Masbate, out of 225 barangays, 53 barangays are underserved or hindi po talaga naabutan ng kuryente. Sabihin na natin may konting kuryente because of Pamatec, yung press project. Out of these 53 barangays, 41 po ang kasali sa Pamatec. Etong Pamatec na to, 4 hours lang ho kada araw or 4 to 6 hours per day ang naiseserbisyo ho nito sa aming mga kababayan. So siguro, Mr. Speaker, pwede ho natin ma-reconsider ho na mapuntahan ulit, na makita ulit itong mga problema ng ating mga barangay. 41 po out of 53, sila po yung nakakaranas ng 4 to 6 hours lang. And yung remaining po, wala po talagang kuryente na dumarating po sa kanila. So Mr. Speaker, with my distinguished colleague, so sana po makonsider po natin ito na kung pwede ho next year, 2020, maisabay po natin ang programa para po dito sa mga barangays po na ito.
We will take note of that, Mr. Speaker. We will look into it.
Further, Mr. Speaker, the NEA is given a Herculean task of providing electricity to all households nationwide. But how can it fully implement its noble mandate of providing total electrification to the reported remaining 14,876 sitios when its proposed budget amounting to 6.14 billion pesos was slashed to 1.5 billion pesos and only about 1.16 billion is allocated to sitio electrification program. According to the data of NEA, that amount can only provide electricity to 775 sitios for the year 2020. paano na lang ho ang natitirang 4,101 na mga sityos? With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to manifest that there is a need to increase the budget of the National Electrification Administration in order to fully achieve its mandate in providing full electrification in all the households in our country. Hence, I appeal to my colleagues in this august chamber to support the increase of budget of the National Electrification Administration. Thank you, and that would be all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Ko. Majority Floor Leader. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Honorable Godofredo Guya of the Recoboda Party List.
Your Honor, you're recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, and magandang hapon po sa Energy Family. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, would you know what makes the Rural Electrification Program unique? As previously pointed out, it is a very successful program of the government. But I wish to highlight why this program is spatially different. Would you be familiar with this, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, of course, it is unique.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. It is the participation of our electric cooperatives that makes the rural electrification so unique and successful. Would you know why this model that prioritizes granting franchises to electric cooperatives was pursued in PD 269, IPIRA, and the subsequent laws?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The electric cooperatives are community-owned. They are non-stock, non-profit.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, a cooperative being community-owned, it is owned by the co-op's member consumer owners and, more importantly, non-stock, non-profit, and managed business that is operated by and for the benefits of its members who use the electricity provided. They are also non-stock and non-profit entities, which is reflected in the rates that they use. As to the number as compared to other distribution utilities, there are actually 121 electric cooperatives in the entire country. They make up almost 87% of all distribution utilities and electric distribution utilities franchises in the Philippines. 16 private investors-owned utilities and 3 municipal systems. Would you agree that this is a correct statement, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is correct.
Now, if the electric cooperatives are non-stock, non-profit, would the distinguished sponsor be familiar with how does an electric cooperative gets capital to spend on construction and even maintenance expenses?
Mr. Speaker, they apply for a loan with the National Electrification Administration for capital expenditures and even for maintenance expenses, Mr. Speaker.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. The electric cooperative use a cash flow formula which doesn't allow for profit margins, which keeps the rates for electricity low. Now, these loans that NIA provides to the electric cooperatives, does the government charge interest to these loans?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Would the honorable sponsor know how much these interest rates are?
6%, Mr. Speaker.
So the NIA supports our electric cooperatives through the extension of loans for large capital expenditures and operational expenses on a regular basis. Would the Speaker know if the ECs are good creditors? Do they pay on time?
Mr. Speaker, generally yes.
To put it simply, can you verify to me the loan repayment rate and bad debts of the electric cooperatives?
Well, the collection efficiency, Mr. Speaker, is 98%. So, in other words, 100 minus 98 is 2%. So, bad debts is about 2%, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to confirm, our electric cooperatives do not leech off the government. They actually end up paying on the loans, and the government earns interest and make money for these loans. They are not just an expense for the government.
Correct, Mr. Speaker. I agree.
It is my understanding, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that there is revision in the NEP and GAA, specifically item number 6 on augmentation beyond the corporate operating budget of NEA as compared to the 2019 GAA. What is this change, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, authorization to source from the unutilized balances of previous years subsidy was removed. Item number 6 now just limits funds from new funding sources as certified. Yes, that's right. Number 6, augmentation beyond the approved corporate operating budget. The NIA Board of Administrators is authorized to augment and disburse funds beyond the total amount approved in this act under the following conditions. So item number 6 now just limits the funds from new funding sources as certified by the Chief Accountant and Administrator of NIA.
Specifically for the calendar year or fiscal year 2019, GAA provides the following. The NIA Board of Administrators is authorized to augment and disburse funds beyond the total amount approved by this Act for the continuous implementation of the situ electrification and barangay light enhancement projects, and the rehabilitation, report, or reconstruction of distribution facilities damaged by natural and human-induced calamities. The fund shall be sourced from the unutilized balances of previous year's subsidy by the national government, or from new funding sources as certified by the Chief Accountant and Administrator of NIA. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What was the reason for this change, if any, Mr. Sponsor?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we will take note of your concerns as raised by the Honorable Representative. We will consider your manifestation and discuss this in the proper time, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully manifest that we should not penalize NEA and electric cooperatives who are performing the rules. The electric cooperative, as earlier established, are productive entities and continue to contribute to the development of our goals of our government. We should not limit the funding source for these entities that are and have been our partners for day one. Mr. Speaker, we should not repay their good deeds with prohibitions on our part. I propose that we amend item number 6 to reflect the same provision as stated in the 2019 GAA. Let us not change the rules in the middle of the game when we are so close to the total electrification by 2022. I hope I have your support, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
We'll take note of that, Mr. Speaker.
On a different issue, Mr. Speaker, this about a potential national security issue, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Sponsor, about the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. All the equipment for system operation and control of our National Grid Corporation, or the transmission system of the country, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, are all Chinese products, which are made, of course, in China and manned by Chinese engineers. And our own Filipino engineers do not have the technical knowledge and capability to operate, troubleshoot, or repair these systems in case of any emergency or if these systems break down. This is especially concerning, Mr. Speaker, because of how advanced these controls are. The operator may anytime and at a click of a single button remotely shut down the whole transmission system of the country. It also leaves us vulnerable if there is a malicious attack against the state. Our transmission system cannot be dependent on our relations with other states. If the transmission system is shut down, it will result to mass panic, the stoppage of economic activity, and other emergency scenarios, the effects of which we cannot even predict at this point. What I know, Mr. Speaker, that we will be crippled if ever this does happen. This is something that the Transco should look into and make sure supervise the concessionary. There should be properly trained Transco engineers who has access to all the automated transmission system control of the country. Further manifestation that the control and transmission of the transmission system should be turned over to the government, subject, of course, to proper amendment of the EPIRA law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope we find a solution to this very troubling issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Adriano Ebcas of Ako Padayon Party List. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed, Your Honor.
Sabi ko pag... paano pag ano? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the manifestation of Congressman Dagook and Congressman Guya. It is true that our rural electrification program has been successful. But there is still a long way to go before we achieve our dream of total electrification. A lot of work and funding is required to attain our goal of access to electricity for all Filipinos. That being said, Mr. Sponsor Speaker, my first question is whether the Honorable Sponsor is familiar with the qualified third party of the Department of Energy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. QTP, qualified third party.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. My first question is whether the Honorable Sponsor that qualified third party is designed to attract alternative service providers and private investment in rural electrification in line with the DOE's Department of Energy Trust to achieve 100% household electrification target by 2022. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsors, Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That is correct.
In fact, Mr. Sponsor, Speaker, interested firms must pass the accreditation process of qualified third-party firms must have the power generation and distribution facilities to service remote areas where the distribution lines of power cooperatives cannot be immediately extended. Once accredited, these UTP or qualified third-party firms can select areas for development and implement their plan upon approval from the DOE. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That is correct.
To your knowledge, Mr. Sponsor, regarding the areas that are selected by the QTP firms, do QTP firms have the discretion in selecting these areas, or the areas have to be first waived by the electric cooperatives?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It has to be waived by the electric cooperative.
Would the Honorable Sponsor, Speaker, know so far how many areas had been waived by electric cooperatives? Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, to my knowledge, there are 995 areas waived by electric cooperatives, but only 11 have takers for QTP. Only 6 of these areas are operational. Is this a correct statement, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, it is, Mr. Speaker. Based on the data, 19 out of 121 electric cooperatives have identified unserved areas. plus 107 out of 342 waived areas by the electric cooperatives have board resolution waiving its service obligation over the areas.
Thus, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, I therefore manifest that maybe it is a high time that we revisit a qualified third-party program of the DOE. If there are only 11 areas out of 995 areas that have pickers for QTP, and only 6 of which are operational, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I think that it is fair to say that this program is failing. We should review this program to see if we can have any improvements, maybe even through a law, if need be, to make sure that we achieve total electrification program by 2022. Honorable
Yes, I agree.
Sponsor, regarding the privatization of assets, it is my understanding that the power sector assets and liabilities management, or PSAM Corporation is the entity tasked to privatize Napocor assets. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
If so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, to your knowledge, of what percentage of Napocor assets have already been privatized?
Seventy-one point 71.7%, Mr. Speaker.
Out of that 71%, how many in terms of megawatt?
In terms of megawatt, Mr. Speaker, that is 11,179 megawatts.
Is that as of June 30, 2019?
Yes, Mr.
Or
Speaker.
present pa?
June 30, Mr. Speaker, 2019.
Granting that the own generating plants that you have mentioned a while ago, considering that the privatization level of assets is already quite substantial, Honorable Sponsor Speaker, based on your most recent data, how much proceeds has PSAN collected so far from the privatization of these Napocor assets?
Mr. Speaker, the total generated is 908.78 billion and the collected is 579.97 billion.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, the PSAM has collected a total of 597.97 million pesos as of June 30. May I know how these proceeds were utilized?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as always, it is for payment of obligation.
Mr. Sponsor Speaker, based on your data on hand, may we know how many electric cooperatives have availed of PSAM's loan coordination? Also, Mr. Sponsor, how much of these loans were already settled by PSAM And how much payments does PISAM still have left to collect?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is a total of 118 out of 119 electric cooperatives availed of the loan condonation. And the total payment by PISAM is 16.268 billion pesos.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, firstly, we would like to clarify that in contrast to the PISAM data, there are 121 and not 119 electric cooperatives in the country. This representation would also like to commend the PISAM for their 90% payments for the loans of electric cooperatives. This assumption of the PISAM of the loans of EC has been great of help in our goal of providing affordable electricity. Sana po may pagpatuloy na po natin ito. We must also keep in mind that it is likewise the duty of the ERC and the electric cooperatives to do their best in attaining and maintaining low electricity rates. The best interests of the consumers are always our top priority. Every Filipino family deserves to live comfortably. Having access to reliable and affordable electricity goes a long way in their pursuit to a better life and brighter future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Honorable Sponsor. I hope we continue to support our energy sector and give them what they need in order to energize all households in the Philippines, such nobody gets left behind.
Thank you, Honorable Epcas. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Gabriel Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur. So move,
The
Mr.
gentleman from Camarines Sur is recognized. Congressman Bordado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, we have listened to the messages of the top advocates of rural electrification. Let me just come up with some clarificatory questions. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, in terms of budget utilization by major program, the Household Electrification Development Program incurred the lowest disbursement in 2018 with only 4.1% or equivalent to 17.8 million pesos out of the total appropriated amount of 746.8 million pesos. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Could you explain why it happened?
Mr. Speaker, this is due to the refocusing of the Household Electrification Program, HEP, to the total electrification program and procurement constraints due to highly technical requirements of the ISSP, National Energy Data Repository, Mr. Speaker.
So in other words, is the DOE doing certain steps to address this concern?
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Energy is doing early procurement and constant monitoring of its budget execution.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, on the other hand, according to this note, the DOE only obligated 136.3 million pesos for the Renewable Energy Development Program, vis-a-vis a total appropriations of 433.7 million pesos. Again, what's the reason for this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is the household electrification program was now made to total electrification program.
How's that again, Mr. Sponsor?
The total electrification program, it is due to the refocusing, Mr. Speaker.
Due to what?
Yes, to the
Speaker?
refocusing. Due to the refocusing of the household electrification program to total electrification program.
Refocusing. When you say refocusing, what do you mean by it, Mr. Sponsor?
Well, Mr. Speaker, before it was a standalone system. Now it is on a microgrid system.
From what, Mr.
From a
Sponsor?
standalone. From a standalone household system to a microgrid system.
So this was the reason why the DOE failed to obligate 433.7 million pesos?
Well, at that time, the Department of Energy, Mr. Speaker, was not allowed to shift to another system, so it took them some time, Mr. Speaker.
I cannot understand, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, why the DOE would suffer from unobligated allocations just because it shifted to another style of management, Mr. Sponsor.
Before, Mr. Speaker, it was for MOOE.
Okay?
Then after that, the Department of Energy requested that the such obligation, the item for MOE will be converted into capital outlay, Mr. Speaker. This is for the microgrid nature of system, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the Commission on Audit itself stated that there was an ineffective implementation of the household electrification program. What happened, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Sponsor, if the intention of the GEA was for MOEE, then it cannot be converted to capital outlay unless you have the approval of the House.
I agree, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So can the sponsor answer the question why the DOE failed to come up with that approach?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was not included in the original PAP of the department, Mr. Speaker.
How was it again, Mr. Sponsor?
It is not included.
It was not included
Yes,
in
Mr.
the
Speaker.
original.
PAP, programs, project and activities programs, Mr.
But
Speaker.
still, the COA came up with the report that the DOE had been ineffective in its implementation. So what was the reason?
One minute suspension.
Okay na yun. $900. Ayun. I don't know kung pang-use pa yun. Ang dami niya na. Oo, busin niya na. Bet, tapusin ko na doon. Ang dami niya. Tapusin ko na nga. Oh. Kaya nga. Sabi ko, thank you.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, the reason for such unobligated funds is that the department terminated the HEP and shifted to DEP. And that is the reason, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I do hope that the Department of Energy is doing something to rectify the situation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I will just propound one question regarding the so-called energy efficient electric vehicles or the e-trikes project. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, again, according to COA, the COA again came up with a report that there were delays in the distribution of the e-trikes. What happened, Mr. Sponsor?
Well, Mr. Speaker, due to the lack of interest on concerns on the project design, the market transformation through the introduction of energy efficient electric vehicles or e-trike project was limited to 3,000 units.
Yeah, according to the
And-
report, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, only 3,000 units were distributed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So is the DOE, Mr. Sponsor, planning to further increase this number?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the original net approval was for $400 million in 2012. The revised net approval in 2017 scaled down to $40.24 million. Since the project started, it attracted 15 firms engaged in the electric vehicle industry. And the total investment is 74 million US dollars. So the original approved, Mr. Speaker, is only 400 million US dollars.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Congressman Bordado. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Honorable Presley De Jesus of Philreca.
Congressman De Jesus, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to our honorable sponsor. First, I lend my support to the different manifestations of Congressman Dagook, Congressman Guya, and Congressman Ebcas before me. Truly, the mandate of attaining the total electrification is not an easy task for the NEA and the electric cooperatives as well. There will always be some problems on the ground that we here in the purge of this August chamber will not realize until the program is implemented. I hope that we can maximize the funding sources to hasten our efforts. It is not only the NEA and the electric cooperatives who are working, but it will take our whole nation working hand in hand to make sure that we will be able to grant access to electricity to the last mile, the last sitio, and the last household. With that, Mr. Speaker, will the honorable sponsor yield to a few questions from this representative?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, first, not only our goal is for total electrification, it is also as far as the power supply is available and reliable. Is this correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
If so, Mr. Speaker, what programs do the DOE or the Department of Energy have that will assure an available and reliably power supply to the whole country?
Well, Mr. Speaker, one is the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop.
Mr.
And-
Speaker,
One is the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop and Executive Order Number 30, Series of 2017 on energy projects of national significance streamlines the permitting process for power generation, transmission, and distribution projects using an online platform with strict timelines to be observed. If an agency fails to act on the application within a specified period, it will be deemed approved, Mr. Speaker.
okay. Can you tell us, as far as the Luzon grid is concerned, what projects these are?
Anong latest? In 2017, 835 megawatts were commissioned, 630 megawatts coal, 77 megawatts oil, 1 megawatt hydropower. In 2018, 933 megawatts were commissioned as follows: 720 megawatts coal, 87 megawatts oil, 12 megawatts geothermal, 80 megawatts hydropower, and 34 megawatts biomass.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there have been numerous times this year alone when the National Grid Corporation has put Luzon on either a yellow or a red alert that would signify insufficient generation capacity. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree.
If there is insufficient generation capacity, Mr. Speaker, can Mr. Sponsor enumerate specific power plants that were commissioned during the time of Secretary Cusi in Luzon?
We are getting the list, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, 835 megawatts. I have a long list here, Mr. Speaker. Would you like that I would give it to you? But in general, Mr. Speaker, to total, in 2017, under the current Secretary, 835 megawatts. In 2018, 933 megawatts. And Mr. Speaker, we can furnish to you the different list commissioned under the current Secretary of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another question. Can the honorable sponsor provide a list to this representation on different service contracts awarded, but until now there are no developments as of date?
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, we will do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sponsor, why do we have service contracts awarded to private entities when they are not even starting development? We have an urgent need for generation capacity. What is the policy for such entities, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, permitting is the main reason for the delay in the development of service contracts. It is for this reason that EVOS and EO30 are being enforced to ensure timely action on all the permits from all concerned, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, maybe we are approaching this problem from the wrong angle. Why not electric cooperatives be given the right of first refusal to develop potential energy resources within their coverage area? Or the electric cooperatives should at least be given the opportunity to challenge these awarded service contracts. Will the Honorable Speaker agree with me that it will be cheaper for the end consumer if the electric cooperatives owns the generation facility, as it will redound to lower cost of electricity since there will be no provision for profit? ECs or the electric cooperatives being non-stock, non-profit. Are you agree with that, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, I agree with that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Therefore, it is plain and simple truth, Mr. Speaker. My concern is that we have been experiencing yellow and red alerts, which people are blaming our distribution utilities, the electric cooperatives, when it is beyond their control since there is insufficient generation capacity, which is a possible policy problem from DOE. I urge this honorable chamber as the primary policy determining body in the Philippines to come up with clearer policies to ensure sufficient and reliable power supply. I also urge the body to consider giving the electric cooperatives the right of first refusal to develop potential energy resources within their franchise area and give them the chance to challenge these service contracts already awarded to ensure a cheaper, if not a more reliable power supply. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the guest of the Majority Leader, Honorable Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, Tingog Party List Representative Vieda Romualdez, Lone District of Biliran Representative, Honorable Jerry Boy Espina Jr. They are Mayor Rodes Sarveta, Vice Mayor Linda Baleyos, Councilor Marlene Hoboco, Councilor Marlu Villasin, Councilor Reynaldo Gerucho, Councilor Emmanuel Colantro, Councilor Romel Berdal, and SP Secretary Marlene Almen. Mr. Speaker.
Kindly stand up to be recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Kaloy Sarate of Bayan Muna Party List for his interpellation.
Congressman Kaloy Sarate, you are recognized. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to the Department of Energy family and to our esteemed sponsor. Will the good sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions regarding the budget of the Department of Energy?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
My interpellations, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, will focus on two issues. On the energy side, the issue on the power supply agreements, and later on the unbundling of the prices of oil. So on the PSA issue, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the distribution utilities engaging in these very non-transparent contracts in the past, because it controls and dictates the terms of its supply agreement, came to fore in these past years due to the concerns by many, especially our consumers, of its overpriced supply agreement, especially during the time when the Malampaya oil field shut down in 2013. This is the reason why the Department of Energy, and ultimately when the issue went all the way to the Supreme Court, mandated that there must be a competitive selection process or the bidding of supply contracts, and this must be made mandatory. Will you agree with that statement, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. And by virtue of that, the Department of Energy issued in 2015, Department Circular 2015-06-008, regulating the bidding of supply contracts by distribution utilities. And the said Department Circular required a third party recognized by the DOE and the Energy Regulatory Commission to supervise the bidding and ensure that the bidding process and its terms of references are not totally controlled by the distribution utility. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Again, my question is only whether the DOE issued Department Circular number 2015-06-008, mandating the creation of a third party.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. After the issuance of that Department Circular, however, the Department of Energy issued last year another Department Circular, Department Circular number 2018-02-003, which instead of giving the power or the authority to an independent party, third party to conduct the process of bidding, under this new Department circular, it now allows the distribution utility to appoint the supposed third party. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, under this new circular?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that admission, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Now, question. Has there been an official complaint from the distribution utilities or any distribution utility regarding the provisions of the first department circular, DC number 2015-06-008? After all, in that department circular issued in 2015, it allows or mandates the creation of an independent third party to supervise the CSP process or the bidding. So my question, was there any complaint from any distribution utility regarding any issue or provision of that department circular, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
None that I am aware of, Mr. Speaker.
There is none, or there was none. Thank you for that answer, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So my follow-up question now, if there was no complaint at all, bakit po pinalitan natin in 2018 ng bagong panuntunan, bagong circular, no? Sino po ang nagtakda na palitan natin yung so-called rules of the game, no? As I've said, the first circular mandated the creation of an independent third party to supervise the bidding. Then, in 2018, naglabas ho kayo ng bagong circular. And in this circular, hindi na ho ang magkakandak ng process of bidding ay appointed by the distribution utility. So, again, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, who drafted the new department circular, DC 2018-02-003? That's my first question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a result of focus group discussion and public consultation, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that answer. If there was no complaint, why was there a need to conduct a focus group discussion or consultation, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, the primary intent, Mr. Speaker, is to fast track and make it better.
Thank you. If I may ask, how many consultations with consumer groups that you conducted? When and where did you conduct these consultations?
Public consultation. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have a list, but I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that there is one for Luzon, one for Visayas, and one for Mindanao, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For purposes of, to abbreviate my questioning, just kindly submit those so-called focus
Yes, we
group
will, Mr.
discussion, consultations, when, where, how many, who did you consult, no? I raised this question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, dahil ibalik ko yung tanong ko kanina. If the first circular is working, there was no complaint at all, then why the sudden change, no? And the change is not just procedural, no? Ang change ho ay very substantial. In the first circular, as I've mentioned, it is the DOE and the ERC ang meron pong poder sa pagpili ng independent third party. But in this new circular, ang pipili po ng third party, and I have to emphasize this, ang pipili ng third party ay ang distribution utility. No? So, ang kalalabasan po nito, ang DOE and the ERC ay parang observer na lamang sila. Ang magpapatakbo sa competitive selection process ay ang distribution utilities. No? So, ito po yung ating pinangangambahan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Just a disclosure, this representation was the author of that investigation that we conducted during the 17th Congress, questioning the power supply agreements that did not pass through the CSP. No? Dahil alam po natin, sabi na nga natin, maanumalya yon. After the CSP guidelines was issued, there were power supply agreements na hindi dumaan sa CSP na pending sa ERC. No? And among those are 7 power supply agreements of the biggest distribution utilities, ang Meralco. And this case also went all the way to the Supreme Court. At ang sabi ng Supreme Court, kailangang mag-bidding. No? Dahil pag walang bidding, walang CSP process, we will never know if itong mga kuryente natin ay talagang least cost sa ating mga consumers. Now, after the decision of the Supreme Court, ano ang mangyayari ngayon? No? Parang binalik mo lang din, parang magkakaroon lang ng moro-moro dito. Magkaroon ng bidding. Pero ang may control ng bidding ay yung distribution utilities pa rin. Is that a fair analysis, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is not the distribution utility, but the bids and awards of the third party.
Exactly. But ang mag-a-appoint po sa Third Party Bids and Awards Committee ay ang distribution utility. No? Dahil po, doon sa komposisyon, nandun ho sa guidelines yan, no? Sa komposisyon ng Bids and Awards Committee, 3 magmumula sa distribution utility. No? 3 yun. So, ibig sabihin, doon sa 5, lamang na kaagad ang distribution utility dahil 3 yung kanyang representante doon. Yung 2 ay i-appoint din ng distribution utility from the so-called consumers group, no? Or third independent group, no? So yun po yung ating pinangangambahan diyan. Dahil nga previously hindi ganoon yung ang provision sa first circular, no? Merong poder ang DOE doon at ang ERC sa pagpili ng tunay na independent third party, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, we will look into that. We will look for improvements and we will take note of that, Mr. Speaker.
I hope soon, because the distribution utilities, especially Meralco, is now conducting the so-called CSP process. No? In fact, just last month or this month, 3 CSP process na ang ginawa nila. No? So may I go to, by the way, who drafted this new circular, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
The Department of Energy, Mr. Speaker.
In particular, who from the Department of Energy? At any rate, you just can include that in your report later, no?
Yes, Mr.
Now,
Speaker.
I'll go to a particular example, no, na sa ganong klase ng CSP process na controlled ng distribution utility, magkakaproblema talaga. I'll give you an example. Meralco recently published in its website the opening for bids for its 1,200 megawatt greenfield project with the following schedules. Okay? Expression of interest deadline, July 29, 2019. Okay, that's the first deadline. Meralco pre-bid conference, August 9, 2019. Halos walang isang buwan. Okay. Meralco deadline for submission of bids, September 10, 2019. Okay, so 3 deadlines. July 29, August 9, September 10. And then Meralco announced the following general terms of reference for the said project. First, there must be maximum of 4 units only, no? Because a unit must have a required minimum of 300 megawatts. No? Second, the bidder's fuel source shall be HELI, or high efficiency, low emission technology. Third, no capacity and electrical output of the plant shall be contracted under the agreement separate from the PSA. Fourth, reduction in contract capacity. The contract capacity and associated energy may be reduced equivalent to the reduction in the demand of the captive market of Meralco by reason of the implementation of ARCOA, or the Retail Competition and Open Access Law, or under the Renewable Energy Law. No? And finally, capital recovery fee component of the tariff should be fixed for the whole required contract period and in Philippine currency. Now, kindly guide me. If you have this kind of parameters or terms of reference, question, can you conduct a thorough study of the terms of reference?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we can.
That's correct. Now, second, an ordinary bidder will of course have to look for possible location of its plants required by the terms, correct? If you want to bid, no?
Yes,
Hanap
Mr.
ka ng
Speaker.
magandang lugar.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's correct. Third, again, an ordinary bidder has to purchase or procure or at least lease the land in which the plant will be put up. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, no? So, ang gagawin ng bidder, kung sasali siya doon, because yun ang nakalagay sa kanilang terms of reference sa CSP, the bidder has to secure the right-of-way. After all, it's very risky kung wala ka namang right-of-way. Also, the bidder has to facilitate permits as well as relevant deeds of sales or conveyances. A bidder has to conduct a design of the plan compliant with the terms of reference. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, aside from that, the bidder has also has to search contractors to do the necessary requirements in the putting up of this greenfield project. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, with all these limitations, sa tingin nyo ba, kung ang expression of interest deadline is July 29, then the pre-bid conference is August 9, then the deadline for submission of bids is September 10, can you actually believe that an ordinary bidder can meet this deadline, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, Mr. Speaker, under such circumstances, it will be very difficult.
Very difficult indeed, no? And in fact, impossible, if I may say, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So yun po yung problema doon, no? Pag-control ng distribution utility ang CSP process. Because under this particular greenfield project, isa lang talaga ang papasa. And you know, what company is this? The Atimonan 1, na ready na magsusupply sa Meralco. And Atimonan 1 is 100% owned or subsidiary of Meralco. See, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, yun po yung problema ng nilabas ninyo na bagong guidelines sa CSP. No? It will put in ang mangyayari ho niyan, yung ginawang desisyon ng Korte Suprema mandating the conduct of competitive selection process ay mawawalan ho ng saysay. No? At the end of the day, ang matatalo rito ay mga consumers. Do you agree, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the Department of Energy is reviewing that circular because as manifested by the honorable gentleman, it appears that way, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that admission, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Ang sinasabi po nila, again, by way of disclosure, ang sinasabi nila, itong si Congressman Zarate, gusto niya mag-CSP kami. Ngayon na nag-CSP kami, kune-question na naman niya. Ang kune-question ho natin dito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, para malinaw po, on the record, ang bagong department circular, no, na naiikutan sa tingin ng kinatawang ito at ng aming partido ng Bayan Muna dahil binabantayan namin ito, naiikutan ito ng mga distribution utilities just like how Meralco is going around the provision of that CSP process. Totoo naman po, nitong nakaraan, nagkaroon ng bidding sila for another 1,200 megawatts. No? At ang nanalo doon ay hindi mga subsidiary ng Meralco. But in this particular case, itong greenfield project nila, The CSP and the terms of reference were made to suit only one bidder. No? So again, I hope the DOE will, if it will review this circular, it will do it very soon. No? Very soon. Dahil po, at the end of the day, again, mawawalan po ng silbi ang naipanalo ng mga consumers sa Korte Suprema na magkaroon ng bidding sa mga power supply agreements. I will now go to my other issue, Mr. Sponsor. The unbundling. No? Again, this is one issue na matagal nating tinutulak sa Committee on Energy ng House. No? For the oil companies to unbundle their price. No? My first question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, what is the total volume of diesel sold, for example, by Shell and or Caltex for that matter, or Petron for that matter? Do you have a figure? At any rate, no, just kindly, if you have the figure now, you can share it.
For diesel, for the total volume is 3.856 billion liters. 3.856 billion liters, Mr. Speaker, per day.
For Shell alone, or this is already the total of the oil companies? Sa Shell. Anong company ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
This is the total, Mr. Speaker.
For the entire, how many oil companies? Wala ba tayong...
Yes. I'll give you the breakdown, Mr. Speaker. For Petron, that is 2.297.45 million liters. For Shell, it's 2,451 million liters.
2 billion.
That is for crude. For gasoline, we have Chevron, 223 million liters, Petron 361 million liters. For Shell, we have 48 million liters. For diesel, Mr. Speaker, for Chevron, that is 379 million liters. For Petron, 830 million liters. And for Shell, 393 million liters, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Just kindly provide this representation with the data. No?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
There has been allegation, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that while the Department of Energy knows the international price of fuel and its landed cost, in truth and in fact, the Department of Energy does not know the actual cost incurred by the oil companies once it has landed up to its distribution. So my question now related to this, what is the total cost incurred by this oil company, for example, Petron or Shell, in transporting their diesel and gasoline products in 2018? Do you have a total figure? . Again, the total cost of transportation, no, or transporting their product, diesel and gasoline, in 2018. Do you have a figure how much for 2018?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in as much as we would like to give you, there is an ongoing case in court. But we will just furnish it to the honorable gentleman, the list, but not in public, Mr. Speaker.
At any rate, no? Do you have in your figure the total transportation cost? What about their advertisement cost? Do you know also?
Well, we will just furnish, Mr. Speaker, the honorable gentleman the cost for advertising.
You know, at any rate, you are supposed to be prepared when submitting all this data, no? Especially na pinag-uusapan natin yung budget ninyo. Especially an issue which, you know, will be asked because this is a very important and in fact, mainit na issue ngayon, no? Especially what happened now in the world market, no? After that drone attack in Saudi Arabia. But you will admit, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that this data is available to you. All this data related to the pricing from transportation, advertisement, the rate of return, etc.
For a while, we will.
Yes, because if that is the case, I will not be ready to accept the budget of DOE. No?
We can furnish, what we can furnish, Mr. Speaker, is for the advertisement.
Okay.
The other one is a subject of an court injunction, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. At any rate,
Just
how
for a
can my question? During the 17th Congress, one of the issues that we investigated is the issue of predatory pricing. If the good sponsor will remember, no? In the Committee on Energy, pinag-usapan ho natin ito, no? Predatory pricing. That is why I'm asking this question. How can the DOE decide now whether there is a predatory pricing if the DOE does not even know if all these figures, even the variable cost, that's
Sige, kana. Saan dito? Palakihan dito. I cannot read. Yan cost. Mr. Speaker, it's in a phone. I can show it to you. I'll give you an example for Manila. Diesel actual price is 41.24. The international content, CNF, the amount is 25 pesos. Excise tax is 4.5 pesos. Value added tax is 4.42. Industry take is 7.30. And I have here a list of the different areas, Mr. Speaker.
thank you. Just furnish that to this representation.
We will
Again,
do that, Mr. Speaker.
Again, asked that because in reference to our previous investigation here on the issue of predatory pricing, no? If the good sponsor remember, this is an issue that nagkaroon din tayo ng ilang pagdinig, no? Now, the DOE has drafted a department circular which will entitled Providing the Guidelines for the Monitoring of Prices on the Sale of Petroleum Products by the Downstream Oil Industry in the Philippines. No? Article 3, Section 3 of that circular requires oil companies to inform the DOE of the following cost items. A, international price movement, no? Which include free on-board price of the product, freight, insurance, ocean loss, exchange rate, port charges, taxes, and other charges, including brokerage, bank charge, arrastre, wharfage, import processing fee, customs, dock stamps. B, biofuels cost. C, capital or operational cost recovery. Article 4, Section 1 of the same circular requires oil companies to provide the DOE with the following data: product cost, refining cost, import terminal, depot operation cost, transshipment cost, taxes, biofuels cost, hauler's fee, unbundled other fixed costs, unbundled other variable costs, and oil company bulk suppliers' profit. My question now, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, does the oil company submit this cost to the DOE as we speak now? And how can the DOE...
No, Mr. Speaker, they do not submit. They submit it in total as the whole amount, and it's subject for any adjustment, Mr. Speaker.
So, only the total, not unbundled amount.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So if that is the case, if our issue is predatory pricing, how can the DOE find out if a particular company is engaged in predatory pricing or overpricing if the DOE does not know the cost incurred by these oil companies as stated in your draft circular?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Energy has indeed drafted Department Circular 2019-05008 to be able to look and get the details of the prices. But, Mr. Speaker, due to cases in court, there are now 3 cases in court. One is by Philippines Institute of Petroleum Incorporated, Philippine Shell Corporation, and number 3, Petron Corporation.
Yes, I understand.
That's why there is an injunction, Mr. Speaker. So the department is really trying its best by issuing that circular. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, for that court injunction, Mr. Speaker.
I understand, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Again, we contend, Bayan Muna contends, no, that these training orders will you commit to promulgate the circular as I discussed earlier?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Incidentally, I'll just go back a little to that issue of CSP kanina. The competitive selection process. I just want to hammer a point doon sa Greenfield project, no, na because of the difficulty for other bidders to join the bidding, the CSP process, because of the terms of reference, will the sponsor agree with me that if that is the kind of terms of reference issued by the third-party bids and awards committee, ang talagang mananalo nito ay yung pinapaboran lang na kumpanya? Will you agree with that statement, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
No, Mr. Speaker, it is still competitive.
Come again?
No, Mr. Speaker, still competitive.
Even if the terms of reference, as I mentioned earlier, balikan ko lang yung example ko, ano?
Yes.
Na napakaipit nung dates, no? And in fact, during that bidding, isa lang talaga ang nanalo. And by the way, are you familiar with that CSP process conducted last September? Were there other bidders, as far as your knowledge?
Well, it failed, Mr. Speaker. There was only one participant.
Yes, there was only one participant.
That's why it failed, Mr. Speaker.
So it's a failed bidding.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So again, just to hammer the point, no, kailangan you have to revisit these guidelines, no, because instead of facilitating the competitive selection process, it will only make more problem, especially for the consumers. So with that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I thank the sponsor for the candid answers. I will have to terminate my interpellation now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of Honorable Alfel M. Bascug and Honorable Eddie Bong G. Plaza from the 1st and 2nd District of Agusan del Sur. They are Jeddah Ross Simugan, Josephine Ambongan, Vilma Makilan, Razel Montemor, Linda M. Bukir.
The guests, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, may we I move to recognize Rufus Rodriguez of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Speaker, and we thank also the honorable distinguished sponsor. I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, the progress of the possible China-Philippine joint exploration project in our West Philippine Sea.
Mr. Well, Mr. Speaker, the department will just take direction from the Department of Foreign Affairs.
That cannot be a correct answer because this is about energy and we should know what is now the present status. In fact, the Department of Energy has been tasked to be part of the task force. We cannot have Renwa to spring into the Department of Foreign Affairs because this is energy exploration. So maybe know what is now the status of this energy exploration which will fall under the Department of Energy because we are talking about exploration for oil and gas in our West Philippine Sea.
Mr. Speaker, the department is implementing the Philippine Conventional Energy Contracting Program. This is to develop the possible replacement of Malampaya. The Department of Energy Yes. It is already implementing the Philippine Conventional Energy Contract Program, Mr. Speaker.
Do we know what is that contract energy program, especially dealing with China and the Philippines in its joint exploration project?
Okay na. Mr. Speaker, there are 6 companies who participated in the PC ECP, composed of 5 Filipino companies, 1 Israeli company. Out of the 14 predetermined areas, 4 areas received bids, namely Area 1 is Palawan, Ratio Petroleum Limited, Area 2, Sulusi, Sulusi Resources Development Corporation, and S. Maulana Global Ventures Incorporated. Area 3, Philo Drill Corporation, PXP Energy Corporation, joint venture, and Area 4, S. Maulana Global Ventures Company Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the specific, what has been now the applicants, or what is now the present plan of the government in relation to the exploration in the West Philippine Sea?
Well-
Here, the read bank, for example, because we read that in the papers. The president went to China, and there is that exploration agreement. And we would like to know who will be, what is the process in having this particular agreement with China finalized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, right now there are 5 service contracts under moratorium, Mr. Speaker.
Under? What service contracts? Let's have a complete answer, because
Yes,
I could
Mr.
not-
Speaker.
We are focusing on the West Philippine Sea, the area wherein there will be a big joint exploration. I have read about the 60-40. I have read about the task force, maybe no. Where is this area, and what is the role of the Department of Energy in this particular agreement with China?
The 5 service contracts is 54A, 58, 59, 72, and 75, Mr. Speaker.
And these are service contractors in the West Philippine Sea. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, since we have read that there will be a possible China-Philippine joint exploration agreement and an MOU, we know the status of that now, how it is going, because the president was in China. And what is the role of the Department of Energy in this agreement?
Well, the Department of Energy, Mr. Speaker, is the Vice Chair.
The Vice Chair, yes, precisely. What, is there a task force for this? Do we know? for the information of our of this body?
Well, there is a task force headed by the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Yes. And the task force, what is the task of this task force?
Well, the task force is tasked to draft the code of conduct, Mr. Speaker.
That's a different matter. The code of conduct is something that is between the ASEAN countries and China. I'm talking of the exploration contract. That's an agreement that's about to be finished, as we have read in the papers.
Well, the task is also to identify the different areas and the possible commercial arrangements, Mr. Speaker.
And may we know whether what is the stage of that particular proposed agreement? How does it stand today? Has there been a meeting between the Chinese group and our Philippine task force?
There is still none, Mr. Speaker, as of the moment.
So what have we read about that there will be this particular contract? Let us get a definitive answer on the status of this agreement with China on the exploration of our resources in the West Philippine Sea.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as of the moment on the Philippine side, we are still forming it.
What are you forming?
The steering committee, Mr. Speaker.
In this agreement, because I understand Secretary Kusi was in China, maybe know what was agreed upon between the Philippines and China in relation to the possible exploration of the West Philippine Sea for oil and gas.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what transpired there was only for a joint venture.
Joint venture.
Nothing has been finalized yet, and there are still ongoing talks for that, Mr. Speaker.
When will be the next meeting of the joint venture bicameral group between China and the Philippines?
Well, as of now, Mr. Speaker, there is still no schedule. We are still awaiting from the Department of Foreign Affairs as to when the next meeting will be.
So there is now a joint venture committee or bilateral group that will prepare the agreement, the joint venture agreement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May we know if the Department of Energy, what are the steps of the Department of Energy in assuring that the sovereign rights of our country is protected in that joint venture agreement?
Well, since it is with DFA and DOE, this department, Mr. Speaker, is on the commercial side. As to the protection, Mr. Speaker, it can be answered by the Department of Foreign Affairs. On the commercial side, Mr. Speaker, it is with the Department of Energy.
Okay, in the commercial side, how will the Philippines receive benefits from this joint venture commercially?
Well, as of now, the sharing is still being discussed. And, Mr. Speaker, the intent of the Department of Energy is for the Filipino people to make use of it. So right now, if you ask about the sharing, we cannot give it to you at the moment because it is still under discussion, Mr. Speaker.
Would the Department of Energy confirm that the possible sharing, as we have read in the papers, is 60-40, 60% for the Philippine government, and 40% to China.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that 60-40 is the minimum, but there can be other variations. So, if you take into account what you read on the papers, you consider it as the minimum.
So,
But there will be other variations.
so it will be possible that it will go up to 70 or 80%.
We hope so, Mr. Speaker. Because
Of course,
60-40 is the minimum.
Being the chairman of the vice chair of that committee, is the secretary and the DOE aware of the decision of the South China Sea Arbitration Award of July 12, 2016?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are aware of that.
And it is very clear here that in this decision, the arbitral tribunal, decided and declared that as between the Philippines and China, China's claims to historic rights or other sovereign rights or jurisdiction with respect to the maritime areas of the South China Sea encompassed by the relevant part of the 9-dash line are contrary to the convention and without lawful effect to the extent that they exceed the geographic and substantial limits of China's maritime entitlements under the convention. Is the DOE aware of that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And how can the DOE therefore protect our mineral resources when we are talking of the reed bank and the areas which are within the exclusive economic zone of our country? Why will we even share with China at even 40% or 30% when these are all the resources of the Philippines in accordance with the arbitral award of the arbitration award of the UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention of the Laws of the Seas Arbitral Tribunal?
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Energy assures the good gentleman from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City that the law and the Constitution will be followed.
In other words, while it may be true that we can have an agreement with China on some sharing on the exploration and the exploitation of those resources, is it not that China should recognize the sovereign rights of the Philippines in these areas which will be the subject of the joint venture agreement and exploration?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That also we will also be discussing, Mr. Speaker.
And that in the same tribunal award, the arbitral tribunal award states that the arbitral tribunal finds, with respect to the status of the other features in the South China Sea, that there is no entitlement to an exclusive economic zone or continental shelf generated by any feature claimed by China that would overlap the entitlements of the Philippines in the area of the Mischief Reef and the Second Thomas Shoal. In other words, China completely lost in the United Nations UNCLOS, and that therefore the area where there might be an agreement to develop are clearly within, with the Department of Energy agreed, these are really within the exclusive economic zones of the Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize
You
that.
agree with that? And that also, in this same decision, the tribunal declared that China has, through the operation of its maritime surveillance vessels, breached its obligation under Article 77 of the Convention of the Law of the Seas with respect to the Philippines' sovereign rights over the non-living resources of its continental shelf in the area of the reed bank. In other words, all the oil and gas there, we have sovereign rights. And would the distinguished sponsor agree that in this particular case, the Department of Energy should make sure that in that agreement, the Chinese government should recognize these sovereign rights over which there may be a joint venture with the Philippines and China? Would that be a correct statement? Will that be committed by the DOE that we are going to insist that in this particular agreement, the sovereign rights of the Philippines will be recognized in this joint venture to develop the oil and gas in the Reed Bank?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, in that case, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, then the DOE will not sign an agreement together with the DFA with China if there is no statement in that particular contract of joint venture that China recognizes the sovereign rights of the Philippines over the West Philippine Sea, where it has its exclusive economic zone and its continental shelf. Can we get that commitment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if there will be any contract that will be signed, the Department of Energy will show it to the House of Representatives. We'll show it to Congress, to the House, and to the Senate, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we thank you for that commitment of DOE, because if we do not put on that agreement that particular statement that China recognizes the sovereign rights of the Philippines over the mineral resources in the West Philippine Sea covered by its exclusive economic zone, we might give up these rights as clearly given by the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas as decided in the South China Sea Arbitration Award of July 12, 2016. We can talk about 60-40, 70-30 agreement, but it should be clear in that particular agreement that China accepts the sovereign rights of the Philippines over the resources in those seas. I will go to my next point, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Our intended nationally determined contributions to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in October of 2015 clearly states that the Philippines recognizes its responsibility to contribute its fair share in global climate action, particularly in the effort to realize the ultimate aim of the Convention to avoid dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. And on page 3 of this particular submission of the Philippine government to the United Nations Framework Convention, it is stated, mitigation. The Philippines intends to undertake greenhouse gas emissions reduction of about 70% by 2030 relative to the business as usual scenario of 2000 to 2030. Reduction of the CO2 emissions will come from energy, transport, waste, forestry, industrial sectors. It mentions the first one as energy. Now, what is the plan of our Department of Energy in relation to our commitment to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to reduce greenhouse gas emission by about 70% by 2030? We are just 11 years away. So may we know what are these particular programs to comply with our intended nationally determined contributions to fight global warming.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Energy is implementing the Renewable Portfolio Standards, RPS, for both on and off-grid, the renewable energy market, the green energy option, net metering, and the green energy rate. Mr. Speaker.
So we are happy to note that the Department of Energy is now really having these programs to assure that there will be a reduction of our greenhouse gas emission, especially with our different energy sources. May we know what is the policy of the Department of Energy on coal plants to be able to have energy?
Well, as of now, Mr. Speaker, the policy of the Department of Energy, coal will remain as baseload.
Yes, please. What is, distinguished sponsor, what is your plan on coal? Because coal is one of the energies that will really emit greenhouse gas emission.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to repeat, the Department of Energy still treats coal as its source for baseload.
Will?
Baseload.
Yes, but
Baseload
is there a
energy.
policy that we have a moratorium on coal plants?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as of now, it might be very difficult because there might be some implications on the Philippine economy. So the department is cautiously studying on that. But we will take that into consideration, Mr.
Well, we thought that by pushing for renewable energies under the new Renewable Energy Act, then we are able to precisely be able to have clean energy, increasing clean energy, and reducing those energies that will have greenhouse gas emission. Is that the commitment of the Department of Energy, that it will push for more more clean energy through renewables and be able to limit at future time these energies that provide pollution, that will give pollution to our environment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is our commitment.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I would like to end my interpellation with the following observations. Number one, it is clear that the Philippines will not sign any agreement with China on the development of the West Philippine Sea, where we have our exclusive economic zone, unless China recognizes the sovereign rights of the Philippines over this area, so that we will continue to uphold the arbitral award of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas, and we will not be stopped. There will be no estoppel on our victory and our insistence on this arbitral award. And number two, the Department of Energy, Mr. Speaker, is committed to support our renewable energy sector, which is solar, wind, wave energy, run-of-river, and then biogas, the 5 ones, as enumerated in the Renewable Energy Act, that they will push with these programs to increase the percentage of the share of these renewables, and that those energy sources which provide pollution and greenhouse gas emission will be lowered in the near future. I therefore thank Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleague and Secretary Cusi, who is doing a very good job in the Department of Energy, and we should therefore not only approve the budget of the Department of Energy, but to increase the budget of the Department of Energy. Thank you very much.
Amen, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I move to recognize
ERC na lang kaya, boss. ERC na lang. ERC. Tapos na siya eh. Suspend din naman.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Honorable Dagook of APEC Party List for a very brief manifestation.
The Honorable Dagook is recognized for his manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don't worry, DOA, because I will be terminating immediately the interpellation. But I would just like to briefly ask the following documents, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, from PISAM. The total amount of expenses incurred by PISAM from the time of their operation until 2018, the total amount of privatization proceeds of all the assets being privatized, the total amount used to pay the liabilities of Napocor, an explanation why they subsidized the amount of 79.1 billion for the construction of new transmission lines and substation upgrading without recovering it through the ARC filing of CAPEX, then the total collection from the payment of universal charge on missionary electrification, the total amount remitted by electric cooperative on the universal charge, then rectify your publication of the 11 electric cooperatives who are not remitting by providing data on the 120 electric cooperatives who remitted. How much are they remitting? So that we cannot consider that as maliciously published. With that, Mr. Speaker, with Mr. Sponsor, there being no other members of the minority who wanted to interpellate, I therefore move to terminate the period of interpellation and debate on the budget proposal of the Department of Energy and its attached agency. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellation of the proposed budget of the Department of Energy. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate interpellations of the proposed budget of the Department of Energy and attached agencies. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Energy and attached agencies is hereby terminated. Session suspended.
Yan. Successful. Ayan. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objections? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first recognize the Energy Regulatory Commission family led by the Chairperson and CEO, Agnes de Vanadera, Commissioner Josefina Patricia M. Asirit, Commissioner Catherine P. Maceda, Commissioner Alexis M. Lumbatan, and Commissioner Paul Christian M. Cervantes. Mr. Speaker.
Will the following ERC commissioners, headed by former DOJ Secretary and now ERC Chair Agnes de Vanadera, Commissioner Catherine Maceda, Commissioner Alexis Lumbatan, and Commissioner Josefina Asirit, and Commissioner Paul Cervantes, please rise so that the House of Representatives will recognize you. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Juan Miguel Arroyo of the 2nd District of Pampanga to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The good-looking Honorable Juan Miguel Arroyo is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is honored to defend the budget of ERC.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook of APEC Party List to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget of the ERC. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook from APEC Party List is now recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Am I already recognized, Mr. Speaker? I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor. Considering that it happens that the sponsor of ERC is the son of the former president, no, which I manifested in the DOE budget, I would just like to reiterate the appreciation of the rural electric cooperatives of during the presidency of President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo for appointing a presidential advisor specifically on rural electrification. With that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, would the honorable sponsor yield to some questions from this representation?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Under Rule 3, Section 4, Letter G, of the Implementing Rules and Regulations of EPIRA, or Electric Power Industry Reform Act, it is, if I'm not mistaken, it is the responsibility of the Energy Regulatory Commission to promulgate the Grid and Distribution Code. Can you confirm that, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I confirm that. As a matter of fact, to be more specific, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, in Chapter 2, Section 9, and Chapter 4, Section 43B, to be exact, directed the ERC to promulgate and enforce a national grid code and a distribution code. Actually, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, ERC adopted the grid code on March 2002 in accordance with the law, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I am amazed that the distinguished sponsor seems very knowledgeable about this issue. Would the honorable sponsor know then whose authority over the issuance of the grid code pertinent to its rules and regulations?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I believe that the authority falls exclusively with the ERC. If I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
That's correct, honorable sponsor. Considering then that the ERC has exclusive authority over the grid code, if there is any violation of the grid code, who then would be authorized to make or to impose fines and penalty? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, following the theory that the ERC has exclusive jurisdiction, or shall we say, if they are the regulator, then it is the responsibility should fall on the shoulders of the ERC, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. If there are any mistakes, then it is for them to make sure that these mistakes are penalized. Of course, everything in accordance to law and after due diligence and due investigation using the due process of law, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Sponsor. The reason why even with the existing grid code implemented by the Energy Regulatory Commission, as such, I'd like to manifest that these events must be looked into by the Energy Regulatory Commission. They must revisit the grid code and put provisions penalizing fines and penalties if necessary to some grid operator. Are you amenable to that, Mr. Sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with the manifestation of my esteemed colleague, Congressman Dagook. Yes, the ERC should and will commit to act on these complaints and impose sanctions if warranted. The PGC is under review, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. And Your Honor, if I may add, I'm sure that here in Congress, we have oversight functions over this, and if you are not satisfied with the way ERC is checking or implementing their duties, I'm sure we can always ask them to explain in the Committee on Energy, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. That penalty actually is not found under our existing open access transmission service rules or open access rules. That's why I would like to convey my manifestation to the Energy Regulatory Commission for the review of that OTS rules, providing their own penalty is specifically to the grid operator, which is the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. Because it seems that with all the power sector participants under that OTS rules, only the National Grid Corporation has no penalty. They are always the causes why electric cooperatives are blamed of low voltage, why the electric cooperatives are blamed of fluctuating voltage. Because in the case of Surigao del Norte, where I manage an electric cooperative, Siargao, Surigao del Norte, and Sornico, we are always the victim of low voltage because they are still upgrading their lines. However, there is no penalty on the part of the grid operator. It is always the distribution utilities who are penalized or being put into bad light with the damage of appliances, electrical equipments, and apparatus of our customers. So, it is unfair that the electric cooperatives are blamed when this is not the responsibility of the electric cooperative. It is the responsibility of the NGCP to provide actually ancillary services or regulating reserves. For the information of this honorable chamber, regulating reserves are power plants contracted by the grid operator, which in this case the NGCP, which we are paying. All of us are paying for that ancillary services. But in Mindanao, for example, they have no sufficient power plants contracted under the ancillary services procurement agreement. They always use the alibi that they are still in the process of bidding out the ASPA. That's why it results to flickering, it results to voltage variation. So, can I give an assurance, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, from the Energy Regulatory Commission to insist to order NGCP to immediately contract out ancillary services power plant and review the open access transmission service rules, putting a provision penalizing the grid operator if they violates and if they did not comply the grid code. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, that I have 2 points to point out to the Honorable Dagoc. First of all, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the OATS, the Open Access Transmission Service Rules, first of all, is also under review. Penalties and imposition penalties will be there. Impositions will be considered in consultation with stakeholders such as us, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, the last time we did our pre-plenary, this was part of the discussion, and they've committed that in formulating their rules or their formula, they will consult the stakeholders, namely your party list, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. On the second point, Your Honor, ERC says that the auxiliary service procurement by the NGCP may be considered in reviewing its performance and rate reset, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that assurance, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Finally, this representation would like to manifest for the restoration of the budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission. Because many of us do not understand that every time we will cut the budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission, they could not practically hire the necessary experts in order to carry out their function and mandate under the EPIRA, particularly in the evaluation and approval of our capital expenditures needed to ensure power reliability and service efficiency, which means every delay would result to the inefficiency of the distribution utility. And most importantly, if that capital expenditure project is intended for the reduction of your system's losses, that would result to the increase in systems loss of that particular distribution utility. And at the end of the day, the consumers are the one being penalized because every increase in the system's loss of a distribution utility, that will be recovered through a systems loss charge, which means systems loss charge will also increase in amount per kilowatt hour. So that, if possible, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, we would put a special provision in our General Appropriations Act that would allow the Energy Regulatory Commission to use their internally generated fund. Because as a matter of fact, for all intents and purposes, this honorable chamber would know that the amount of budget being requested by the Energy Regulatory Commission for the fiscal year 2020 is only 26% of the amount they have remitted to the National Treasury coming from the internally generated funds out of the fees and service charges that they are collecting from generating companies and distribution utilities. So with that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I hope that your representation under the leadership of the House will allow ERC to use their internally generated income and restore the budget that they are asking so that the electricity end users will not become a victim of the inefficiency of the ERC. Kasi po, ang nangyayari, binabaril natin ang budget ng ERC. Pero ang tinatamaan ang mga tao. Why? Kasi pagtaas ng systems loss, the manufacturers, the service providers, ipapasa lang nila yung cost of electricity sa kanilang mga customers, sa kanilang cost of products. Tayo na bumibili ay wala nang mapasahan. We are the receiving end. So, yung bala na binaril natin sa budget ng ERC ay doon tumama sa ordinary electricity consumers. I hope all of us in this honorable chamber will take cognizance of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Dagohoc, and this representation.
Sponsor, good afternoon. Thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, based on the Philippines Energy Plan, the government aims 100% electrification. Targeted and identified household by year 2022. For off-grid areas, the 100% household connection is expected by 2040. The power sector is a capital-intensive industry. Infrastructures need to be in place in a timely manner. A growing economy needs reliable and dependable supply of electricity. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, we together, the tripartite all over the Philippines. I would like to take this opportunity to bring forth the pressing and urgent request of this 100
of Buhay Party List for his interpellation. So,
The Honorable Atienza is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po, Madam Majority Floor Leader, and the gentleman defending the budget of the ERC. I only have one concern and one question respecting the capabilities of this gentleman and the Commission's efficient handling of the energy requirements of the country. Now that there is a growing problem in the Middle East on fuel production, what's happening in Saudi Arabia. So the concern of all Filipinos should be, are we preparing for the eventuality that prices of gasoline and diesel and fuel could get out of hand, and we will suffer unless we have a plan? The Department of Energy primarily, and of course, the ERC.
Mr. Speaker, Honor, the DOE is actually preparing for that, and the ERC is doing the same, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the aspect concerning electricity, as to the whole industry as a whole. It is more on the DOE, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that assurance, and I assure you in return that the Congress of the Philippines will be one in addressing that problem if it occurs. Huwag naman mangyari na ang fuel ay magkaroon ng problema at krisis sa mundo. Subalit, kailangan paghandaan natin to. And with the able leadership of the ERC today, we have no reason whatsoever to doubt that we can cope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentleman sponsor. Salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Carlos Zarate of Party List Bayan Muna for his interpellation. So moved.
The gentleman from the party list Bayan Muna, the Honorable Zarate, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to our good sponsor.
Good afternoon.
Good sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions regarding the budget of the ERC.
Yes, of course. we will yield to questions from the Honorable Sarate.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I know that the good sponsor is already aware of the decision by the Supreme Court last May 3, 2019, regarding the power supply agreements submitted by distribution utilities, including Meralco, that did not comply with the CSP process, and Supreme Court nullified this that failure was declared by the that failure to comply with the CSP process. The Supreme Court said it's unconstitutional. So my first question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, may we know now the status of these power supply agreements pending before the ERC? Were these already the application for the approval, were these already dismissed or still pending before the ERC?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, I admit that I only know about the decision of the Supreme Court, but I have not read it in total. But basically, to answer the questions and queries of the Honorable Sarate, the status of the 7 Meralco PSAs, is that what the Honorable Sarate is referring to?
Yeah, plus the others.
Plus the others. 5 out of the 7 have already been withdrawn by the applicants, jointly the Meralco and the Genco. The withdrawal was already granted, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, and as for the rest, the ERC has already issued the order requiring all applicants affected by the Supreme Court ruling to comply with such the ruling, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. As in fact, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, in compliance with the decision of the Supreme Court, the ERC issued guidelines for the conduct of the CSP. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Your Honor.
And just for confirmation, that CSP guideline was approved last July 4, 2019. Was that correct?
Your Honor, yes, it has been done since before, but let me remind the body that in accordance with the Supreme Court decision, the jurisdiction now, the Supreme Court ruled that the power to promulgate rules on the CSP is now lodged with the DOE, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
So it's the DOE.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But just for clarification, the CSP guidelines therefore issued by the ERC, what is the status of that CSP guidelines issued by the ERC? Is no longer in effect, or?
For clarity, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Sarate is your
So what is this? You admitted earlier
yes, because they are
that,
now the DOE, Your Honor.
yeah, but earlier you admitted that the ERC also approved a CSP guideline last July 4, 2019. So what is the status now of this CSP guideline?
Yes, Your Honor. To clarify, it was the draft which was created, but it was never implemented because it was overtaken by events, specifically by the decision of the Supreme Court, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So it means the Commission withdraw also the approval of this CSP guideline. It's no longer in effect.
Your Honor, there was nothing to withdraw because it was not promulgated, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So considering that the CSP guidelines are now, the issuance of CSP guidelines are now lodged with the Department of Energy, What then will be the role now of the ARC in this process, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Your Honor, the ERC team prepared for the policy questions of the Honorable Sarate. So if it's okay with the Honorable Sarate, I will just read out verbatim, so at least there will be no confusion. The role of the ERC in power supply contracts: when the applications are received by the ERC, it will undergo due process hearing to provide consumers the opportunity to be heard as mandated by the EPIRA. ERC will evaluate the submissions thoroughly and scrutinize each and every component thereof. And if the contracts underwent competitive selection process, the CSP, to determine reasonable rate. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for that answer. So it means that even if the guidelines now of the CSP process is lodged with the DOE, the Commission still has powers of review, whether or not, for example, there was abuse of discretion in the setting of the terms of reference, for example, whether or not there was failure to follow the guidelines issued or laid down by the CSP guidelines issued by the DOE. Is that a fair assumption, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Your Honor, that is a necessity in order for the ERC to perform their mandate, which is to provide a better tomorrow for the people in ensuring that there is no unreasonably priced power in the Philippines, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Now, just a theoretical query. In 2015, the DOE issued guidelines for the CSP that basically mandates an independent third party. Then, last year, 2018, they amended such guidelines that now allows not an independent third party, but a bids and awards committee constituted by the distribution utility, whose members three will be coming from the distribution utility, and two to be appointed by the distribution utility from the consuming public. To this representation, that guidelines basically is not to the disadvantage of the consumers, because basically the 5 members of the Bids and Awards Committee were chosen by the distribution utility. So my question now, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, can the ERC also review such issuances or guidelines issued by the DOE? Is it within the powers or the ambit of the jurisdiction of the ERC, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the policy, I believe, is beyond their control. But the PSAs are the ones that fall under the jurisdiction wherein they should review, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
I see. So even if it appears that the power supply agreement that supposedly went through a competitive selection process that is to the disadvantage of the consumers, the ERC will no longer dwell on that issue, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, let me go back to the basic core of the ERC, which is to ensure the welfare of the consumers, specifically in this case the power rates. So if ultimately, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the result is the disadvantage, with the result of this issue will disadvantage the consumers, then of course the ERC has to fulfill its mandate and perform its review. But other than that, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, that will be perhaps something to be discussed.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I am hammering that point because indeed, napakalaking role. No? The ARC has a big role in our search for the least cost, the pinakamurang kuryente para sa ating mga consumers, no? Being the regulator. No? Yes. Because it has been observed in the past that it appears that our regulators are already being captured by the market and lahat ng mga power supply agreements or lahat ng mga petitions for rate increase, for example, not only with the ERC but the other regulators, ay parang napakadaling maipa-aproba ito. No? And I hope the ERC will live up to its mandate, no? To look into the best interests, especially of our consumers. And lastly, also in relation to that decision of the Supreme Court, will the good sponsor just update this representation and this, the members of this plenary? What happened to the recommendations made by the ERC to the Office of the President in anticipation of this, the impact of the decision of the Supreme Court related to this CSP process? I'm referring to the memorandum issued by the chair of the ERC dated 16 August 2019. Have this been responded to already by the Office of the President?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, upon consultation with the ERC family, it is apparent that the DOE and the ERC discussed this issue together, and it was agreed that the DOE would submit their stance. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, if you will permit me, perhaps we will ask the DOE and the ERC to furnish us whatever paper they submitted, because I must admit I have not read it yet, so I don't want to belabor you with listening to this representation wherein I have not read that piece of paper yet, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. I suggest that we ask them to submit to us, this body, that piece of document, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Basically, in that memorandum, there are only two main recommendations, no? And I hope the Commission, either in consultation with the DOE or motu proprio, will submit a report to this plenary, to the committee, as well as copy furnished to this representation. Because it's already more than a month, no? When these recommendations were forwarded by the Commission to the Office of the President. And I find some wisdom, no, in those recommendations, so that, again, our primordial interest here is to protect the interests of our consumers, especially our poor consumers, no, who will be affected, no, or benefited by the decision of the Supreme Court.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, we will ask them to submit to us their report. As a matter of fact, if we are not satisfied, I suggest that the Honorable Sarate visits the Committee on Energy and we will ask them questions there. If that is fine with the Honorable Sarate, Your Honor.
So with that commitment from the Commission, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I will now end my interpellation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Presley De Jesus of Philreca Party List for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable De Jesus is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good day, distinguished sponsor. Will the honorable sponsor accommodate a few questions from this representation, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, of course, Your Honor, from my distinguished kabalen.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, are you aware of any timeline that the Energy Regulatory Commission or the ERC should follow in approving the CAPEX or the capital expenditure applications from distribution utilities?
60 days, no? Your Honor, under the rules, they have 90 days. 90 days to do it, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, as a representative of the electric cooperatives, one of the main concerns usually raised to me is the length of time consumed by the Energy Regulatory Commission in approving the cooperative's CAPEX application. Does the distinguished sponsor agree that the ERC encounters delay in processing of CAPEX applications of the distribution utility, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, honorable gentleman from Filoreca, due to the numerous applications, among others, received by the Commission, and its limited manpower, indeed it takes time to process applications on DUs, CAPEX. Note, Mr. Speaker, honorable Congressman, it is not only the CAPEX applications that are being processed by the ERC. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, they're doing so many things there in the ERC. And there are so many factors which prevent them from, sometimes more often than not, perhaps they do not meet the 90-day deadline. I'm sure the gentleman from Filoreca is very much aware of their situation. Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, it is indeed true that it's not only in the case of CAPEX applications. In fact, the same concern in processing time is perennially raised by our electric cooperatives. In the case of rate applications, petition for rulemaking, and approval power supply agreements. Would you agree, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, that's very true, Mr. Speaker. The same is indeed true. But, Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of my colleague, in a recent hearing with the ERC, they have given us their word that they will prioritize and will continue to prioritize those cases or instances that are urgent or emergency in nature, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for hearing that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Do we have their assurance then that all applications, especially those emergency or urgent in nature, will be acted upon with due swiftness, Mr. Speaker, as this application has a great impact in the operation and delivery of quality service by the distribution utilities?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, let us go back to the very core existence of the ERC. They should provide welfare, a better place to live in for the Filipino people. And of course, that is part of that, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. They should provide that atmosphere for us. As a matter of fact, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, for emergency CAPEX cases, the distribution utility can immediately implement their CAPEX projects without prior approval of the ERC, provided that after 60 days of implementation, the DU must file the same to the ERC. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable distinguished sponsor, my concern on this is because the reason distribution utilities are filing applications for CAPEX, for example, is that they need such CAPEX either to address an existing problem or upgrade their facilities for better services. Among others, if approval for such kind of application is delayed, it is not exactly the electric cooperatives that suffers, the end users or our member consumer owners. Any delays prevent us from implementing necessary projects or maintenance operation, thereby affecting efficient delivery of services. The same is true with delayed approvals of power supply agreements, which causes the perceived inefficiency of distribution utilities. In some cases, by the time we receive the approvals on CAPEX or PSA, the circumstances requiring the need for CAPEX and PSAs have already changed. Mr. Speaker, Honorable and distinguished sponsor, can we not enforce the set deadline of 60 or 90 days for the Commission to act on CAPEX applications, over and under recovery applications, and all other applications filed at the ERC otherwise? Mr. Speaker, the application will be considered or deemed approved. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleague, we are on the same page, naturally, as far as hoping for the fastest delivery of services from a government agency like the ERC. We are on the same page as far as ensuring that the end users receive the best possible service as a result of government efficiency. But automatic approval or deemed approval may be a bit of a stretch, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, if we can impose timelines in certain government transactions like business registrations, payment of taxes, maybe it is indeed possible to expect higher and more stricter standards to government's office provisions of services to its clientele. Mr. Speaker, this representation will personally look into the possibility of adopting the previously cited resolution into a law that will instill strict adherence to timelines as far as delivery of services to stakeholders are concerned, Mr. Speaker. This has been our discussions, formally and informally, with our friends in the power sector, specifically our friends in the party list, namely the group of the Honorable Presley.
Yeah, thank you. And that for personal assurance, Mr. Speaker, is all this representation can ask for. Mr. Speaker, that will be my last question, but with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to make a final manifestation if I will be allowed to do so.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rural electrification project of the government has started 50 years ago. But it was during 2002 when Executive Order number 119 was signed by no other than former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Your mother is perhaps one of the boldest statements of government support to the rural electrification program. The EO 119 restructuring program from the electric cooperatives, all outstanding financial obligations of electric cooperatives incurred for the purpose of financing rural electrification program were condoned, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. The direct effect of this condonation has been felt in the electricity bills of our consumers. Furthermore, rural electrification program being one of the flagship projects of former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo and recognizing the vital role of the government in electrifying the whole country. It was only then that a presidential advisor for rural electrification was created and Father Francisco G. Silva was appointed to hold the said position. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, I joined PIRRECA, the 121 strong electric cooperatives and the 121 electric cooperatives in honoring the great support, contribution, and dedication of former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo in the rural electrification program. Our salute to the former President when she said in her speech during the 25th PIRRECA Annual General Membership Meeting and Silver Anniversary that she delivered at the Philippine Training Center, Pasay City, in August 6, 2004, which I quote, "One of the 10 points of my legacy will be to bring power to the entire country." We likewise commend House Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano when he said in an interview, and let me quote the Honorable Speaker on that, "I don't think na may dahilan in this modern age na may lugar pa sa Pilipinas na walang kuryente. Dapat walang municipality or barangay na hindi energized. We are asking magkano ang kailangan to complete it in 2 or 3 years kung hindi man 1 year. You know, there's still 30 million people that wala pang kuryente. My point is, Mr. Speaker, we should join former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, now President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and House Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano in realizing total electrification of the country. Thus, we solicit the support of this honorable chamber and all government regulatory agencies of the power sector to strongly support our electric cooperatives, the staunch partner of the government in implementing rural electrification program in the countryside in whatever way we can, and we look forward for the increase in the 2020 budget for electrification. This representation supports whatever the Commission needs in order for it to deliver the best and fastest services to its clients. The distribution utilities, electric cooperatives being one of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor, for giving me the opportunity to be heard. Good day. God bless the Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the manifestation of our esteemed colleague, the ERC supports any initiative that will lower the rate of electricity, especially the ones proposed by our partner electric cooperatives, who are directly serving the needs of electricity consumers in the countryside. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Godofredo N. Guya of Recoboda Party List. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the party list Recoboda, the Honorable Godofredo N. Guya, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Sponsor and Speaker.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Sponsor. There were previous instances when the current determination of market clearing price proved to be inefficient in safeguarding the market prices from price volatility. How do we plan to address this, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as we speak, the PMC and the EMAP has already taken action and adjusted the market ceiling price from 62 pesos per kilowatt hour to 32 pesos per kilowatt hour. This is a preemptive measure to limit the occurrence of high market prices, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Are you aware, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, that even with the lowering of price cap, 32 pesos per kilowatt hour is still significantly high, considering the frequency of price hikes during summer?
Yes, Your Honor, I am very much aware of that. As a matter of fact, a secondary price cap has been established to mitigate the sustained high prices in the WSM. The secondary price cap, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, is pegged at 6 pesos 0.245 per kilowatt hour. It will be imposed upon the breach of the cumulative threshold of 9 pesos per kilowatt hour. When it is breached within the 120-hour period, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
If that is the case, how do you explain, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the recurring price hikes the consumers often experience? Do you agree that the occurrence of unreasonably high spot prices points to an apparent problem with the wisdom rules and characterize uncompetitive market behavior susceptible to market collusion that needs to be addressed?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the ERC is currently reviewing the secondary price cap. And we will coordinate with our stakeholders and partners, such as the electric cooperatives, to further improve this rule, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
I hope, Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Sponsor, that I can have your assurance of support on this matter and that we can safeguard the consumers from sudden electricity price hikes, especially during pricing errors caused by line constraints and forced plant outages. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Distinguished Sponsor, I joined the 121 strong electric cooperatives operating across the nation. Together with my colleagues, Honorable Congressman De Jesus of Felreca, Congressman Dagook of APEC, Congressman Ibkas of Akupadayon, in honoring the support, contribution, and dedication of the former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo in the Rural Electrification Program. We salute the former President when she considered power and electrification as one of her greatest legacy of her presidency. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be heard. And with that, there being no more questions, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, from the minority group, I therefore move, Mr. Speaker, to terminate the period of interpellation for the budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission. Thank you, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the guests of the Honorable Evie Escudero of the 1st District of Sorsogon, from Los Angeles, USA, Darda Umayan, Dr. Robert Ang, Elma Camarifo Nasher, Petronilla Montilla, Puresa Umayam.
The honorable guests of the guests of the Honorable Escudero, please rise to be recognized. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Sir Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Sir Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the
parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. This representation heard that the President certified this bill 4228 as urgent. Is it true, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend.
Power boys. Selfie.
Session is resumed.
Madam Speaker,
Majority Leader.
before we resume the deliberations on House Bills 4228 for the fiscal year 2020 General Appropriations Bill, may I have the honor of reading a letter from the President dated September 17, 2019, addressed to our Speaker, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. The letter reads, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill number 4228 entitled An Act Appropriating Funds for the operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2020, and for other purposes, in order to address the need to maintain continuous government operations following the end of the current fiscal year, to expedite the funding of various programs, projects, and activities for fiscal year 2020, and to ensure budgetary preparedness that will enable the government to effectively perform its constitutional mandate. Best regards, very truly yours, signed, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Philippines. Copy furnished, Senator Vicente C. Soto III, Senate President. This is for our information and guidance, dear colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majority Leader. Having answered the query of the minority on the parliamentary status of the NEP, which we are discussing now, we thank you for that. May we therefore proceed, Majority Leader, with the plenary debates on the next agency.
Madam Speaker, can I pose another question?
Please proceed.
So, Madam Speaker, what would be the implication of that to the deliberation of our budget now and tomorrow? And, of course, the implication of that to the amendments given by all of our colleagues here for the past 4 weeks that we are deliberating the budget. What would happen tomorrow, Madam Speaker?
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I have been informed by the House leadership that similar to what has occurred in 2015, we are going to have the approval on second and third readings of House Bill 4228 tomorrow after we form a small committee formed by the majority and the minority to accept amendments to our House bill. We have the assurance of our leadership that all amendments will be judiciously considered and most likely accepted. This has been done in the past in the spirit of transparency and procedural method. It was done in the previous Congresses so that we will be given a longer time to admit all the amendments of our colleagues. So we will form a small committee to accept amendments, and we will have the approval on second and third reading to assure our countrymen that the budget will be approved on time and on schedule, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Please proceed. May we know, Mr. Majority Leader, the next agency that will be on board?
Madam Speaker, our plenary status is that we will begin to take up the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, and we have been informed that our Speaker will be arriving shortly with the Honorable Secretary. With that, I move to suspend for a few minutes, Madam Speaker.
Session suspended.
Solicit lang.
Mr. Speaker, I move, Mr. S- Madam Speaker, I move to resume session.
Session is resumed.
Madam Speaker, our parliamentary status is that we will begin to take up the budget of the Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission due to the fact that there will be no members who wish to interpellate it. With that, I turn over the floor to our colleagues.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize, I move that we begin consideration of the proposed budget of the Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission. So move, Madam Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, please proceed with the Pasig River Commission budget.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Juliet Uy of the second... Chiquiting sa Garbarilla of...
We recognize the sponsor, Congressman Chiquiting Sargabaria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to present to you the proposed budget of the Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission for fiscal year 2020 in the amount of 261,192,000 pesos. Madam Speaker, with a budget of 261 million, as per 2020 National Expenditures Program, the Commission shall continue to implement its rehabilitation and development programs within the Pasig River system, as long as its existence has not been abolished by the national government. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I now respectfully submit to the honorable members of this august body the proposed budget of the Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission for its consideration and approval. Let it be our hope and dreams, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that rehabilitation and development of the Pasig River will someday come to reality. So once again, we will be able to savor this glorious past. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Janet Garin.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member from the minority who would wish to ask questions in the proposed budget of the Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission, I move that we terminate the period of debate and interpellation for the said agency.
Any objections? Hearing none, we therefore terminate the period of interpellations on the Pasig River Commission. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission. So, Madam Speaker.
So moved. Terminated.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a minute.
Session is suspended.
Madam Speaker, I move that we resume session.
Session is resumed.
Madam Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, and including its attached corporation. So move, Madam Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, please acknowledge the Department of Public Works and Highway officials who are here with us today. They are Secretary Mark Villar, Senior Yusek Rafael C. Yabut, Yusek Maria Catalina Cabral, Yusek Dimas Sigolion, Yusek Emil Sadain, Yusek Bernardo, Yusek Ardilesa Medinilla, ASEC Eugenio Pipo Jr., ASEC Antonio B. Mulano Jr., ASEC Maximo L. Carbajal, ASEC Eduardo S. Ramos Jr., ASEC Walter Ocampo, ASEC Marichu Palafox, and Admin Jesse A. Lapus.
We welcome the DPWH family to the House of Representatives. We of course acknowledge the presence of Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriation, the Honorable Romeo S. Momo of the CWS Party List to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Congressman Momo's sponsor is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we are now ready to answer questions from our dear colleagues.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz L. Castro from Party List ACT Teachers to interpellate the sponsor of the proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Congresswoman Castro is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. So would the distinguished sponsor yield to some of my clarificatory questions about the budget of DPWH?
Yes, Your Honor.
On flood control projects, so last year po about the budget last year in 2019, meron pong naibulgar na quote-unquote multi-billion peso flood scam. 14.5 billion of flood control projects were part of the questionable 75 billion additional insertions in the proposed 2019 General Appropriations. So, aware po ba yung ating distinguished sponsor about this?
Yes, Your Honor. We are aware of that.
So, the DBM allocations for flood control projects do not adhere to the existing rules and guidelines of the DPWH, Department Order Number 23. Do you agree on that, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Public Works and Highways follows Department Order Number 23.
So my question, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, about the 14.5 billion, is it true that the DBM flood control projects do not adhere to these existing rules and regulations?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, Department of Public Works and Highways followed strictly the guidelines set by as per Department Order 23.
So there is a 385 million allocated for Kasiguran, but zero for flood control in Matnog, plus 74 million for notoriously flood-prone Tondo, Estero de Sunog, Apug. Pabilyar po ba tayo dito?
Your Honor, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, actually, yes, there is a project in Kasiguran and all other projects, but not all, because the Department of Public Works and Highways based their priority on the feasibility studies conducted by the Department of Public Works and Highways. And therefore, it is through this feasibility study and master plan that we decide on what particular project needs the most.
So pwede po bang malaman yung result ng study at meron na po ba tayong written report about this, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
We have the project impact analysis and we are willing to submit it, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Can this representation be given that report as soon as possible?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. We will submit and furnish you a copy of this impact analysis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So ito po ay tinitignan nating misprioritization or indications of violations of guidelines of allocations or determination of projects to be funded. So 2018, there are 36 projects amounting to 1.6 billion in the provinces of Sorsogon, Catanduanes, and the contractor owned by Jokno In-laws and Dami Corporations. Are you aware of this, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, all these projects that have been undertaken in Sorsogon undertakes bidding process. And it went through a proper process of bidding under RA 9184. And we have no knowledge that the kin of Secretary Jokno was the winner of that particular project, but we are very sure that the one that wins the projects are qualified and legitimate contractors.
So, meron po isang project dito, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na sinasabing overpricing. Example, one project lang ay 100 million na flood control. So, ang tanong, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nagkaroon na po ba ng investigasyon ang DPWH kaugnay dito?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, in regards to the allegations that the projects were overpriced, Department of Public Works and Highways is the only agency, I think, that has the detailed unit price analysis being conducted almost quarterly. In fact, the detailed unit price analysis is not the same in one region, in one province, in one municipalities. It is computed according to the availability of materials and other factor that is needed in the construction. And therefore, I understand that there is no overprice as it goes through a process of bidding.
So, nagkaroon po, so if you, kung sinasabi niyo po walang overprice dito, so nagkaroon po ba ng investigasyon, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
In as much, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, in as much as the Department of Public Works and Highways believe that the process that it undertakes follows strictly the rules, there is no investigation being conducted.
So, so sinasabi po natin na walang anomalya dito sa mga flood projects na ito na pinoint out nung ating dating majority leader, Andaya.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, so far, the Department of Public Works and Highways at that scene, wala hong nakitang ebidensya na nagtuturo na ang project na yan ay irregular at overpriced.
Okay. So, sinasabi natin na malinis na po yung listahan ng mga flood control projects. Dahil sa nangyari po nung last year, nangamba po ang kinatawan na ito na baka may mga ganyan na naman pong projects sa ating sa DPWH. So, na-insure po ba ng DPWH na hindi na mangyayari ito o yung allegations na ito sa mga susunod na project dahil, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, malaking mga pondo ito, napakalaki na dapat na sana ay mapakinabangan ng ating mga mamamayan doon sa mga nasabing lugar. So, on to my next question, Madam Speaker. Yung mga nakita po natin dito sa budget, yung mga esteros and creeks, improvement and maintenance sa National Capital Region na 100 million. So, pwede po bang mapaliwanag ng DPWH paano po ito at saan-saan po itong project na ito sa NCR? Dahil nakita ko po, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kami po ay may office sa Basra na tuwing umuulan, konting ulan lang po, ay talagang baywang na ang flooding doon. So, pwede po bang malaman, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kung saan-saan po ito?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, actually, we have the list of all the esteros in Metro Manila that needs immediate maintenance, cleaning, and cleaning of esteros. Actually, ang dahilan nito, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, dahil sa dinggi ngayon na nandito sa atin, lalo na in Metro Manila area, which we think that the clog, the unclean steros are factors of the causes or doon naghahabit or doon nag-iitlog yung mga mosquitoes. Kailangan ho nating linisin ang mga breeding ground ito ng mga mosquitoes, lalo na yung may dengue. I think this makes the project more a priority of the Department of Public Works and Highways, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, nag-agree naman ako na malinis natin yung mga estero natin para pagdating ng tag-ulan, hindi agad-agad binabaha at ibinabahayan. So ang tanong ko lang, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may I have a list or copy po nitong mga esteros and creeks para malaman ko kung kabilang ba dito yung sinasabi ko, halimbawa sa Basra, sa Quezon City, makita natin yan at sa iba pa pong mga lugar.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, we can furnish the Honorable Congresswoman the listing of all the esteros.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On to my next topic po, yung meron po tayong National Task Force on the elimination of the local communist conflict. So, may role po ba dito ang DPWH?
That's an as we're involved, wala specific project. Walang specific budget na yun. We coordinate.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, the Department of Public Works and Highways is a part of this, but right now there is no specific budget for that specific program. So sa ngayon, wala hong direct participation ang DPWH.
So wala pong pondo kaugnay
In terms
nito?
of budgetary assistance.
So wala pong pondo kaugnay nito?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Meron pong mga, ako po ay advocacy ng education sector at siyempre ang gusto ko po ay magkaroon ng maayos na mga rooms, mga infrastructure na nasasagot doon sa quality education na gusto po natin sa basic education at sa tertiary education. Pero I have noticed some of the construction, improvement of various infrastructure in support of the national security amounting to 6,892,390,000 for police station, barracks, camps, classrooms in military schools, etc. So, for military and police education, 331,901, student barracks in Combal, 12 million, candidate soldier trainers Administration Building in Camp Peralta, Capiz, 10 million. Training Barracks in Palawan, Harvard-type classroom, building, and so on and so forth po. So, meron po tayong ganitong 6 billion na projects po no, sa mga military and police school or structure. Pero meron po tayong disparity na 515.99 million na allotted sa school buildings. So, marami po dito mga elementary, public elementary and high schools. So, hindi po ba natin nakikitang parang mayroong misprioritization of budget? At ano na po yung, Madam Speaker, yung update dito sa mga projects natin ng mga school buildings and rooms.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, there is an appropriation intended to support military camps and installations. This is part of the convergence program of the Department of Public Works and Highways with the DND, PNP, and identified by PNP and DND. This is part of the convergence. It's like convergence on tourism and others. And if you refer to the disparity on schools, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, actually, ang DepEd kasi sila ho ang nag-appropriate ng budget sa mga eskwelahan. So, the Department of Public Works and Highways through IMOA only implements the projects downloaded to them.
Pwede po bang makakuha nung mga, kasi po ang dami pong backlog dun sa mga rooms and school buildings na nawaworry po ang kinatawang ito na sa susunod na school year o itong taon na to na ang daming mga hindi pa natapos na construction. So, paano po tayo makakatulong para mapabilis naman po yung mga projects natin sa mga school buildings and rooms?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, actually, in the 2020 NEP, we have allocated, or the Department of Public Works and Highways allocated in the NEP for 2020 an amount of 515,990,000 under local infrastructure program. Ito ho ay nakalaan para sa mga school buildings po.
Oo nga po. Kaya nga po sinasabi ko po kanina, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, 515 million lang po para sa mga school buildings this year, samantalang yung mga tinatayo nating mga barracks, camps, classrooms, police stations, etc. ay 6 billion 892. Kaya, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang point ko lang po dito, napakalaki nung disparity o difference nung pag-allocate natin ng budget or depende ba ito dun sa prioritization ng budget natin. So, in due time, Madam Speaker, sana ma-allocate natin siguro yung substantial amount of money na mapunta naman dito sa mga schools and buildings, school buildings natin dahil napakalaki po ng backlog natin sa mga eskwelahan. So, ito lang po, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, maraming salamat po.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative from the 1st District of Lanao del Norte, Honorable Khalid Dimaporo, for his interpellations. So move, Madam Speaker.
Congressman Khalid Dimaporo is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. With the good sponsor, please allow me to make some questions so that I can get his answers recorded here on the floor, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To help us, I'd like to ask the committee secretary to show on the one PowerPoint slide so I can be guided in my line of questioning. My concern is in regards to the budget in the DPWH that is being allocated for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region through Regions 9, 10, and 12. And this is data that has been given to me by our Honorable Vice Chairman for the DPWH, and it states the following. Basilan, 500 million. Sulu, 570 million. First District, Sulu, 570 million. Second District, Tawi-Tawi. Lone Districts, 570 million. Sulu. And then Lanao del Sur, First District, 570 million. Lanao del Sur, Second District, 570 million. Cotabato City, 720 million. Maguindanao, First District, 570 million. And Maguindanao, Second District, 570 million. I would like to place this on the record. There's nothing wrong with this. This is simply the work of representatives ensuring that their respective districts will receive development from the national government. Secondly, these are not lump sum appropriations. They are all properly lined item budgeting. We follow the standards that the Supreme Court set so that we will not be accused of allocating pork barrel. My concern is, why are you putting it in regions 9, 10, and 12 and implementing it in the BARM? What gives the DPWH the jurisdiction to implement projects this way?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, actually, yes, this was lodged in the regions 9, 10, and 12. It's because this is the only regions that is very near to the BARM area.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable sponsor. Now, I brought this up with Secretary Pernia of NEDA. I brought this up also when we took up the budget of COA, the COA chairman. And I think the honorable sponsor was there when I was making my interpellation. I cited Executive Order number 36, Series 2001, providing for the reorganization of administrative regions in Mindanao. That creates the administrative region of Northern Mindanao, Zamboanga Peninsula, and also Soc-Sargen. Second, I cited Republic Act 11054, which is the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which establishes the jurisdiction of the Bangsamoro. Is there a department order or an executive order or administrative order that the DPWH is using to guide them to justify the implementation of projects from Regions 9 and 12 to the Bangsamoro region?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, Republic Act 11054, specifically Article 13, Section 37, allows national government to allot funds and implement projects both in the construction and maintenance of roads within the BARM area. And therefore, this is being implemented by regions 9, 10, and 12.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable sponsor. It is my personal belief the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Why doesn't DPWH just coordinate and implement directly with the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, it's very clear in 11054 that all national funds allotted to BARM should be implemented by national agencies of government.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable sponsor. I'll go to my point. It's out of concern. After I interpellated the chairman of the Commission of Audit, I went to him, shook his hand, and he told me, isulat mo ako. I need to see this in writing. Once I see this in writing, then I will act accordingly. And I would like to thank the Honorable Vice Chairman and the DPWH family for giving me the line item budgeting, different projects given to Regions 9, 10, and 12 to be implemented in the BARM for 2020 and also for 2019. Now, I will be asking COA to look into these projects. I just want to make sure on the record here that we are safe. Our regional directors will not be slapped with a notice of disallowance. I'm asking this again because out of concern, I will be writing the Commission on Audit to look into the practice of implementing projects through Regions 9, 10, and 12 to the BARM.
Your Honor, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, we agree with that. Of course, in fact, it's really in defense of our regional directors if it will go under COA scrutiny. But I'd like to inform the Honorable Khaled de Maporo that there is now a move by the Department of Public Works and Highways that there will be the recommended creation of a dedicated regional office, BARM Regional Office, which will be called later on as Bangsamoro Regional Office, that will take care of the implementations of projects in the BARM area.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair. I hope I am wrong because if I am right, kawawa naman yung mga regional directors at saka yung mga back namin sa Region 9 and 12, they may be slapped with a disallowance worth 5.6 billion pesos. I'd like to move to my next point, Madam Chair, concern. And this is in regards to planning. What is the process for DPWH? How I understand, outside of the BARM, our planning process emanates from the ground. It starts from the DEOs. Then the DEOs submit it to the to the regions. And then through the regional development councils, we enact a development program, which is sent to the central office. And I think that's the job of USEC Cathy Cabral, to prioritize which projects will be funded. Then that's sent to the DBM, ultimately inserted into our NEP, and then will be discussed here in Congress for approval. That is the practice outside of the autonomous region, outside of the BARM. Can I get that confirmed, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, last June, June 20 of this year, 2019, there was a joint workshop seminar conducted by the Department of Public Works and Highways together with all the district engineers of BARM and the regional offices of 9, 10, and 12, and they come up with priorities on the projects that will be included in the NEP of 2020.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair, a workshop is different from a regional development plan endorsed by the Regional Development Council. That was my question. What is the planning process? The planning process outside of the BARM is RDC. We send it to central office. It gets sent to DBM and then budgeted here and approved under the GAA here in Congress. Ngayon sa BARM, it's very clear that there is no ARMM Regional Development Council or their version thereof because the ARMM has been abolished. And it's very clear that the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region is just starting. It's under transition. So is there an RDC version inside the BARMM through the Bangsamoro Parliament submitting to DPWH national government for request of funding of projects by the national government?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, right after the workshop conducted by the Department of Public Works and Highways and the BARM District Engineers, this was brought again to the attention of the BARM Public Works and Highways, and then BARM Public Works, and discussed properly with BARM Public Works. In fact, these projects were recommended by Chairman Murad.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ms. Honorable Sponsor, I'll go to my point, and my point is in regards to the jurisdiction and the power of the DPWH. It's my personal understanding in regards to the spirit of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, that the powers of the national government, the powers of public works that was given to the good Secretary, Secretary Mark Villar, in which is implementing outside of the BARM, have been devolved to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. I am simply asking a basic constitutional question. The Autonomous Region has been given the power of public works. DPWH cannot simply say, this is what we want to implement in your region. Sign it. It must emanate from the Bangsamoro Parliament. That is the power that we have given to the Autonomous Region under the BOL. So I'd want to make sure that that has been complied with.
It's very specific sa atin, very specific in the law.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, again, this is very specific in the Republic Act 11054, particularly Article 13, Section 37, that the national government has the authority to appropriate funds and implement projects in BARM area. Again, when we say it's implement, it includes already preparations of programs of work, detailed engineering, and all other designs before the implementation of projects.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, let me be more specific. What is the position of the DPWH family? Can you enter the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government without their authority? Yes or no?
As provided for in the law. For national.
As provided under this particular Bangsamoro organic law, it provides that all national roads, bridges, ports, airports, water supply and other services, flood control, irrigation system that is existing within the BARM area could be accessed by the national government and be provided with funds.
Madam Speaker, so I can move on to my next concern, I would like to also share with the Honorable Sponsor Article 5, Powers of Government, Section 2, Powers of the Bangsamoro Government. Subject to Section 20, Article 10 of the Constitution and this organic law, the Bangsamoro Government shall exercise its authority over the following matters without prejudice to the general supervision of the President of the Philippines. And then it outlines the different powers that have been given to the Bangsamoro. One of them, power QQ, Queen, is public works and infrastructure. Now, it's my understanding that since we have given them this power, the DPWH does not have jurisdiction inside the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region without the authority of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Government. And this provision here, maybe we can just agree to disagree so I can move on to my next question, can be best taken up in the courts. That's really my point, Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair. Let's agree to disagree and let the courts decide exactly what is the spirit of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and how does it jive with what is embedded in Article 10 of our Constitution. Now, I'd like to move to my last concern, Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair. Again, can you put it on the record, does the DPWH budget in which these projects are being implemented, is it in accordance to the Bangsamoro Organic Law? Is it in accordance? Yes. It's in accordance to Bangsamoro Organic Law. And several times, the Honorable Sponsor has read Section 37. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair, if the Honorable Sponsor will allow me to, I'd like to read Section 37 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. It reads Section 37, Public Works and Infrastructure. The national government shall fund and implement construction and maintenance of national roads, bridges, water supply and services, and flood control and irrigation systems, and for the maintenance of existing airports, seaports, and wharves in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, provided that with regard to water supply and services, flood control and irrigation systems that connect to or from facilities outside the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, there shall be cooperation and coordination between the Bangsamoro government and appropriate national or local government bodies. All national roads and bridges in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region shall be included in the National Road Network Information System. Nationally funded infrastructure projects shall be implemented by the national government. And this is the point of the Honorable Sponsor, yes, Madam Speaker. The Bangsamoro government shall submit proposals to the appropriate national government agency for inclusion of the cost of such maintenance in the latter's budget that shall be submitted to the Congress of the Philippines for inclusion in the General Appropriations Act. That's the second part of Section 37. That says DPWH does not simply provide the budget and tells the Bangsamoro, you implement this. It comes from the bottom up. The Bangsamoro government will submit the proposals for appropriation under the General Appropriations Act. Funding for national roads, bridges, and irrigation systems shall be regularly released to relevant departments of the national government.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, we agree that it emanates from Bangsamoro government, especially projects that includes maintenance of their national roads and bridges and local infrastructure projects.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair. Now first, in regards to that section, it makes mention of the National Road Network Inventory System. Do we have the National Road Inventory inside the BARMM in the DPWH?
I'm sorry.
Is the National Road Inventory inside the BARM already with the DPWH?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, right now, Department of Public Works and Highways has not yet received the inventory of national roads and bridges in the BARM area. However, right now there is an ongoing inventory and mapping of the national roads and bridges in BARM area by the Department of Public Works, and it is ready to be submitted to the Department of Public Works and Highways anytime from now, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, I'd like to thank the honorable sponsor because that's something I've been asking, and Secretary Mark knows about this every budget briefing of the DPWH. Where is the national road inventory of inside the arm and now inside the BARM? And it's good to know that sooner or later the DPWH will fulfill my wish that I will receive a copy of the national road inventory inside the BARM. Now I'd like to move to my next question. The honorable sponsor mentioned local roads. But under Section 37, it was very limiting, very defined, that the national government will only fund national roads, bridges, water supply and services, and flood control and irrigation systems for maintenance of existing airports, seaports, wharves, and so forth. Doesn't mention farm-to-market roads, doesn't mention classrooms, doesn't mention local roads. Am I correct in saying this, Madam Speaker, honorable sponsor?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, it is that there is no mention of the local roads or the local roads here in this particular section. However, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, it also does not exclude the local roads in this particular section.
Well, again, this is something for the Bangsamoro to take up. And I'd like to thank again the honorable sponsor and the honorable Secretary Mark Villar for providing me with the documents and the data needed so that also I can seek the legal opinion of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government, whether or not the DPWH is in compliance with the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Again, I say this out of concern. I want to ensure that the DPWH, in which they are implementing projects in Regions 9, 10, and 12 for the BARM, inside the BARM, has been a hotly controversial issue for me. And in the coming few years, with the new plans and programs of the DPWH, I hope my concerns can be rectified. And ultimately, we can find peace in the region of Mindanao and harmony between Northern Mindanao and the Bangsamoro region. Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable sponsor, for entertaining my question.
Thank you. Congressman Dimaporo, Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable gentleman from the Buhay Party List, Representative Lito Atienza, for his interpellations. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Congressman Lito Atienza is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Salamat po, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, and the kind indulgence of the sponsor. We would like to ask some questions about 2018 and 2019 and 2020. Unang tanong ko po, Madam Speaker, ay yung karanasan namin sa Maynila. Alam po ninyo, nakatira ako sa San Andres Bukid. Doon, maayos po naman ang aming drainage at naayos na po namin yan. Especially when I was mayor for 9 years. In the past 2 years, alam po ninyo, ang daming mga flood control project na pumasok dyan. Drainage improvement project. Binungka lang maaayos na kalye para maglatag daw ng mas malalaking tubo para mawala ng tuluyan ang baha. I'd like the public works people to now know our tragic experience because nung bumaha o nung umulan ng malakas nitong nakaraang mga buwan, hindi lamang po tumaas ang baha sa bahay ko mismo hanggang tuhod ng tubig sa loob ng bahay. Ano po nangyari rin sa mga flood control projects? I'm talking about the 5th district specifically. May we have an accounting of how many projects were implemented in the past 2 years and how much money was spent for this project, supposedly to improve the flood situation in my area. But truth to say, lalo pong naging grabe ang baha sa amin.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, we will submit to you the list of all projects within the area of...
We would appreciate that, Madam Speaker.
Yes,
a list of projects
and
the amount spent,
yes.
and specifically the district where I reside, 5th District of Manila.
We will submit, Your Honor, Madam Speaker.
Kailan po natin kaya makukuha yun?
Kailan po? Madam Speaker, Your Honor, Monday they will submit it to the Honorable.
I beg your pardon?
Monday.
Monday. Thank you. My next question is, again, in the same district, nagkaroon kami ng problema sa isang sinkhole na lumubog sa merong Ross Boulevard. To be specific, Remedios Street, Ross Boulevard. Lumubog po yung asfalto about 4 months ago. Meron pong repair work na sinimulan. Pero yung repair work na yun, hindi na po gumalaw. Hanggang ngayon, nakatiwangwang. Katulad ng mga project na babanggitin kong nakatiwangwang na nagiging sanhi ng baha at nagiging panganib sa buhay ng tao. Ano po ba ang work program ng DPWH as far as this project is concerned?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, the project that was mentioned was already bid out noong nakaraang September 10 at 12. At it will be started next week, Your Honor, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, hindi po matatapos yun. Alam niyo kung bakit? Walang nagtatrabaho eh. I would invite the Secretary to visit it tomorrow. No one is working there. So therefore, the project will remain, as many projects, unfinished. And we cannot understand why.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, as I have stated earlier, the bidding was done September 12. Ang umpisa ng trabaho sa sunod na linggo pa po. Mga next week mag-start na yung trabaho. The one that was done before are just a palliative maintenance on that particular sinkhole, Your Honor.
We will continue to monitor this particular project, which is a black eye as far as the DPWH is concerned and as far as Manila is concerned. I inquired from the Office of the Mayor, and they pointed to the department as the one in charge of the solution to the sinkhole. So therefore, the buck stops right here at the DPWH, where we will expect immediate action.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, according to the Department of Public Works and Highways, particularly the Regional Director of NCR, they promised that once the project is started, they will do it 24/7 to complete early the project that was mentioned.
Ganun na rin po ang aking pakiusap sa mga projects na ginagawa ng DPWH. Maliliit. Subalit, iniiwanan, nakatiwangwang. Marami pong ganyan sa lungsod ng Maynila, sa Quezon City, at sa maraming lugar. So I ask the question, very, very simple question. Why does the DPWH allow contractors to seemingly abandon the project and just bahala na kayo dyan? When I was mayor, I tell you, they couldn't do that. Pag merong inabandonang project, tinatabunan ko. And I charge the DPWH for the whole effort. But today, seemingly, wala nang ganong klaseng sistema. You can pass along Dituason, Quezon City. Marami rin mga binutas, binakuran, hanggang ngayon, butas at may bakod pa rin. So why are we doing the public works projects in this manner? We are changing our people.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, actually the Department of Public Works and Highways do not allow contractors with to do their work and then pabayaan nila yon at nakatiwangwang. Hindi na-allow ho ng taga DPWH. In fact, right now, the Secretary of Public Works and Highways have blacklisted for the first time 19 contractors who are not doing well in their contracts with the Department of Public Works and Highways.
Shifting to another topic, Madam Speaker. We read in the papers that there are suggestions on the solution of traffic along EDSA, and that is to construct another level of overpass or another level of highway coming from a well-meaning gentleman by the name of Ramon Ang. Iniisip ko lang, ang public works ba papayag dito na magtayo ng another highway on top of EDSA? Can you imagine the traffic mess that you will cause along EDSA? We will paralyze the whole of Metro Manila if you have a project like this.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, right now, the Department of Public Works and Highways has not yet received any proposals coming from San Miguel or that particular gentleman mentioned. But once they receive, of course, they will study it. But right now, they are focusing their attention really on the completion of the Skyway Stage 3 that connects NLEX and ISLEX. And if it will be completed, it will reduce traffic per study of JICA. About 30 to 35% of traffic will be reduced from EDSA.
We are glad that the gentleman sponsor was the one who mentioned that particular project. Yun ang tunay na solusyon sa EDSA. Pag na-connect na natin yung North Diversion hanggang sa Southern Luzon Express,
yes, sir,
makaratawid na tayo ng Metro Manila na hindi tayo dadaan ng EDSA. So I'd like to ask the work program and schedule of the department on this particular project. Alam nyo, sabi ko sa inyo, doon ako nakatira. Pinagmamasdan ko ang trabaho doon. Wala po nang gumagawa ron madalas eh. Isang malaking dambuhalang project na hindi matapos-tapos. The other day, you inaugurated a portion up to Paco. But that should connect up to Balintawak, right?
Yes, sir.
Siguro hindi matatapos ito for the next 5 years. Kung ganito ang trabaho natin. Can't you do it faster to help solve the problem of traffic along EDSA and to give the nation an economic booster so that a superhighway, a genuine freeway, may be started?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, Skyway Stage 3 is now 75% complete, but at the end of the year, December 31, it will be 95% and 100% in the first quarter of 2020, Your Honor, Madam Speaker.
I'm marking the dates, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
December 2021, 95%. And 2022, before the President steps down, we shall be passing that particular skyway.
Madam Speaker,
Did I hear
Your Honor,
right?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, it is the first quarter of 2020, the Stage 3 project will be completed already. 2020, first quarter.
The first quarter
next
of
year, yes.
2020.
Yes, sir.
Tapos na yung 95. Ay, hindi po magagawa yun sapagkat wala po nagtatrabaho ron eh. Ngayong gabi, dadaan uli ako ron. I don't know why you cannot work for 2 shifts or 3 shifts. Yun naman ay highway. Wala naman kayong gagambalaing residential area. But you don't seem to have the urgency to immediately deliver the project for the convenience and economic development of the nation. You can work 3 shifts in that particular highway, and the Secretary would know that he can do it. So we would expect, with this exchange of opinions, data, and positions, we will expect to see crews working in that area from here on. Is that safe to assume, Mr. Sponsor?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes.
Maraming salamat po. Now that we're talking about solutions to the problem of traffic, another solution is the LRT connecting to Cavite. Pag yan po ay natapos, magang na po ang ating biyahe sa EDSA. Makatutulong na malaki yan. Yan po ay nakuha ng isang malaking korporasyon 5 years ago. At tingin ninyo, kailan matatapos yan? Hindi ko po malilimutan yung pangako ng dating Pangulo. Nung ginupit po niya yung ribbon doon, cutting, ang sabi niya, ito, and he was talking in year 2015, ito matatapos by December. Otherwise, magpapasagasa ako. Kasama ko si Secretary Rojas. Sinabi niya yun. Eh, hanggang ngayon, hindi pa sila nagpapasagasa. Kapagkat yung LRT extension to Cavite is not even started today. How can they finish it? You don't start, you don't finish. Ano po ba ang opinion ng DPWH dito sa project nito?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, we agree that this is very important project because mass transit has always been a major solution to traffic problem in Metro Manila. However, this project is a DOTR implemented project and it's beyond DPWH.
Just to give you an idea, gentlemen, ladies, this concession contract gives the power to collect all the money that LRT1 earns a day. LRT1 is the only money-making line of the LRT and MRT. Lahat po palugi. They make as much as 8 million a day. And according to their concession contract, the moment the contract was signed by the President, they start collecting after paying their 900 million concession fee. Namuhunan sila ng 900 million, kumulekta na sila agad ng 800 million on the first month. Sapagkat, alam nyo, ang kinikita po niyan daily, as I mentioned, is about 8 million a day. You multiply that by 30 days, that's 240 million in 1 month. So therefore, in 1 year, may 2 billion po ang kinikita niyan. Kumukolekta na po yung kontratista. Wala pa itinatayo. As of now, as I speak in Congress, they have not started one post. So what are we doing? Pinababayaan natin ganyan? Koleksyon ng koleksyon, walang konstruksyon. This will solve the problem of Cavite residents very, very in a great manner. But it will not be done with this kind of a condition. They collect the money of the commuters and the LRT Corporation, but they do not start the project. Again, it's beyond my imagination and my limited brains to understand why we are even allowing this. Bakit natin pinababayaan ang bayan na nangangailangan ng mga lingkod bayan at pinunong bayan na talagang mayroong puso upang ibigay sa atin ang ating pangangailangan. This project is long delayed, but the problem is the collection for LRT1, which traverses from Pasay to Balintawak, is already collected by the corporation who got the contract. So please, with the full strength and connection of the Secretary of Public Works, let's hear something from you from today.
Madam
The
Speaker, Your
LRT1
Honor,
should be completed up to Cavite as promised by government. Otherwise, we're wasting our time and efforts on the budgets provided for this department.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, we will communicate this concern to Department of Transportation.
Alam nyo, I am mentioning this particular topic because this is a big, mega public works project. It may not be coming from the budget of DPWH, but I would expect the Secretary and the whole family of the DPWH to be as concerned as every Filipino. Enough of these sweetheart contracts. Enough of these money-making contracts. Let's start working and giving the people the kind of facilities that we deserve. Hindi lang po ito ang inyong lingkod. I'm sure lahat ng nakaririnig na Pilipino ngayon ay maintindihan ang aking damdamin. Hindi pwedeng magpatuloy yan. And I'd like to hear the words of the good Secretary of Public Works also on the issue. As Secretary of Public Works, he has a big say. Tapusin niyo yan. Kung hindi, kami ang tatapos niyan. Kung hindi, tapos na tayong lahat.
Madam Secretary, Your Honor, we agree with all the observations, and I am very sure that the Secretary of Public Works and Highways will bring this matter during the cabinet meeting.
Thank you very much for that assurance, and I'm sure the Secretary heard every word I said. And he's from Cavite. His family comes from Cavite. Cavite residents are being shortchanged in this particular project. I will support every effort that it does to protect the interests of Caviteños and Filipinos in general. Enough of this kind of contracts that benefit only the rich and not the commuters. This is one clear case why the rich gets richer in the country and the poor gets poorer. Let's all help address that problem so that we may give ourselves a better Philippines. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from Gabriela Party List, the Honorable Arlene Brosas, for her interpellations. So moved, Madam Speaker.
We thank the gentleman from Buhay Party List and now recognize the Congresswoman from Gabriela, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
Madam Speaker. Will the good sponsor, Madam Speaker, yield to a few questions of this representative?
Sure, Your Honor, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. One of the biggest projects of the government under the Build, Build, Build program is the C6 Expressway project. This project, which costs 45 billion, aims to connect the South Luzon Expressway, Skyway via FTI towards Batasan Complex in Quezon City. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, I'd like to ask the distinguished sponsor to provide us with the project status of the C6 Expressway. Kamusta na po yan? Ano na po ang kasalukuyang status ng C6?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, right now, the Department of Public Works and Highways are doing the acquisition of the right-of-way, survey, and tagging of all affected families and properties along the line of C6.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ilang porsyento na po ang natapos dito sa C6? Or hanggang saan inabot yung C6 project?
Right now, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, right now, there is no civil work done yet. As I have told you, it's only on the acquisition of the right-of-way, and it is about... They are just starting the tagging and identification of affected properties based on the parcellary survey of C6 line. Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, klaro ngayon na that the constitution of this project began in 2017 dapat po, no? According to the official website of the DPWH, the right-of-way staking out for the scheduled census and tagging by DPWH ay ongoing, sabi niyo po. Ang right-of-way acquisition ng proyektong ito ay hindi rin tapos. But Section 11 of Republic Act 10752, or the Right-of-Way Act, states that upon the approval of an infrastructure project by the head of the implementing agency concerned, with funding authorized in the General Appropriations Act and with defined right-of-way, no national government agency or LGU shall within 2 years from date of notice of taking allow any development or construction or issue any building, construction, development, or business permit which is contrary to the approved plans and purposes of the project within the right-of-way unless explicitly authorized by the head of the implementing agency for justifiable reasons. Ibig sabihin, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, hindi pwedeng magsimula ng development o construction ng kahit anong infrastructure project kung walang tiyak na right-of-way. Bakit po nagkaganito ang C6 project?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, tama ho yung sinabi na hindi dapat mag-uumpisa isang proyekto kung walang acquired road right-of-way. However, hindi ho ito regular project ng Department of Public Works and Highways. This is a design and build and funded by a private corporation through public-private partnership. And therefore, this is not within that the provisions included in that provisions, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ito nga po yung pinagtataka natin eh. Bakit nauna ngayon yung pag-construct ng C6 Expressway nang walang right-of-way? Ano pong paliwanag dito?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, again, wala hong appropriations for civil works na nakalagay sa ating NEP, and therefore, hindi ho covered siya on that particular provision.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ito po yung implication ng nangyari. Ang nangyayari po kasi, hindi ngayon alam ng mga residente sa Quezon City District 2 kung sila ba ay paaalisin sa area malapit sa construction ng C6 at dahil wala ngang formal na pakikipag-ugnayan ang DPWH sa kanila patungkol sa row o sa right-of-way, paisa-isa silang nagsiself-demolish. Dahil nga naman natatakot sila na sila ay paalisin na lang bigla. Umaalis sila sa area ng walang compensation, una, at pangalawa, walang lilipatan na relocation site. May mga sinasabi pa na cases na sila ay tinatakot mismo ng mga opisyales ng DPWH na ide-demolish na lang sila bigla. So, may we know, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, kung ano po yung plano o tingin ng DPWH dito sa mga pangyayaring ito?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, right now, ongoing pa yung tagging. At definitely, once identified, may malilipatan ho sila.
Again, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ano pong paliwanag nila dito?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, sa ngayon, sinabi ko kanina na ongoing ang tagging and once identified na ho yan, there will be a coordination meeting with the supposed to be affected families and with the Department of Public Works and Highways, and they will never be removed from their place without relocation site.
So, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, you are saying that there will be compensation for them pagka nangyari po ang project.
Your Honor, Madam Speaker, yes, they will be compensated according to the law.
Okay. Next question po, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. How come there is a 317 billion worth of payments of right-of-way acquisitions for 2019 kahit wala namang natitiyak na right-of-way until now? Saan po napunta ito?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, the 44 billion is included in the NEP of 2020, and the schedule of payments is listed. Hindi ho ito nakalump. There is a lined items that this appropriation is intended for.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, iklaro ko lang, yung 44 billion ay for 2020 allocation po siya. So ngayon, i-itemized pa yung kapupuntahan niya.
Opo, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes.
This is a lump sum.
We can,
Madam
we
Speaker.
can provide you with the list of the intended projects for this 44 billion right away for 2020 NEP.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, for that. Can the distinguished sponsor at least provide us with an estimate of the number of families which will be affected by the C6 project?
For the meantime, we're talking of around 2,000. For the C6? For the C6. We're talking, approximately, we're talking of 2,000.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, at this moment, approximately 2,000 households for C6 alone.
2,000 households. Okay. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, saan mapupunta yung mga tatamaan ng C6 project? May mga relocation site na po ba ito na available for the relocatees? May in-identify po ba kayo na mga relocation sites for them?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, right now, they are coordinating closely with NHA. Actually, ang Department of Public Works and Highways will provide funds to NHA for them to construct houses for them to resettle.
So, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, the plan is with the NHA. So, but you don't have a relocation plan for this project, particular po ang DPWH. You have a relocation plan or sa NHA ko yun itatanong, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, like all other major projects of Department of Public Works and Highways, they have entered into a memorandum of agreement with NHA for them to prepare a relocation program for those affected households.
Okay. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, sa Barangay Holy Spirit, kung saan tatamaan din ng construction ng C6, nakikipag-ugnayan ng mga residente sa LGU at DPWH hinggil sa nakaambang demolisyon sa area nila, pero hindi po sila hinaharap. Ang hiling ng community, kung marerelocate sila, sana in city dahil dekada na silang nakatira roon at nandun din ang kabuhayan nila. Maaari bang makapag-provide ang ating distinguished sponsor ng available relocation sites within the city? Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, the in-city resettlement is always one of the options of the Department of Public Works and Highways together with NHA.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ang options lang po ang sinabi ninyo. One of the options. Meron pang iba na plano for this? Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, actually the priority is off-city, but if we can find sufficient area for them to build a medium-rise buildings for the in-city resettlement, then of course this will be one of the priorities also.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, sana po ma-prioritize na maging in-city dahil yun po ang kahilingan ng mga community natin. Ang gusto nila, hindi sila ma-relocate dun sa malayo sa kanilang kabuhayan. Nahihirapan din sila kapag ganun ang kalagayan nila dahil nga dekada na sila. Kumbaga ay nagugat na sila doon sa kanilang lugar, particularly sa Barangay Holy Spirit. Now, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, last year, the Gabriela Women's Party requested the blueprints of the C6 Expressway project. However, we were only provided with the blueprint for Section 2, C5, Jegosilang, 2, C6, Taguig. Yun lang po yung binigay. Now, we would like to request a complete blueprint covering all sections of the project. Available po ba yon, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, it's available and we can provide you with this.
Yes, rundown ko lang po, Honorable Sponsor, Madam Speaker. Section 1, Skyway FTI, C5 to Jegosilang. Section 1A, Skyway to FTI. Section 1B, FTI to C5, Jegosilang. Section 2C5 to Jagasilang, 2C6 Taguig, Section 3C6 Taguig to Ortigas Avenue Extension, Section 4 Ortigas Avenue Extension to Marcos Highway, Section 5 Marcos Highway to Tumana Bridge, and Section 6 Tumana Bridge to Batasan Complex. Now,
We will provide, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
thank you, Madam Speaker.
the blueprint of this.
Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. Sana po mamaya na. Yung next question ko po, it's about the COA report. Sa latest COA report po, na nirelease nitong September 2019, at least 118.4 billion of projects of the DPWH have been either delayed or not implemented at all. There are 3,784 projects worth 107.2 billion were not finished on time. 291 projects worth 8.819 billion were suspended. 18 projects worth 218.2 million were terminated. Lumalabas na merong 222 projects costing 2.132 billion ay hindi nasimulan. Most of these are infrastructure projects, construction of school buildings and farm-to-market roads, which DPWH implemented from 2012 to 2018. Now, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, bakit po nade-delay o hindi na-i-implement ang mga proyektong ito?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, right now, there is only 9% of the total projects that was delayed out of the 24,439 projects. That means 91% of these projects were on time. The reasons for this, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, is that there are instances where these projects could not be implemented due to typhoon or unfavorable weather condition, peace and order situation, road right-of-way, pending issuance of excavation permits, modification of plans, modification and realignment of locations, insufficient workforce and manpower provided by the contractors, and so on and so forth. Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, paulit-ulit ko pong sinasabi na nakasaad sa ating batas na bago magsimula ang infrastructure development, kailangan munang mag-conduct ng feasibility study para makita kung viable nga ba ang construction ng infrastructure project sa isang area. Bakit ba hindi inuna yung feasibility study? No? Ang lahat po ba ng ito ay may feasibility study, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, lahat ng projects ng DPWH is may program of work, may technical studies, may design, lahat ito ay supported with all the computations. It went through a proper evaluation. In fact, sabi ko na nga kanina, out of 24,439 projects, 91% is on time, only 9% is delayed. Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Magkagayon man, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, serious matter pa rin po na hindi natatapos o nadidelay yung mga proyekto. Ano po, sinabi ko nga kanina, most of these are infrastructure projects, construction of school buildings, farm-to-market roads, which DPWH implemented mula pa po noong 2012 hanggang 2018. Kaya kailangan po talagang makita natin kung bakit nagkakaganito, no? Marami-rami po yun yung in-identify natin lalo na kung construction of school buildings po ang pinag-uusapan natin.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, we agree. There is always, as always, there is no perfect contract, no perfect project. And in fact, because of this delayed, for the first time, Department of Public Works and Highways blacklisted 19 earring contractors, those low-performing contractors who are far behind the schedule. So ngayon lang nangyari na mayroong 19 contractors blacklisted by DPWH.
Again, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, how many did you blacklist?
19.
19?
Yeah, 19.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, isa din po ba sa mga dahilan bakit nadi-delay o hindi na-i-implement ang mga proyektong ito ay dahil sa issue ng right-of-way?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, it is one of the many causes of delays.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, bakit po hindi natitiyak, no? Kasi malinaw naman sa batas natin, may pondo naman. Tilang lagi na lang nagmamadali ng infrastructure projects, pero nilalaktawan yung mga procedures. This issue should have been considered and resolved during the preliminary engineering study pa po. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, we agree. This is always a problem in the implementation of projects. But as long as we have an adequate workable area, we always start the works while doing the acquisition on the remaining portion of the projects.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, sana po ay ma-address ito ng mabuti ng DPWH, the feasibility study, and specifically ito pong right-of-way. Ano po, kumpleto naman, nandiyan naman ang lahat, pero hindi pa rin na-delay pa rin at hindi pa rin nagagawa ang mga proyekto. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, let me go on to my next issue. Ang issue ko po, Madam Speaker, ay tungkol sa DPWH budget discrepancy. Ito po yung kung ano yung nakalagay sa NEP at sa GAB nang kinuwenta po ng kinatawang ito ang bilang, no, kung magkano ang allocation for the central office, lumalabas ito po ay 349,636 billion. Ano po? Samantala, sa regional allocation, based on the NEP and GAB, 183,859 billion ang nakalagay po doon. Ang discrepancy po ng total agency budget ninyo ay 1.794. Dahil ang nakalagay sa regional allocation, sa total agency budget ninyo ay 533,496,624 billion. Samantala, sa computation po namin, 535,290 billion ang nakalagay. So meron pong discrepancy ng halos 2 bilyon. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, 1-minute suspension po, ibibigay ko yung kopya ng computation ng NEP at saka ng ano.
Session is suspended.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Yes,
Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
Congresswoman Brosas, you may continue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang gist lang po ng tinatanong natin, bakit merong nakalagay, no? Supposedly, mas mataas yung agency budget, pero ano ba ito? May discrepancy po, no, dito. At kailangang maipaliwanag sa atin yung 1.794,256 billion. Bakit po merong ganong discrepancy sa total agency budget per region?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, it was admitted by DBM that it was the error of DBM. The regional breakdown of the Department of Public Works and Highway summary was erroneously printed in the NEP due to a systems error. DBM will be submitting the errata. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, hindi ba kaduda-duda na parang 2 billion siya masyadong malayo para magkamali ka ng computation. In fact, ito po yung yung computation ay 183, tapos 185, halos dalawang no? Ngayon, we can't help but ask, bakit hindi to itemized tapos nasa loob siya ng regional allocations? Kapag tinotal mo yung regional allocations, yun yung lumalabas na nandun yung 1.794. Pero kapag tiningnan mo naman yung items, wala naman dun yung 1.794. So, ibig sabihin, pag tiningnan mo naman yung items, pag hinanap mo siya, no, kung nasaan doon, wala siya doon. So, kahit itotal po yung central office sa regional allocation, lalabas po na meron ka pa rin kulang na 1.794. Ngayon, kung sinasabi niyo po na DBM problema o error lang po ito, yun, ang tanong po natin, bakit nagkaganito? Bakit nagkaroon ng error na ganito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yes, sinabi naman at tinanggap ng DBM na kanilang pagkakamali. Pwede sigurong itanong natin sa Department of Budget and Management ang nangyari, but accordingly, it's a systems error, and they will be submitting an errata letter, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, sinabi ba ng DBM kung paano to i-correct ang discrepancy na ito? Dahil syempre hahanapin po ng taong bayan kung nasan yun
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yes, magsusubmit nga ho ang DBM ng errata. In fact, here is with us is personnel from DBM, systems error po, at sinabi nila tomorrow they will be submitting the errata.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, saan po ang totoong figure? O ipinasok nyo na po yung 1.79?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, systems error lang, ang total ho ay pareha din. Pareha din ang total, kaya lang nagkakamali nga sa systems nila.
Can you please make it clear, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ano na po ang final, no? Is it 183.859 or 185.653 billion?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we can request DBM to submit it to you by tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lady from the 1st District of Iloilo, the Honorable Janet Garin. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Iloilo, Congresswoman Janet Garin, please recognize.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member from the minority who would wish to interpolate the proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, including its attached corporation, we move that we terminate the period of debate and interpolation.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in its motion to terminate the interpellations in the proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpellations of the proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways is hereby terminated. Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Yeah, I suspended already.
Congratulations. Is it your son? My son. My COS background. Oh, it's not. Si Bob, I'm not sure. There's a wedding of Lolo, I think. It's cool. Thank you.
Sanaya ba ka?
Maklase na to.
Herman. Posterity, one picture. One picture for posterity. Beautifully executed. Hindi kami kasama. Excuse me, hindi kami kasama. Bilis. Tayo kasama. Yan yung mahaba kamay.
Thank you.
Next. Tayo maaga.
Ma'am, excuse me.
Seryoso ka ba? Boss Bong. Nakikita kita. Nakita natin pala yun.
Martin, meron pa? Meron pa, housing po.
Ay, sorry. Sorry.
Sige na. Dili, dili. Seryoso. Wala ba ganun mo siya? Home guarantee corporation. Wala tanong ko.
Para sa sa boss? For which one?
May guarantee naman niya. Hindi home guarantee. Minority guarantee.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed to the consideration of the proposed budget of the Home Guarantee Corporation, Mr. Speaker.
Tingali si Sandro. Tingali si Sandro.
Any objection? Hearing none, please proceed. We recognize the sponsor.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to sponsor the budget for Home Guarantee Corporation, Madam Speaker.
We recognize Congressman Duke Frasco.
Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the family from Home Guarantee Corporation, OIC Mr. Jimmy B. Sarona, Madam Speaker.
So recognized. Please proceed, Mr. Sponsor.
I'm ready to answer any questions, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Kit Belmonte from the 6th District of Quezon City.
Congressman Belmonte is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there being no member of the minority who wishes to ask questions of the Home Guarantee Corporation, I move that we terminate the period of interpolation for the HGC. I so move, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellations on the Home Guarantee Corporation is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Budgeter Support to Government Corporation, Home Guarantee Corporation. Madam Speaker.
So terminated. Thank you. May we proceed with the next agency? Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed to the consideration of the proposed budget of the Human Settlement and Urban Development. So move, Madam Speaker.
May we have the sponsor, please? Oh, the consideration of the Human Settlements Agency is on the floor. May we request the sponsor to proceed? Any objections? Hearing none.
Madam
Please
Speaker,
proceed.
I move to suspend the session.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we recognize the family of the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development, Chairperson Eduardo Del Rosario, Assistant Secretary Melissa Aradanas, Assistant Secretary Leira Buan, Commissioner Melzar Galicia, General Manager Marcelino Escalada Jr., Attorney Arnolfo Ricardo Cabling, Dr. Flexiberto Bustos Jr., CEO Mr. Ahmad Rizaldi Moti. Madam Speaker.
So recognized, we welcome you to the House of Representatives. May we proceed now? You recognize Congressman Paul Dasa of Samar.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Paul Dasa.
Congressman Dasa is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening to everyone. Having one's own home is a dream for everyone. Madam Speaker and distinguished colleagues who are here today to help ensure that this dream will become a reality to our people. In a healthy economy, the housing sector should roughly be 20% of GDP. In the Philippines, the contribution is roughly only about 11% in 2018. This basic data alone tells us that we need a lot of catching up to do. That is why our role as legislators is critical. We need to help ensure that our annual budgeting and spending will lead the country toward attaining its housing and urban development goals. We are happy to note that with the creation of the new Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, we can give more focused direction and clarity as our housing and urban development agenda. Madam Speaker, it's my honor and privilege to sponsor the newest department, the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, which certainly carries an important role in steering the nation toward total human development. With that, allow me, Madam Speaker, to now yield to any interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. May the Chair also request everyone to adjourn the mini sessions on the floor because the room is echoing with everyone's mini discussions. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, may we recognize Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List for her interpellation.
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Sponsor, maaari po bang magtanong ng ilan lamang katanungan sa ahensya ng The Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development.
We will yield, Madam Speaker, to the distinguished lady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. For the year 2020, the should proposed 48.8 billion, but was only given 6.3 billion, divided per agencies. According to Sec del Rosario, they would not be able to meet their target of 101,000 housing units with the amount allocated for them. Only 12,161 housing units would be built. Sec del Rosario also noted that as per the PDP or Philippine Development Plan from 2017 to 2022, 131,000 housing units per year should be built. Now, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, paano nasabi ng DSUD na 12,161 housing units lang ang mapapatayo ninyo, gayong ayon sa 2018 report ng Commission on Audit ay mayroong dormant assets ang National Housing Authority na 258, 790, 208 billion. Billion po ba ito? For as long as 40 years. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We thank the lady, distinguished lady, for pointing out that first, tama po yun, kulang-kulang po ang allocation for 2020 and for that matter 2019 na na-allocate po sa mga housing-related agencies. As to the second query, by nature, because the production of the NHA and the related agencies is to provide socialized housing, much of the receivables are in arrears, and that's why it was referred to as dormant. There are some assets, properties that have been taken over also by informal settlers. The properties owned by the NHA, many of them are now full of ISFs. And that's why I think the lady is referring, when the word dormant is referring to these receivables and properties that haven't been used by the NHA.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, tama po ba 258 yung binanggit kong bilang ng dormant assets ng NHA? 258 billion? Million?
Madam Speaker, there's no current valuation, but there's 200 hectares in the within the NHA nationwide.
Okay. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, bukod po sa annual budget allocation for housing, saan pa kumukuha ng funds ang departamento para sa pagpapatayo ng mga housing units?
The DOTR and the DPWH have downloaded funds previously to the NHA for some of the projects.
So, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, from the DOTR, may revenues po ba na pinanggagalingan ngayon ang NHA? Kasi according to the 2018 COA reports, the revenue of the National Housing Authority from 2017 to 2018 has increased by 23.45% mula po 1.3 million to 1.616 million. Can the department explain how they utilize this huge revenue? Bakit hindi ito ni-utilize para maabot natin yung target natin kanina na sinasabi na 101,000 housing units? Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, due to more efficiency in collections, the NHA has have increased its revenue. The internally generated income is used for payroll services and MOE, which is not funded through the GAA, and any excess is used for other production of infrastructure and projects.
So, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, for MOOE, no, for operations, ang mga operational expenses ginagamit. Hindi po sa pagpagawa ng bahay. Bakit po hindi sa pagpagawa ng bahay nilalagay yung added revenues natin na ito?
Madam Speaker, just to clarify that in the annual appropriations of the NHA, there is no appropriations for payroll or MOE. What you see in the National Expenditure Program is for the capital outlay. So the internally generated income is used for the operations for the NHA that's not funded through the GAA.
So, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, kahit po meron tayong sinasabi na kakulangan para sa pagpapatayo, no, ng much needed na pabahay, dahil ayon nga sa inyo, 12,161 housing units lang ang mapapagawa, meron tayong backlog na 101,000 units, housing units, hindi natin pwedeng gamitin yung pera para doon sa revenues, yung mula sa revenues.
Madam Speaker, pwede pong gamitin yung income, some of the income for production of the houses. Like 80, 90.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, I'm asking these questions because according to the data from the NEDA, from the National Economic and Development Authority, the country's housing backlog will reach 6.8 million units by 2022, including the backlog of 2 million units as of December 31, 2016. Hindi po malinaw sa representanteng ito kung bakit hindi matugunan ng key shelter agencies natin itong lumalalang housing crisis sa bansa. Gayong napakalaki naman pala ng kinikita nito. Nag-increase nga po 1.3, di ba, to 1.6. Naghihikahos po ang ating masa dahil sa kawalan ng pabahay na abot kaya ang presyo. Tapos, ang lumalabas, saan po natin pinupunta yung revenues na meron tayo, yung kinikita natin sa negosyo?
Madam Speaker, for the record, 1 billion of the internal generated income has been put into housing. But also, I think we share the same vision as the distinguished lady that we want to produce more housing to meet the demand. But there are certain constraints, and primarily it's because of the lack of budget given to the housing-related agencies. And in fact, for the National Expenditure Program for 2020, less than 1% of the total proposed budget is for the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Secondly, a perpetual problem that we're hoping will be solved soon and be improved is the bureaucracy, the red tape. To do a housing project today, there's 27 offices that need to be applied for 78 different permits, requiring 146 signatures and 373 documents. For the NHA, many projects take 1 to 2 years just to get the permits, and for private sector developers, in some cases 3 to 4 years. So we share the same frustration as the distinguished lady, and this representation is hoping with the advent of the new anti-red tape authority who will help the efficiency of the various agencies and LGUs. We think that in the near future, the department and its attached agencies and corporations will improve its production of housing to meet the future demand.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, I was asking about the revenues, ano po, yung mga kinikita, no, ng, is it sa collection galing? Saan pa po galing, no, yung mga kinikita ng NHA sa kasalukuyan? Nag-i-invest po ba tayo? Saan tayo nag-i-invest?
Madam Speaker, when the housing development is completed and given to the beneficiaries, there are monthly payments made. It's financed, usually 20 to 25 years. Even though these housing units that are constructed by the NHA, as we know, it's subsidized, but there's a minimal payment made by the beneficiaries. In most cases, 200 to 300 pesos a month, and that's the revenue for payment of 25 to 30 years, and that's the income that is being referred to.
Okay, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, the Commission on Audit released a report on October 2018 which showed that the NHA's idle funds almost doubled from 6.68 billion in 2016 to 11.6 billion as of end of 2017, or a 73.7% increase. So basically, the National Housing Authority is keeping 11.6 billion idle in its bank account despite the massive housing backlog in the country, on top of the 19.56 billion subsidy from the national government. The NHA collected 10.23 billion in 2017 from awardees and beneficiaries, which are mostly poor families, mainly in the form of amortization. Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, maaari bang ipaliwanag ng NHA kung ano na ang status ng bilyong idle fund na ito?
Madam Speaker, the situation is very simple. Those funds are in the accounts but are obligated. Those are funds available to pay for upcoming construction. Because as the lady knows, in previous years we work on an obligation base. So when the funds are there and you bid out a project, and some of them will last 1, 2, 3 years, so those are the funds that set aside for future obligations.
So, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, nakatago lang ang mga pondo na ito. Taon-taon na lang napakalaki ng pondo ng NHA Housing, pero taon-taon din hindi ito ginagalaw o hindi ginagamit para sa pag-provide ng abot-kayang pabahay para sa mga maralita. Napakalaki po ng amortization sa awardees at beneficiaries, pero hindi naman ginagamit para sa pabahay. Ginagamit minsan na dahilan kung bakit di makakapagtayo ng housing units ay dahil raw ang hirap maningil ng amortization, gayong lumalabas sa COA report na kaya pang mag-operate ng NHA kahit hindi magbayad ng amortisasyon ang mga beneficiaries dahil sa laki ng nakatagong pondo nito. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Hindi naman po nakatago yun. Yan po yung pondo na binabayad. Financial payment is based on physical accomplishments. So, ito po yung funds na obligate, as I mentioned earlier, to pay for future payables of ongoing projects.
Now, I'd like to remind our key shelter agencies na pera ng taong bayan yung nasa bangko. Ano po? Kasi yun naman ay, sabi nga natin, kinolekta, no? Hindi naman nananawagan ng mga tao ng libreng pabahay. kasi magbabayad pa rin sila. In fact, sa ngayon nga, ang costing ng ay umaabot ng 200, 200, 300. Sa katunayan, pabahay na abot kaya ang presyo, ang panawagan ng mga kababayan natin. Pero ang nangyayari, na-awardan ka ng pabahay, official beneficiary ka, sinisingil ka pa ng amortization. Kaya naman, talaga naman pong hindi natin maintindihan na hindi makapag-provide ng maraming pabahay para sa ating mga maralita na sa tingin natin ay abot kaya. Kung meron naman tayong sinasabi nyo nga ay obligated na funds sa bangko. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Ang mandate po ng NHA is to provide housing, socialized housing, but meron po yung cost recovery at hindi naman po pwedeng libre lahat yon. So, ang vision po natin na maparaming housing, gamitin yung bumabalik sa mga amortization para sa operations and future housing. Kaya po yung appeal namin ngayon na, Madam Speaker, is we believe that the proposed budget for the new department is too low. And really, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what we need is a national agenda which prioritizes funding for housing projects.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, madami pong skema na kung paano makapagbayad ang masa o ang mga tao para sa pabahay. In fact, sa totoo lang, yung iba nga ang ginawa, lalo na sa ibang mga housing projects sa Bulacan, ay nagtatrabaho para magkabahay, di ba? Pero hindi naman sila makaligtas doon sa amortization. They have to pay, tapos minsan 3%, actually 6%, yung interest na binabayaran. Pag hindi ka nakabayad, tataas ng tataas, baka ang pangamba pa ng mga tao, mailit yung kanilang bahay. Ganun po yung nangyayari sa mga maralita. Tumataas ng tumataas yung utang nila sa pabahay. Kaya minsan, hindi na makapagbayad. So, yung mga ganito pong usapin, marami pang mga nangangailangan ng bahay, sa totoo lang. Tapos marami ding mga hirap sa kalagayan ng pagbayad sa pabahay. Yung affordable housing na sinasabi natin, ay kailangan din i-review, i-review ng National Housing Authority ano ba talaga yung kakayanan ng mga tao sa pagbabayad o sa mga schemes, sa mga eskema na ginagawa ngayon para sa housing. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, that the interest rates is around 3%, and the homeowner has an option of 25 to 30 years, and most of these mortgages at around 200 pesos a month. Compared to maybe in the private sector, because this is subsidized, this is already, we believe, very affordable and consistent with the mandate of the NHA.
Okay, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, siguro yung mga issues ng iba't ibang mga pabahay, lalo na sa mga hindi nakakapagbayad, actually, meron ngayong tinatawag na condonation. Ang pangamba ng mga tao dyan, kapag pumasok sila sa condonation program, lalo na sa mga housing relocation sites, kapag pumasok sila doon, ang mangyayari, makakondone nga ang kanilang utang sa pabahay, pero pag next time na pagbayad ulit, hindi na naman sila makapagbayad, baka naman mawala na yung kanilang bahay o mailit na yung kanilang bahay dahil hindi naman sila makakapagbayad sa mga susunod. So, yun po yung mga cases. At yung iba, matatanda na, ilang taon na rin nagbayad ng pabahay, hindi matapos-tapos ang pagbabayad. Ganun po yung mga may mga, sabi ko nga may iba't ibang schemes no, na ginagawa. Pero minsan, hindi po yun sumaswak at hindi po yun bagay dun sa kalagayan ng mga tao. Lalong-lalo na, halimbawa, sa Valenzuela, ang housing relocatees dun sa Valenzuela, yung hanap buhay, mahirap. Tapos, mataas sa kanila, actually, mataas sa kanila ang 200 pesos. Sa totoo lang, dahil pedicab drivers, dahil minsan may trabaho, minsan wala yung mga anak nila dahil dun sa pabrika malapit sa Valenzuela ang kanilang tinitirhan at pinaghahanap buhayan. Ganun po yung mga sitwasyon. Kaya yung pag-review po doon sa NH mandate, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, kailangan po talaga yon i-review, no? Para po makatulong tayo at hindi mabaon sa utang lalo yung mga mahihirap. 'Di ba? Kasi kaya nga nag-provide ng housing for them para affordable 'yon 'di ba? Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, the NHS provided subsidized, socialized housing. They've never said it's free housing. In many cases, sa mga nahihirapan po, may condonation program, waive na po interest at penalty. Principal na lang ang bayaran. So, I would like to state on the record that the NHA has been consistent with their mandate on helping the bottom 30%, the neediest of our society. And I think this is a situation where I think sometimes it's appropriate to say, give credit where credit is due. We believe that 200 pesos a month of housing is reasonable and helps many families. But yet, tama po yun, pag pinoproblema, may condonation program na wini-waive po ang interest at saka penalty. Bayaran lang po yung principal. At hindi naman po natin pwede sabihin libre at hindi po kasama sa charter ng NHA po yan. If we really want to provide free housing, it's something I think this Congress should discuss, and maybe with the DSWD, which provides, in some cases, free shelter.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, nag-agree naman tayo sa affordable housing, kung ano yung kakayanin talaga ng mga tao. Hindi naman sinasabi na ilibre, no? Sabi nga natin. Pero kailangan po talaga natin ng magandang hanap buhay para sa kanila. Kasi makakabayad po sila kapag meron tayong hanap buhay. And the situation ng hanap buhay sa mga alam natin, sa mga maralitang lugar, napakahirap, no?
Hi, Madam.
Minsan po, sa mga malalapit na pabrika, dyan pa talaga yung matindi yung contractualization, hindi sapat yung sahod, no? Depressed talaga yung wages, ganyan po yung itsura. But anyway, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, nagkakaisa naman tayo na dapat affordable ang housing, no? Hindi naman po tayo nagtatalo dyan Dapat nakakayanan talaga ng mamamayan natin yung pagbabayad ng kanilang bahay, no? At ang key po doon ay magkaroon talaga ng magandang hanap buhay para sa lahat, no? Mabigyan natin ng magandang hanap buhay ang lahat para maka-afford sila nung housing na kailangan nila. Now, I will go to my next point, dun po sa mga usapin ng idle houses. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, the magnitude of the housing problem of the country has grown into such proportions that only a proper mass housing development program can meet the needs of Filipino families for decent dwellings. However, despite the housing crisis in the country, there are still thousands of government housing units yet to be awarded. As of 2018, about 55,000 houses built by the previous administration for government workers and poor families remain unoccupied. So, dito po, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, bakit hindi na i-award ang mga housing units na ito?
Due to the resolution number 2 issued last year, all 55,000 our housing units have been occupied and awarded.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, medyo familiar po ako dyan sa Joint Resolution 2, ano? Kasi kami po yung isa sa mga nag-push din na magkaroon ng Joint Resolution 2 na mai-award na itong mga pabahay na ito. Ngayon po, ilang porsyento na po ang naya-award? Kasi sa balita natin, hindi pa nag-a-award ng mga pabahay, no?
What percent na award? Lahat na. Lahat na po, Madam Speaker, na award.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, again, the answer is 100% na po na ibigay na.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Wala nang nakatiwangwang na pabahay ngayon, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor? Ganun ba? Kasi in-award na natin lahat.
The completed projects have been awarded, but the ongoing, nakatiwangwang. But to re-emphasize, the 55,000 that were completed have been awarded, and maybe yung mga reports po na nakita, yun yung mga bagong ongoing.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, this was the administration of Aquino. Yun po yung tinatanong ko, di ba, nung nagpatayo ng 55,000 at nakatiwangwang. Kung maaalala nyo po, yan ang naging issue natin kasi yung mga pabahay na dadamuhan na lang, na tumatagal, na walang nakatira. Kaya yan po yung tinatanong ko kung na-award na yung mga pabahay na ito.
Madam Speaker, just to clarify, tama po yun. Ito po yung old AFP, PNP housing na there were some complaints that the floor area was too small. The floor area was increased to 44 square meters from 24. And that's why the acceptance of these units were expedited kasi nagustuhan na po. So according to the reports, I assure the lady that that particular 55,000 have been awarded and occupied.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, may mga ilaw at kuryente na ba itong mga in-award na bahay na ito?
All sites are ready for connection, level 3 water and power. Each owner decision to connect or not, but all those utilities are available for all these housing units.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, medyo mabagal po yung pagproseso ng ahensya dito kasi ang i-example ko po dito, mayroon naman mga libong pabahay na pwede nang ipamahagi tapos hindi na i-prioritize, no? Ang isang halimbawa po nito, yung hinihintay natin na pabahay para sa Panditu Village sa Bulacan, particularly sa Atlantica. Tapos noong 2017, naalala nyo naman po iyon, sa grupong Kadamay, nung mag-occupy sila at binigyan ng imprimatur ni Presidente na sa pamamagitan ng JR, Joint Resolution 2, na ipamahagi na sa kanila yung mga pabahay na ito. Ngayon, 2 taon na po yung nakakalipas at ilan pa lang, 230 plus pa lang ang nabigyan ng entry pass sa mga Maralita. At Kalakhan po, wala pang entry pass. Hindi pa sila mapakabitan ng kuryente kung wala silang entry pass. So, nagtsatsaga po yung lahat sa ganong sitwasyon, sa ganong kalagayan doon. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, mamaya naman babanggitin ko kung ano naman yung napag-usapan tungkol dyan. Kasi nakipag-dialogue naman kami kanina, kaugnay dyan. At meron naman tayong inabot na pag-uusap with NHA. But nevertheless, ang tanong po natin, bakit hindi na-award sa iba pa yung mga iba pang pabahay, no? Sa medyo mabagal ang proseso ng pag-award ng mga pabahay.
700 have been awarded as of today. From the 200, 700 na po. Kaya po mabagal is, ang kailangan po mag-comply sa documentary requirements. At NHA has been helping, yun lang po, baka makatulong my esteemed colleague because NHA is willing and to award this project subject to the documentary requirements.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, naiintindihan po natin yan. Yun nga lang po kasi 2017 pa eh, di ba? Nag-example lang po ako, no? 2 years. Ibig sabihin, we were trying to talk and to have dialogues and everything nung mga nakaraan, pero hindi nagkakaroon ng mga ganong pagkakataon. And the people are willing doon sa mga requirements. Ang hindi po natin maintindihan, yung bagal nung proseso, nung pagpaproseso noon. Tapos ang sinasabi niyo po, 700. Out of the, how many yung mga pabahay? 55,000. So parang, ang laki po, no? Ang laki-laki ng backlog na kailangang ayusin at asikasuhin. Habang tumatagal, mabubulok po yung mga pabahay na yan. Anong gagawin natin dyan? Hindi natin bibigay sa mga maralita para mapakinabangan?
Na-award na po yung 700 sa 4,000, hindi po yung sa 55,000. But having said that, this representation is more than willing to assist those people with the help of my esteemed colleague. And the NHA is assuring that they will do their best to fast-track the awarding of these applications.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. Sana po ay kagyat nating masolusyonan yung mga ganitong problema. Kami naman po hindi kami nagkukulang sa pag-contact every time. Palagi naman po tayong nakikipag-usap, no? Minsan nga kahit hindi tayo hinaharap, nakikipag-usap pa rin tayo. Minsan kahit matagal o mag-rally na sa tapat ng National Housing Authority, ginagawa natin para lang makipag-usap ang mga tao. So, I hope, no? I hope you will do something about this, lalong-lalo na yung mga tiwangwang na pabahay, no? Yan po talaga, idle houses pa rin siya hanggang ngayon. Ano na ang solusyon ng gobyerno dyan? Tapos na po, 3 taon na, no? Ang administrasyon na ito. Kung meron po siyang magagawa na pagbabago, dapat nagawa niya na yun ngayon. On to my next point, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. This is about the SHAFC po. Last year, the Commission on Audit has called out the Social Housing Finance Corporation in connection with the housing project worth 214 million in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, which remains idle despite its completion in 2017. The COA said the Department of the Interior Local Government issued a certification on March 31, 2014, accrediting 546 member borrowers as beneficiaries of the housing project in Barrio Panaklayan, Luzon. The project, which is composed of 26 buildings, each a 3-story with a loft, was completed and turned over to the Homeowners Association on November 5, 2017. Now, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ano po ang status ng pamamahagi ng housing units dito as of 2019?
Madam Speaker, the SHAPSI was working on the water connection because the local LUA had insufficient funding. So overhead water tanks were put in, and to date, 90% is now occupied.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, di po ba nauna na yung feasibility study para makita natin kung okay nga na pagtayuan o may problema sa tubig. May problema pala sa tubig, bakit hindi nauna yung nakapag-conduct tayo ng feasibility study dito? No?
DILG did a feasibility study, nagkaroon ng drought. bumaba yung tubig sa dam. So unforeseen event po, Mr. Speaker.
So unforeseen events, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ano ang ginagawa
So,
ng SHAPSI ngayon, kaugnay dyan?
So, Mr. Speaker, so ang ginawa po ng SHAPSI, gumawa po ng mga overhead water tanks. Kaya po ngayon, 90% na occupied yung project.
90%, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. So, pero wala pang nakakalipat. Tama po ba, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor? Wala pang occupant itong mga ito dahil ang problema nga ay ang kawalan ng water supply dahil nga sabi ninyo, bumaba yung unforeseen event ito, pero dapat di ba sa feasibility study nakita rin natin yon, dapat malinaw din sa atin na baka nga mangyari yon.
Meron na po, 90%, dahil po nga ginawa ng tubig, water tank, and in fact ngayon, SHAPSI is now helping the local area get additional funding to connect to LUWA at may kuryente na rin.
Again,
So-
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
May kuryente na po, tapos nagre-representation kayo sa luwa, nagdadagan allocation, pero kami bibigay na po.
So, to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, there were water tanks that were put in the development. The electricity, the power has been connected. The SHAPSI funded the main water pipes to connect to the local water district. And SHAPSI is helping to increase allocation for the water district from the LUA. And as of today, 90% po occupied of the entire development.
So, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, mga kailan ito mangyayari?
Mr. Speaker, tapos na po yun to my esteemed colleague.
Ibig sabihin, yung 90% ay yung occupants, 90% na ang
Occupied na po.
doon. Ang problema lang ay yung patubig talaga, no? Yun yung Okay, I hope you can do something about this, sa SHAPSI. Kasi parang natapos na yung proyekto, tapos yung problema dumating, tapos hindi magawa ng paraan, So, bakit nagkaganon, yung proyekto na ito? Anyway, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, tungkol naman po ito sa nangyari kanina, ngayon lang, na dialogue. Kasi tiniyak na po namin na makausap kayo since nandito naman kayo. So, may mga representatives na ng Maralita mula sa Pandibulacan na pumunta para makausap kayo ng diretsyo. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, nitong hapon nagkaroon ng dialogo ang kinatawan na ito at ang ilan sa makabayan sa mga kinatawan ng National Housing Authority at mga organisasyon ng Maralita mula sa Pandibulacan. Kabilang sa naging kaisahan kanina ay pagbibigay sa kinatawang ito ng listahan sa ilalim ng 2019 Actual Occupancy Verification na nakuha ko po sa wakas matapos ang ilang beses na pag-follow up. Kung naaalala nyo po, tinanong ko rin ito nung minority, nung nagkaroon po ng pag-uusap sa minority, I was asking for the list at hindi po yun naibigay, ngayon lang naibigay. Isa na lang ang hindi po na isasubmit ang 2017 master list of pre-qualified beneficiaries kasi nag-PQ daw po. So, pre-qualified beneficiaries, maaasahan po ba natin na maisubmit ito sa pinakamabilis na panahon? Distinguished sponsor, Madam Speaker.
Yes, we will submit by Monday.
Second, hiling din ng kinatawang ito na sinang-ayunan naman ng mga humarap na kaninang kinatawan ng NHA Main Office, NHA spokesperson si Ms. Elise Trinidad at NHA Bulacan si Engineer Paragas na walang diskriminasyon sa pagpili ng mga benepisyaryo. Ina-affirm ba ito ng National Housing Authority at ng distinguished sponsor? Kasi ayaw na rin po nating makarinig ng reklamo mula sa komunidad na may pagkiling sa pag-prioritize ng mga benepisyaryo. Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We affirm that there will be no discrimination, provided lang po qualified.
Lastly, Madam Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, I would like to formally get the commitment of the distinguished sponsor and the National Housing Authority para sa pagpapabilis ng pagproseso ng validation at pagbibigay ng Certificate of Award, Entry Pass, and finally, the signing of the contract para sa mga benepisyaryong maralita na nakatira sa 6 na proyektong pabahay sa Pandi, Bulacan. Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We assure the distinguished lady that all of that will be expedited and no less than the highest officials of the agency are here to give that assurance.
Maraming salamat po. Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Kala ko, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, distinguished sponsor, to Secretary Ed Del Rosario and the family of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. I would like, would the gentleman, the distinguished sponsor, accept some interventions from this representation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. It is a fact, distinguished colleague, that our country today has a backlog of 5.7 million housing units. Is that a correct statement?
Roughly, yes. 1.4 million for informal sector and about 5 million for future and recurrent demand for the formal sector.
And is it correct to project that in the next 20 years, there will be a backlog of 22 million housing units for our people?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
And Pope John Paul II stated that the main mission of government is to heed the call of the poor and the marginalized. And that heed in his encyclical means H is health, E is education, E is employment, and D is dwelling. These are the basic needs of our people to have human dignity as enshrined in our Declaration of State Policies, that we should afford human dignity to all Filipinos. A Filipino may be healthy, he has education, he has work, but if he has no dwelling of his own, he has no dignity. And that is why I am standing here, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, because I really lament the fact that the DBM of the 33 billion that the National Housing Authority had submitted to DBM, it only gave 3 a measly in violation of our Declaration of State Principles and against the pronouncement of the late Pope John Paul II. He has only given to the National Housing Authority 3.2 billion. What does the distinguished sponsor say about this violation of our Constitution and the right of Filipinos to have human dignity?
Mr. Speaker, this sponsor supports the comments of my esteemed colleague that the NHA, and not just the NHA, but the entire department, the budget allocated is deficient, and if this country believes in nation building, a critical part of this is to provide adequate shelter, housing, especially for the lowest income sector of our society, the neediest. And I express my gratitude to my colleague who shares the same sentiment.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. And that is why in this Congress today, we have seen the inadequacy of this particular budget, together with the other attached agencies of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. The NHA is close to my heart because December 16, 2011 was the calamity of Sendong, killing 1,500 of my constituents, destroying more than 10,000 houses and families were dislocated. And it was the NHA, which was one of the agencies in the forefront of making my constituents rise from this calamity, together with the DSWD and the Department of Public Works and Highways. And I have here the heroes of Cagayan de Oro. We have here AGM Froy Campitan. And we have here, of course, Froy is here, he's retiring, unfortunately. He's still very young, but, you know, he has reached the age limit. But these are the heroes. Together here with Hilda Abiliera, who is now the NHA Director for District 2. And Hilda, can you stand up because you are the heroes here? And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we see that if we only give a measly 3.2 billion budget to NHA, how can we serve our districts all over the country, like the district of Congressman Strike Revilla, who is with me here? How can we do that to our friends, Manny here, Lopez, and all the others is still present tonight, and I'm getting their names, because when we increase the budget, those present tonight should be the first to receive the additional funds for this district. So can we get the names of all those who are here, including Benny Abante? Because we are going to fight for this. I have talked to the Speaker about this, and of course he also has the heart to help us, and in the period of amendments, which will be tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last day, and the President has certified that this is an urgent measure, no more requirement for a printing for 3 days. And therefore, all of us are united that we will be able to increase the budget of this department and the NHA. And because if we do that, then therefore, our request of my second district, Cagayan de Oro, of 3 billion, can you imagine? Our request for Cagayan de Oro is 3 billion, which is exactly the NHA budget. And that is why, how can we give, for example, our on-site relocation in Makabalan, 7 units, 3 stories, medium rise. In Barangay Gusa, the same, socialized housing. And then, I was able to get from the Department of Public Works and JICA the mega dike along the Cagayan de Oro River, which will protect the families along the river banks. We will relocate because they will be hit by that dike. Where are we going to bring our people? We cannot finish our dike if we cannot be able to have a relocation for these families of about more than 5,000 families along the river banks, both first and second district. And that is why it is very important, Mr. Speaker, that tonight we are able to understand the need to increase the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development and the National Housing Authority, and of course also the ASLURB, because Commissioner Pintor is here. So, we therefore would say, as a thank you to the NHA built 1,848 units for the Sendong victim fast. They are now in those houses, they're living normal lives. We refuse in Cagayan de Oro to be defined as calamity victims, but we are defined by the resiliency of our people with the help of the National Housing Authority and the other agencies. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, in the proper period of amendments, I will be writing, because there is no more oral presentation of the period of amendments, it will all be in writing tomorrow. And I'm going to surely include the increase of the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and the NHA, because this is the mandate of our Constitution and what our Catholic believes, our Catholic Church believes in the encyclical of the late Pope John Paul II. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Distinguished sponsor, thank you. I know that our debonair chairman of this presiding distinguished sponsor will always be the one to carry the cudgels of this department to the Speaker, to our appropriations head, and will also be there in the bicameral to make sure that we increase the entire budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this time. Again, thank you to the department and to the NHA and to all the attached agencies. Thank you very much and good evening.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Honorable Lito Atienza of Buhay Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Lito Atienza of Buhay Party List is recognized to interpolate this sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, salamat po. And again, we would like to ask the gentleman defending the budget, if there is any, for the human settlements, including or especially of the National Housing Authority. Una, sino po ba ang talagang inappoint na pinakapuno ng Department of Human Settlements today? Meron po ba o wala?
Mr. Speaker, no other than the good-looking gentleman behind me, Secretary Ed Del Rosario.
Secretary Del Rosario.
Yes.
And nabuo na po ba yung department at this point or hindi pa?
The department is in a transition period. In fact, Mr. Speaker, ito po yung pinakaunang-unang budget ng department. This is the maiden budget for the department, and they are hoping with the clearances for DBM, for the items, and the budget for 2020, they will have a permanent office within the next few months.
According to their estimates, for the year 2020, ilan po kaya ang mapoproduce ng ating Human Settlements Department in matters of housing? Do they have a projection that we can rely on, considering the runaway problem of housing for the country?
What's the query for the year 2020, Mr. Speaker? 2020?
2020. Dahil tinitingnan ko po, I don't think they will be able to produce much this year. So we will give them more time to organize, and we would expect results coming in 2020.
Given the limited budget, we estimate that for 2020, there will be about 136,000 produced. Pero kulang-kulang pa rin po.
Natatawa po ako sapagkat magmimilagro siguro sila. The multiplication of housing in the Philippines, like the multiplication of bread in our biblical times. Anyway, ako'y hindi sumang-ayon sa pagbuo ng departamento para bigyan ng solusyon ang problema ng housing. Dahil nakikita natin ngayon, tumigil ang produksyon dahil bumuo tayo ng Housing and Urban Settlements Department. Para bagang ang solusyon sa isang problema ay bumuo ng isang department. Samantalang tumigil ang production. Lumaki, lumobo. To quote my good friend, Congressman Lagman, who I hope is still around, lumolobo ang problema ng pabahay. Every year that we stop production, the problem becomes even doubly bigger than earlier. Kaya, next year, if they project 100,000 housing, that would be quite impossible to attain. Why? Because they do not have the budget for it. As simple as that. And the production arm, which is the National Housing Authority, does not even have a budget too. So who will produce? Who will produce the housing, Mr. Speaker? Sino po ang bubuo ng 100,000 units by next year?
Mr. Speaker, this sponsor will not second-guess the wisdom of the 17th Congress, but tama po yun na kulang ang budget para po makuha yung ideal number. But given the 3.2 billion to NHA, about 1 billion to SHAPSI, and with the continued support of Pag-ibig, kaya po natin yung 130,000. At kahit po binuo yung bagong departamento, tuloy-tuloy po yung production ng NHA and the other agencies. Ang trabaho po, to my distinguished colleague, the department, because of the new law, will be in charge of all housing-related planning, regulatory functions, and finding ways for all related agencies and corporations to become more efficient in its vision to produce more housing units. Tuloy-tuloy po yun. Ang target po ng Pag-ibig is 100,000, of which 22,000 will be for the informal settlers. This sponsor is optimistic that with the new department, with a more clear focus on the housing priority, na mas gaganda po yung performance of the housing agencies.
Alam po ninyo, before the existence of the Department of Human Settlement, production was going on with the full participation of the private sector and the full production capability of the National Housing Authority. And now, we are admitting that we have a bigger backlog. The promise of a bigger volume of housing to be built up to now is not realized. And I believe even in 2020, it will not change much. The housing production from the private sector and the government were all working at one point in time. Andiyan po ang Pag-ibig. Andiyan po yung HUDCC. Meron na pong coordination ang lahat ng ahensya. Hindi po namin maintindihan nun. Bakit kayo bumuo ng departamento na hindi makapagtatrabaho kaagad-agad at titigil ang production natin? The thing to do, Mr. Speaker, is to provide the production arm of the government, and that is the National Housing Authority. And I take note, they cannot produce anything next year simply because their budget will not allow it. Alam po ba ninyo yung 3.2 billion? Pansweldo po yun sa National Housing Authority. In my estimates, hindi makakabuo ng mahigit 5,000 yan. Even on raw housing. Ito po yung dugtong-dugtong. Pinakamurang housing po yan. And you talk about 20,000 for the informal settlers next year? I don't think the informal settlers would expect anything next year because the production arm will not be able to provide them necessary decent housing, no matter how humble, how simple the design, it would still be, as my colleague said, a dignified form of housing. And with 3.2 billion, so therefore we will expect no production will happen from the government side next year. And that means that the housing problem will not even be as we estimate today because it will be magnified by the delay in production. Hindi ko po masakyan. Alam po ninyo ang Hong Kong nakapagbuo ng daang-daang libong housing na solve yung problema nila ng housing, hindi bumuo ng departamento, binigyan ng pondo ang kanilang National Housing Authority. Ang Singapore, model of housing the poor, meron din sufficient housing, not by creating a Department of Housing, but by giving more funds for the production of government called National Housing Authority. Here in the Philippines, we already had a functioning National Housing Authority and a functional system of finance, guarantee, insurance, and the like. Binigyan po ng pondo ang ating Home Savings Fund. Tinulungan pa ng gobyerno yan ng daan-daang milyon upang magkaroon ng mas mabilis na produksyon ang pribado. Ngayon, wala po silang production sapagkat binubuo pa natin yung department. I cannot understand, much less support, the situation. We created a dream, we created a fallacy that is not happening. We have a National Housing Authority which will not do much this year and not much next year. So, kaawa-awa po talaga tayo. And therefore, we should take note that the system is not working. It will create a bigger problem unless we fund the production arm of government with more money. If we depend on the system to work, it will take them about 2 to 3 years. Tapos na po administration ni Presidente Duterte. Hindi pa rin po gagana yan. And may I ask, what happened to the Housing and Urban Development Council? Yung po ba ay automatically abolished or is it still functioning?
Mr. Speaker, with the support of the distinguished gentleman from Manila, to augment the possible augmentation of the budget of the National Housing Authority, I'm sure we can produce more units because as tama po yung sinabi, sa 3 billion, kulang-kulang po. Yung dati pong HUDCC, ito na po yung bagong department. And sinama po lahat ng mga related housing agencies like yung Socialized Housing Finance Corp, Pag-ibig, National Home Mortgage sa isang umbrella. So na-abolish na po yung HUDCC and replaced by the new department.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal to the wisdom of the sponsor. Rather than defend this budget, this status quo, let's take note tonight. I waited for this opportunity to put on record housing will remain the biggest problem of the Filipinos simply because we committed an error. I call it an error because the system was working, there was no need to fix it. Merong production ng gobyerno, may production ng pribado. Ngayon, walang production pareho. Up to now, the housing in Tacloban has not been finished because kulang ang kakayahan ng nagtatayo ng pabahay. Dito sa Metro Manila, dumami ang homeless. Tuloy-tuloy ang problema sapagkat walang bumubuo ng pabahay. Mabuti pa yung mga nakaraang panahon, nakatayo na ngayon sa Tondo. sa Sampaloc, sa Santa Ana, at marami mang panig ng ating kalunsuran. Why? Because the system was working. And we disrupted it. And it will take time before it starts production. And meanwhile, our people are expecting, on the promises of the President, housing will be given priority in our government. Narinig ko po yun. How can it be given priority when you overhaul the whole system? Wala namang problema. I didn't see any problem before. Alam po ninyo, National Housing Authority, pera lang ang kailangan. Bubuo po yan ng daan-daan libo. Maniniwala ako sa sinabi niyo 100,000, magagawa nila. Pero kung iaasa ninyo, unang-una, sa pribado, walang pribadong nagtatayo ng socialized housing. Wala pong kontratista na mamumuhunan sa kanyang sarili at kanyang pagsisikap kung socialized housing. Helping the informal settlers, hindi papasukin ng pribado yan. Nananaginip kayo sapagkat hindi dapat pagkakitaan yan. Pinakamababa dapat yan sa presyo ng pabahay. So I don't know how you're going to untangle this whole mess, but I will keep my position very clear. We had a system working. We had a production in full blast. Today, all of this stopped simply because we tinkered with something that was working already, and we just provided a panacea, a vision that will not deliver housing for our people. I don't think the sponsor will be able to convince the country today, no matter how brilliant he is, as I know he is, but the reality is this system will not work. A national housing authority for one country was sufficient. And we had the best technical men at the NHA at one time. But today, I'm sorry to see, they are a frustrated lot dahil wala silang pera. Lumiit ang pondo, papunta na sa abolition ito. And then, the Human Settlements Department will provide it. Maybe in 10 years' time, when we would have already faced crisis after crisis, doon lamang siguro magsisimula, mabigyan ng pabahay na makakayanan ng mahihirap. So I'm putting it on record tonight. I join Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, who has his mind in the right place and his heart in the right place. I join him, and I urge all of you to co-sign in the amendment that we genuinely provide housing and not a promise for our people. Hindi pwedeng ganito ang ating palulusting budget. We have wasted all our time here. We have spent countless of hours, long hours, at defining the pesos and centavos in this budget. Pero yung housing, naniwala tayo, hindi, may department na. Masusolve na yan. Ayan, gagawa na naman tayo ng Department of OFW. May nagpo-propose, Department of Culture. May nagpo-propose, Department of Storm Surges para ipagbawal na ang bagyo sa Pilipinas. This is how we handle our work. It's time to look at ourselves. Pagka meron talagang nagtatrabaho ng sistema, huwag na natin pakialaman. Dagdagan natin ang pondo. Pag-ingatan natin ang paggastos ito. Subalit, binuwag ninyo, ngayon binubuo pa rin. Yung nauulanan, gabi-gabi, nauulanan ngayon dahil wala siyang bubong. So, Mr. Speaker, nawala yata si Speaker.
I'm here, Mr.
Ayun.
I'm listening.
I take note of this major defect in our budgeting. We say that housing is guaranteed by the Constitution. We say that housing is a major commitment of this government, but we do not put it in our budgeting system. The DBM would rather give 108 billion pesos. Pinamimigay ang salapi. Ang production arm ng gobyerno, 3 billion. Nagbibiro ba tayo? Are we making our people mendicants? Sasalo na lang ng pera doon sa PPP program? Samantalang yung productivity ay ating hindi tutulungan? There is something wrong. Fundamentally wrong. Kaya magsama-sama tayo. Ipakita naman natin, ang Kongreso ay matuwid mag-isip. Huwag natin aprobahan itong budget na ito, walang amendment. Ang amendment na gagawin natin, bigyan ng sufisyenteng pondo ang production arm ng gobyerno habang binubuo ang Department of Human Settlement para magkaroon tayo ng sama-samang bisa ng pabahay. Otherwise, I will not question the budget of the Human Settlement because I know they are under-budgeted. I will not question even the budgets of the different agencies who are still functioning. I don't know how they're relating. The home guarantee, the national home mortgage, I don't know how they will relate. At one point in time, they were already relating. And they retained the production to be handled by the government. But today, that no longer exists. We can correct that with a statement that the DBM and the executive must listen to reason. Let us not create an expectation that will not happen even up to 2022. May panahon, bigyan nyo ng pondo ang National Housing Authority. As I said, Singapore solved their housing problem with the National Housing Authority. The Philippines, at one point in time, was fast catching up with the requirement. Hong Kong solved their problem, providing socialized housing for their poor and homeless citizens. Tayo, umaasa tayo sa ating binuo na hindi mangyayari dito sa Kongresong ito. The 18th Congress will not witness a full production of housing, both from the private sector and the government, if we insist on not helping them with the necessary funding. Let's give them what they wanted. Give them 30 billion. Bawasan po natin yung PPP. You don't give away money. Put it in housing and they become productive. Housing will make a citizen productive. Give away and just giving money away will not produce any productivity. Alam po ninyo yun. Alam naman natin lahat yun. Let's correct it. And let's send a message to the DBM. Let's send a message to the government that Congress is not a fool. We cannot be fooled. The reality is that we committed an error. Let's correct it now by giving them enough funds so they can start producing this year, not 3 years from now. And with that statement, we rest our case that the Department of Human Settlements is not a solution. It is an aggravation of the problem which will make the poor expect nothing from the government. Pag sinabi niyo walang pera, bakit merong 108 billion na ipamimigay? Yung 50 billion doon, ibigay sa NHA, maraming bahay tayong makikita. Pero 3 billion for production and 108 billion to give away doesn't make sense. You manage your home, I manage mine. Everybody has a home management, financing management. We don't do things that way. You prioritize your budgeting so that the family, struggling families, will survive. Right now, housing faces a bleak, immediate, and long-range future because the system is not working and it will not work in the near future. Mako-correct natin to. We greet the Speaker and we ask him to join us in this expression of concern. This Congress, 18th Congress of the Philippines, under the leadership of Speaker Cayetano, will correct an anomalous situation that housing will not be allowed to go unattended. With that, I hope I've contributed a little to the wisdom of this budget, which we are rushing. Rushing for what? Rushing to perdition because people will be expecting and getting none. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for your patience.
Your Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
you.
I move to recognize Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List.
Honorable Franz Castro is recognized and to interpolate the sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Gusto ko ring mag-express ng aking appreciation sa NHA, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor sa pagbibigay sa akin ng ilang mga hinihingi kong data noong nakaraang briefing. So, meron po dito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, policy, mga policy question. Anyway, nasabi na ni Congressman Lito Atienza, no, yung ilang mga comment natin. So, ito lang po, no, the Department of Housing, Human Settlement and Urban Development. So, consolidates the functions of HUDCC and the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, with the latter being reconstituted into Human Settlements Adjunction Commission. The different housing agencies, the NHA, the Social Housing Finance Corporation, the National House Mortgage Finance Corporation, and the Home Development Mutual Fund or the Pag-ibig will remain as attached agencies to be governed by a single board with the exception of the Pag-ibig. So under the IRR, the agency is mandated with policy making, regulatory, and performance monitoring in 3 areas: environmental land use and urban planning and development, housing and real estate development, and the homeowners association and the community development. So, do you agree to this, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So una po yung bagong-bago itong department na ito, last 17th Congress, at ang kinatawan nga ito ay tumutol kasama ng Makabayan Black na magkaroon ng ganitong department dahil nga nakikita na nga natin hindi yung pagbubuo ng department o pagko-consolidate nitong mga agency na ito yung solusyon, dahil ang problema talaga yung pabahay at saka yung samot-saring problema doon sa pabahay ng ating mga mamamayan. So, ano po ba sa opinion ng ating butihing sponsor, Mr. Speaker, etong tingin niyo po ba yung function ng iba't ibang ahensya na kapaloob dito sa department ay epektibo pa rin po ba or may kulang?
Mr. Speaker, this representation believes that the 17th Congress made a very good policy decision to put together all the housing-related units and agencies and corporations in one department. In fact, alam po ninyo, ang isang problema ng housing sector is the delays in permits, clearances, both from the LGU and other national government agencies. I'm very hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that with the new department, one of their mandate is to help the housing sector, both in the public and private, streamline the processes. And in fact, doon po sa batas, one of the mandate is to create a one-stop processing center. Ang appeal ko po sa lahat, ng members of the 18th Congress is to give a chance to the new department. In fact, embedded in the law that created the department, specifically stated of a 3-year transition period. So, alam po natin maraming problema, pero palagay ko po, we are moving in the right direction. The 17th Congress and the President made good decisions, and I think this is a step forward for the housing industry.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, so nakikita nga natin po yung pagkakaroon ng separate na department kaugnay nitong sa iba't ibang housing agencies. Pero nakita natin, nag-agree kayo no, na hindi naman ito pinondohan ng ina-expect nating mas malaking pondo sana para doon sa housing o yung pabahay. In fact, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, hindi natin nakikita doon sa budget na ang ng DSHUD, yung housing o pabahay, mas nakatuon sa urban development na hindi malinaw sa kinatawang ito kung anong klaseng urban development or urban development ba para kanino. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, support to operations, technical support to management on program, conceptualization and development, coordination and monitoring, 34,898,000. Halos 91% ng pondo ay nasa central office. So, pwede po bang sa konkreto malaman natin yung magiging expenses dito sa 91% ng pondo ng departamento? Okay. Particular po sa operations, meron po tayong 46,995, subdivision survey of proclaimed lands for socialized housing, 13 million 63,000, and then development of shelter monitoring info system 1,970,000. Technical advisory services for LGU in shelter planning, 23,116,000. National drive against professional squatters and squatting syndicates. So, ito po ay nagtototal din ng 83.5% ng total na 373 and 172 million budget. So, pwede ba briefly, Ginoong Sponsor, may paliwanag natin yung konkretong magaganansya ng ating mamamayan dito sa budget na ito. So lahat po ito ay mga MOOE, tama po ba?
MOE lahat. At tama po yun. Mga MOE po lahat yan. Ito po yung part 2 ng mandate, magbukas po ng mga regional centers. Sa ngayon, we only have 9, so kulang po ng 7 regional centers. At the majority of those MOE will go for setting up those centers.
Okay, paano natin masisiguro ang Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na hindi magiging imbalance ang prioridad kontra sa tunay na pangangailangan ng mayorya ng ating mamamayan, which is pabahay. Functions ng DSHUD ay mostly policy making. Nasaan dito sa NEP nyo yung mga programa para sa direktang pagpapatayo ng housing units o pag-ensure na, magtatayo nga ang ibang ahensya ng housing units o gagamitin ng ibang ahensya ang housing and relocation funds para doon sa ating mga mamamayan?
Mr. Speaker, of the total budget allocated for the department, para lang po we get a better picture. Yung meron pong 3.2 billion na nasa NHA for the production. Yung nabanggit po, I think what the distinguished lady is referring to is the PS and MOE of the department for policy making, allocation for the operations, and setting up of regional offices. But I want to assure the lady na yung para sa pabahay, meron po tayong 3.2 billion sa NHA at mga sa socialized Social Housing and Finance Corp is about 1.3 billion. So the majority of the proposed allocation for the department is really for the production of, for the housing subsidies.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. So we need a policy, Mr. Sponsor, a policy that is biased to the use of land or housing. So hindi naman siguro kondo kasi may mga budget din tayo dito para doon sa mga monitoring of subdivision and condo projects, issued permits and license. Ito po ba ay isa rin sa function? So nanggaling ito sa ang ahensya po?
Sa Office of the Secretary po yun.
Office of the Secretary, yung pagbibigay po ng license dito sa ating mga condo and malls, homeowners, certificates. Meron ding processing applications for permits, licenses pertaining to development and sale of subdivision, condo, and other real estate development projects, and homeowners association, 48,424,000, and then 81,970,000.
So tama po yun, sa department na po yung mga permits and licenses.
Meron din dito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, yung formulating and updating the standards, guidelines into the land use planning, zoning, housing, and real estate development projects and homeowners associations, 17 million. Ano po yung pagkakaiba noon dun sa binanggit natin kanina na monitoring of subdivision and condo projects?
Tama po, lahat po yun sa Office of the Secretary. Yung nabanggit po is technical assistance to the LGUs.
Okay, so kailangan pa natin talaga pag-aralan yung pag-merge ng iba't ibang mga function nung lahat ng mga ahensya na napunta sa DishWood. Pero ang mahalaga po na mandato, syempre, ay yung pabahay para sa ating mga mamamayan. So isa lang pong malaking pondo rin po yung tinatawag natin dito na National Drive Against Professional Squatters and Squatting Syndicates. Nagkakahalaga po ito ng 11,992,000. At 9 million dito po ay mapupunta sa MOOE. So, paano po natin na-determine, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung sinasabi nating mga professional squatters, gaano ba karami sa ngayon yan?
Paano karami? Yung tinanong niya, paano karami professional? Meron pong definition sa RA 7 na yung ginagamit pang income generating squat. Tama po yun, yung dating function ng HUDCC, nandito na sa bagong department. Tsaka yung definition po ng RA 7279 is pag pinagkikitaan. Pag pinagkikitaan, ang
so, meron po bang tayong
squatting.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor na data, concrete data nitong sinasabi nating mga professional squatters and squatting syndicates kasi malaki po yung pondo natin dito. 11,992,000 at ang MOOE ay 9 million. So sa konkreto po, paano po ito mag-operationalize?
Sige. Mr. Speaker, we will submit the requested information to the distinguished lady.
Okay. So ano po sasabit natin, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Yung hinihingi po ninyo ang hinihingi po na yung mga professional, yung mga organization na nabanggit, we can provide that information.
Ang sinasabi ko po ay paano halimbawa yung sa konkreto, ma-operationalize natin itong sinasabi nating pondo para dito sa mga yung drive against professional squatters and squatting syndicates. So, sa konkreto po ba, nagawa po ba ng ahensya kung paano ito? Meron na po ba tayong na-apprehend o meron na po ba tayong nahuli? Or para saan po ito?
Mr. Speaker, the usual process is investigation, dialogue, case build-up. Ganun po yung usual, normal process niya.
So may mga area na po ba tayong natukoy kaugnay dito sa mga problema natin ng squatting? Magbigay nga po kayo ng example, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. So may mga areas po ba tayong mga natukoy na kung saan meron po itong tinatawag nating mga squatters or professional squatters?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, can my esteemed colleague repeat the query?
So yung tinutukoy po natin dito yung ating paano po sa konkreto, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, yung operationalization o pagpa-function nitoong National Drive Against Professional Squatters and Squatting Syndicates. Meron po tayong pondong 11,992. Most of it goes to MOOE. So sinabi natin kanina at tinatanong ko at hindi din maayos na nasagot, paano ba natin kino-consider yung professional squatters ginagamit sa negosyo? Yung pabahay na tinatayo po ng NHA, ganun po ba yon? Tapos sa konkreto, paano po natin ito gagawin? Meron na po ba tayong nagawa nito? In the previous...
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there's an interagency committee composed of LRA, PNP, and DOJ officials from the department. Seminars are undertaken, dialogues is initiated with the LGUs, and then if there's enough evidence, then investigations and due diligence, and then eventually, after the workup, then and if appropriate, cases are filed.
Okay, siguro hintayin ko na lang yung yung report doon sa sinasabi nating pag-determine ng professional squatters at paano natin yung nasa-solve. Okay? Last na lang po, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, dito sa 4,781 na sinabi nating, ako medyo na-strike na ko dito sa illegally occupied by kadamay kasi parang mas lalo nating minamaliit yung ating mga vulnerable na mga maliliit na mamamayan na talagang ang gusto lang talaga nila ay magkaroon ng pabahay. So, pwede na ba nating i-strike itong illegal? Kasi tinanggap na nga natin sila eh. In fact, kinonsider na ng Pangulo na bigyan sila ng pabahay. Masama man yung pamamaraan, pero ang intention po ay magkaroon ng pabahay. Kaya dapat po tanggalin na natin yung sinasabi nating illegally occupied dahil habang sinasabi niyo pong illegal occupied dyan, ang feeling ng kinatawan na ito ay yung pagtulong ay hindi natin talaga puspusan na ibinibigay. Kasi may mga natatanggap po kami mga reports, alam niyo po ba, itong pabahay na ito, yung Villa Elis, Padre Pio, Pandi Residence, Villa Luis, at yung Antarctica, ito po ay alam niyo po ba, report ko lang po ito, no? Nakakaranas sila ng militarisasyon dito. Nakakaranas sila ng tokhang. Araw-araw kinakatok sila dito, yung mga mahihirap na nag-occupy noong pabahay. Pwede po ba, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, natanggalin na natin yung salitang illegal kasi tinanggap naman na natin ng NHA ito at tinanggap na ng Pangulo na dapat sila ibigyan ng pabahay.
At tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. Sangayon po kami doon. In fact, meron ng 700 na bigyan na ng mga units.
Okay.
At hinihintay na lang po ng NHA yung mga documentary requirements.
Salamat po. Narinig ko naman kanina yung kay Congressman Arlene Rosas. Ito lang po yung gusto kong malinaw dito. So, sana tinitignan natin yung mga vulnerable na mga mahihirap natin at na talagang gagawa nyo ng kapit sa patalim para lang di ba? So, tignan na lang natin sila na mamamayan natin na nangangailangan ng pabahay. Okay po, tanggalin na natin dito yung illegally occupied. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, including attached agency and corporation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4228 as found in Committee Report number 8. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Paulo Pulong Duterte from the 1st District of Davao City for his manifestation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Paulo Duterte is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, last Tuesday, September 17, I had planned on interpellating our esteemed colleague who is sponsoring the budget of the Department of Tourism to seek clarification on certain issues and concerns regarding what is happening now in that department under the leadership of Secretary Bernard Romulo Puyat. I had planned to ask some questions because it has come to my attention that there have been several complaints on the management style of Secretary Romulo Puyat in relation to the approval of contracts and projects in her department. However, as part of the pre-plenary conference between agencies of the executive departments and the House of Representatives, our Honorable Speaker deemed it prudent that these issues be thrashed out directly with Secretary Romulo Puyat. Hence, following the established procedure in the House, I sat down with the Speaker and Secretary Romulo Puyat to discuss my concerns regarding her department. I wanted to clarify these issues because I believe it is my right and sworn duty as a member of this esteemed chamber to ask questions and thus interpolate any of my fellow legislator on the floor. I would be remiss of my duty as a representative of the people of Davao City's 1st District if I turn a deaf ear to the complaints and grievances that have reached my office regarding the Department of Tourism. After I had discussed my concerns with Secretary Puyat, napupuyat na ako dito sa babae na to, in the presence of our Speaker, I thought that was the last of it. Bilang paggalang sa ating Speaker, pumayag akong kausapin si Secretary Puyat. Ang buong akala ko ay maganda ang ikakabunga ng aming pag-uusap. Yun pala ay mauwi lang sa sumbungan at mga maling paratang laban sa akin at alam niyo na, my esteemed colleagues, kung kanino. Ito lamang po, Mr. Speaker. Ako po ay naniniwala na dapat na ipabatid natin sa lahat ang mga pangyayaring ito nang sa gayon ay malaman ng ating mga kababayan ang tunay niyang karakter at pag-uugali. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, at mga kasamahan ko dito sa Kongreso. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we well note the manifestation of our esteemed colleague from the 1st District of Davao City. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we continue consideration of House Bill number 4228 as found in Committee Report number 8, and could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure? So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, the Secretary General is directed to read the bill.
House Bill number 4228, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2020, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume on the consideration of the House Bill 4228 of Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Paul Dasa of the 1st District of Northern Samar, Vice Chairperson of the...
Honorable Paul Dasa is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Carlos Zarate of Bayan Muna Party List.
Honorable Carlos Zarate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the good sponsor, will the good sponsor and the family of the shoot, good evening. Will the good sponsor entertain some questions in clarification for the budget of the shoot?
Yes, I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. My concern is with the National Housing Authority. Can the staff show the PowerPoint? Thank you. In the early 2000, the National Housing Authority, or NHA, contracted R2 builders for the Smoky Mountain Rehabilitation Project. I don't know if this project was fully completed, but suddenly, R2 builders filed a case against NHA. In 2004, the NHA surprisingly issued Memorandum 4714 to pay R2 builders the amount of 1,752,491,731 for its supposed obligation to R2 builders. Again, I am not sure if the rehabilitation project was actually completed by this contractor, the R2 builders. So, I am not also sure why NHA is obligated to it. But, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, let us presume that the obligation is valid. According to the Commission on Audit, the NHA paid the following to R2 builders. It deposited in escrow for R2 builders 250 million. Then in 2007, it paid via a check 56,685,655. Then again in 2007, another check worth 500 million. Then in March 17, 2009, another NHA check worth again 500 million. And on November 4, 2009, another NHA check worth 150 million. And finally, in February 4 of 2010, a NHA check worth 295,804 million, for a total of 1.752,489,700 billion. Based on the payment above, Mr. Sponsor, NHA has fully paid its supposed original obligation of 1.752 billion. However, on October 2, 2018, the National Housing Authority again issued Board Resolution 6441, which obligated itself to make additional payments to R2 builders in the amount of 1,122,416,969 centavos. Worse, other than that payment, it also conveyed to R2 builders an additional 5 hectares of the Vitas property in the port area near the Smoky Mountain, which could probably amount to another billion pesos or more. I am sure, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, since NHA recently issued this Resolution 6441, all the board members of NHA has studied all the documents related to the said obligation as well as the COA findings with R2 builders, and they are very familiar with the data on this issue. In fact, I think because they are familiar, it is sufficient for them to answer questions during this budget deliberation. Otherwise, if NHA is not familiar with the issue, it would have not issued the said Board Resolution 6441. So my first question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, NHA indeed recently issued Resolution 6441, correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Sponsor. As another background, on December 13, 2017, COA Auditor Elma Reverente declared that the NHA has paid off fully its obligation with R2 Builder. Now, my next question. Why is NHA paying an additional 1.122 billion when, as already declared by COA, it has already fully paid R2 builders for all its obligations?
The NHA is not paying, and this particular issue, a executive summary has been made and has been forwarded to the Office of the President for the President to make a decision on these cases related to the Smoky Mountain project. But please allow me to note that all resolutions and actions taken by the NHA has been shared with DOF, DOJ, and other agencies.
I will go into that later, Mr. Sponsor. But then again, even if there is no payment made yet, because it's just contained in a resolution, again, the question is still persists. No? Why did the board issue such a resolution ordering a payment of additional 1.122 billion when there was already a declaration by COA that it has already been fully settled? And in addition to that, a 5-hectare Vitas property was even included in the payment. No? So magbabayad na ng additional 1.122 billion, may binigay pa na lupa sa contractor, sa R2 builders, na 5 hectares. No? So, kung yung 5 hectares na yon ay pinagawa na lang ng low-cost housing para sa ating mga kababayan, ito yung pinag-uusapan natin dito, Mr. Sponsor, maraming mga kababayan natin na walang bahay, walang lupa, but here again, we are giving this contractor, the R2 builders, a 5-hectare lot. No? And according to the Home Guarantee Corporation, actually, they are the owner of that property. No? HGC is the owner of that Vitas property, the 5-hectare, and it's now turned over to R2 builders, and in fact, now being occupied by R2 builders without paying any rent. No? So, question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, did the Home Guarantee Corporation objected to the conveyance of this property, the Vitas property? They objected.
Mr. Speaker, can you repeat the question? Who objected to the
The Home Guarantee Corporation. When it was conveyed to R2 Builders, we learned that the Home Guarantee Corporation objected to giving this 5-hectare property to R2 Builders. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes or no? There was no objection. There was no objection from the HGC, Mr. Speaker.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Let me clarify, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to clarify, that the HGC itself did not express no objection to the compromise agreement. And I'm quoting this from the Court of Appeals case. So, for clarification, the HGC did not object.
So, for the record, you are saying that HGC, the Home Guarantee Corporation, acceded to conveying their property, because it's owned by HGC, to R2 Builders as part of this payment. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. At least that is now on the record. Now, the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, or OGCC, in fact, also objected to this additional payment, or at least did not support the additional payment. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
OGC did not object, but gave NHA and HGC the authority to decide on the matter.
Is that non-objection or acquiescence of OGCC given in writing, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
That was the official opinion, Mr. Speaker, and we could furnish you copies of that
I just
OGC
kindly
document.
furnish this representation and this committee with a copy of the opinion coming from the OGCC, if there was one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we'll furnish.
So thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm raising this issue because our urban poor, ang mga mahihirap po natin, has been suffering due to lack of housing facilities. But always, ang sinasabi ng NSA, at sinasabi natin dito sa kapulungang ito, sa panahon ng budget hearings, ay we don't have, or NSA don't have sufficient funds for their housing needs. No? So, for my last question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, nung pinagdebatehan, dineliberate probably ng board, NHA board, itong paglabas nila ng resolution number 6441, saan po ba naisip ng board kukunin yung pambayad? Maliban doon sa 5-hectare Vitas property, saan po ba nila kukunin? No? If NSA does not have sufficient funds for the housing needs of our poor people, where is it going to get the funds for the additional payment of 1.1 122 billion, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
The original plan was to pay cash or property, Dasyon and Pago, and there were identified properties. But for the record, that has not been consummated. And as I mentioned earlier, all of this has been put on hold and been forwarded to the Office of the President for final disposition.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But if it was not put on hold, ang ibig bang sabihin ay kukunin yan dito sa ating pinagdibatihang budget for 2020 or ipopropose na kukunin ito sa General Appropriations Act, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
There was no discussion of source of payment when that resolution was done.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So lilinawin ko lang po, no? There was this resolution already approved by the board. Included in that resolution is the supposed additional payments to R2 builders in the tune of 1.122 billion, despite the COA already saying that NSA previously already paid 1.752 billion, no, to R2 builders. In this new resolution, yun nga, additional payment na 1.122 billion plus 5 hectares of Vita's property, which the good sponsor said and admitted was not objected to by Home Guarantee Corporation. As in fact, these 5 hectares was already conveyed to R2 builders. So at least malinaw yan on the record. Your Honors, my dear colleagues, according to the documents we reviewed, according to the COA findings, in fact, all these agencies were on the side of NSA during the filing of the case, no? And against R2 builders for additional payments. Thus, the NSA, I believe, this representation believes, has the duty to fight for its funds. No? Dahil pinaghirapan nilang ipaglaban yan dito sa Kongreso. Dagdagan nyo ang aming pondo para mabigyan namin ng tamang pabahay ang mga mahihirap. Pero kung ganito ang nangyayari ngayon, bayad na tayo, hindi ko alam kung bakit after nagbayad tayo ay maniningil at magbabayad tayo uli. No? So, a compromise resolution that allows more than additional billion pesos in additional payment is to this representation really obscene, considering the dire needs of our poor for houses. No? Ito yung pinag-uusapan natin ngayong gabi. Bahay, bahay, bahay. We approve the budget of agencies like NHA. The least the members of this Congress expect is that all these agencies, especially the lead agencies, no, sa ating pabahay like NHA, should fight tooth and nail for the funds given to it instead of just meekly acquiescing, no, to pay alleged creditors for the Smoky Mountain project or for all other projects which, from the look of it, has not even been completed. So ganun lang po ang gusto nating ipunto rito. We have a very limited resources. In fact, next year, for our 4.1 trillion budget, mangungutang ho tayo ng mahigit 1 trilyon. No? Mangungutang tayo ng 1 trilyon para punan yung ating deficit for next year. At sino ang magpapasan nitong utang na ito? Long after all the officials of this administration will no longer be there. Tayo ho mga mahihirap. Sa katunayan, napakaraming nakalinyang mga panukalang batas para magdagdag ng buwis. Magpapataw ng buwis dahil sa lumolobo nating utang. Kaya muli, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I think the message that I really want to say here is maging mapanuri po tayo sa paggamit ng pondo ng bayan dahil ito ay pondo ng ating mga mamamayan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Ferdinand Gaite of Bayan Muna Party List. Ferdinand Gaite.
Honorable Ferdinand Gaite is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, pahintulutan ba ang kinatawang itong makapagbigay ng ilang katanungan hinggil sa budget ng DSUD o Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Bago po magsimula, bagong-bago po ang ating departamento. May plano na ba kung saan lilipat ang bagong departamento, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Doon po sa LURB building sa Quezon City.
Yan po ba yung bagong gusali sa Kalayaan, corner elliptical road, Mr. Sponsor?
Opo, yung sa NHA compound.
Originally, dapat office ng HLURB. Tama po.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Buti pa yung Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, may bahay na. Pero marami pa sa ating mga mamamayan ay wala pa ring tahanan. Sa nabanggit na ng mga naunang nag-interpellate, ang isang kalunos-lunos na kalagayan po ay ang usapin ng budget na inilalaan para sa ating programang pabahay at yung Housing and Community Development. In 2018, according to the NEP, expenditure program by sector, from 8.779 billion, ngayon po for fiscal year 2020, nasa 6.879 billion na lamang. So, bumaba, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming
Overall,
salamat
bumaba.
Ito po yung nabanggit na ng mga nauna nag-interpellate. Nagtayo tayo ng bagong departamento sa paniniwalang matutugunan at tutugunan yung problema sa pabahay. At ang ating kanina nakikinig ako sa inyong pambungad, sabi niyo po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, we would like to fulfill the dream to come true, yung pagkakaroon ng sariling pabahay. But our question is, how will we attain the objective of the housing and urban development when we don't have the wherewithal, the resources to provide our Filipino families affordable, decent, public mass housing for the poor. Napakatayog ng ating layunin. Ngunit, hindi naman binibigyan ng sapat na rekurso para po sa pangangailangan ng panustos sa pagpapatayo ng mga pabahay, pagbibigay ng sapat na serbisyong panlipunan, at gayon din yung sapat na mga kawani at manggagawa sa ahensyang ito para matugunan ang nakababahalang bilang ng mga mamamayang walang tahanan. Ayon sa NEDA, by 2022, the backlog for housing would have reached 6.8 million. And accordingly, may kulang pa palang 2 million as of 2016, or a total by the end of the term of President Duterte, we would have an 8.8 million backlog according to the data that we were able to call. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Kanina po, nakikinig rin po ako sa production rate ng pabahay ng ating mga housing agencies, particularly yung National Housing Authority. Medyo nadismaya na naman ako. Kasi po, ang una kong nabasa na target ay dapat umabot ng 250,000 units ang target na maitayong bahay kada taon. Pero nadismaya ako, sabi niyo po kasi, ang actual lang nagagawa pala ay 136,000 homes or houses per year. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. Dahil po sa pagkukulang ng pondo na binigay sa NHA, yun po yung projection, yung 130,000. At
Salamat po.
kulang po yan dun sa ideal number.
Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Kung kaya't, sa susunod na 3 taon, gamitin na natin po yung target na 250,000 units per year, makakalikha lang ng 750,000. Nasa high end na po yung ating pinag-uusapan. 750,000. Kung yung low end, 400,000 units in the next 3 years until 2022. That would only mean that if we have a total of 8.8 million units backlog by 2022, mababawasan lang ng 750,000 based on the target production, 8 million pa rin ang magiging backlog ng pabahay. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Kung gayon, nakakadismaya at yung mga nauna na sa ating mga nag-interpellate ay pare-pareho ang reaksyon. Nabanggit na si DHSUD Secretary Eduardo Del Rosario requested for a 48.8 million budget but was only for 2020 but was only given 6.29 billion or a mere 12.8%. Doon sa Philippine Development Plan of 2017 to 2020, doon sa target na binabanggit na mabubuong pabahay, napakaliit lang pala nung aktual na nabubuo. Kung kaya't talagang sabi for 2020, ang target 101,000 housing units. But with the budget given, 12,000 lang pala matatayong pabahay. NHA also asked for 35.5 billion at nasabi na rin na 3.2 billion lamang ang naibigay. Ang Social Housing Finance Corporation humingi ng 10.12 billion pero 1.3 billion lamang ang ibinigay. Kung kaya't paano do sa ating imahinasyon, paano magagawa ng ating DSUD, isa daw sa pinakabagong ahensya ng gobyerno, how in heaven's name will we see the DSUD fulfill its mandate when it is given such a meager budget for the housing of the Filipinos, the poor, and the homeless? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the observations of my esteemed colleague. And I think that is really the crux of the problem which was highlighted in the 17th Congress, and that's why the law was created to form the new department. But allow me to share that the sponsor is optimistic. And because, for example, for this following year, the NHA has agreed after consultation with its board and the other parties in the department to fast-track projects. Many of the functions that were centralized will now be given to the regions, including procurement and administrative work. Secondly, we believe both for the public and private sector, with establishment of the one-stop shop, given enough time for the department, this will be able to help the housing industry with its problems on the permitting process. And allow me to add that with the new Anti-Red Tape Act Authority, Mr. Speaker, the usual 2 to 3 year process for the relevant permits and clearances that NHA and even the private developers have to encounter, we're optimistic that this will be drastically cut down. And if we could show better performance within the department on the production, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the DBM, the national government, will budget in future years bigger amounts for the department and for NHA and for SHOPSI. So I think my appeal to my colleagues this evening is to really give a chance to the department to do its mandate as approved, as passed by this very Congress, of which many of my colleagues who are here tonight were members of. I think we all realize that there are many problems that the industry faces, and that's why I appreciate the many good comments of my colleagues tonight, and I'm appealing that we all work together to solve the many problems that the housing industry is facing today.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Tama po yun na isang napakalaking concern ang problema ng pabahay. Tama po na tulad ng iba nating mga tagapagsalita, yung ating problema sa trabaho na kaugnay sa pagkakaroon ng isang decent, affordable, hindi naman natin sinabing libre, affordable na pabahay, ay isang tungkulin, isang direksyon na dapat tinatahak ng ating gobyerno. Pero narinig ko po na binanggit nyo na ang ilang paraan para mapunuan ang kakulangan sa budget para sa pabahay ay privatisasyon ng serbisyong pabahay. Ayon sa Republic Act 11201, ito po yung batas ng DHSUD, may kapangyarihan, may general sa number 5, Section 5, letter A, sa ilalim ng general powers, the DHSUD may enter into contracts, joint venture agreements, or understanding, public-private partnerships, and memoranda of agreement or understanding, either domestic or foreign, under such terms and conditions as the Department may deem proper and reasonable, subject to existing laws. So ito po yung isang malaking concern ang kinatawang ito. Kasi nga po, sa dami ng problema natin sa usapin ng privatisasyon, privatisasyon ng kuryente, privatisasyon ng tubig, privatisasyon ng tollways, privatisasyon ng pagkain, ngayon, pati pabahay, hindi necessarily napupunuan yung kakulangan sapagkat, alam naman natin, sa mga pribadong developers, ang kanilang pangunahing motivation, hindi serbisyo, tubo. Kung kaya't, paano matitiyak natin na yung ating mga maralita, yung ating mga walang tahanan, walang bubong sa kanilang bumbunan, paano ma-afford yung pabahay na ginawang komersyalisado para sa negosyo at lumalaki pa ng tubo. Ang masakit ito, batay sa nakuha naming datos, private developers have been enjoying incentives that make it easier for them to earn profits from socialized housing. Meron silang binabawas ng 30% sa kanilang taxable income from the profit of private companies when a real estate project is negotiated as part of the socialized housing compliance under the UDHA Act of 1992 or the Urban Development Housing Act. Paano natin marireconcile yung ganitong sitwasyon na totoo at inaamin ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na kulang ang budget, pero totoo ba na ang solusyon ay public-private partnership, privatization, na mas malaki ang papel na ito ay hindi na gawing serbisyo, kundi para sa tubo ng pribadong mga kumpanya. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, privatization is different from public-private partnership. But if in the judgment of the department or any agency for that matter, a public-private partnership is in the benefit of the public, they have the right under the laws to implement PPPs. But I'd like to remind my colleagues that we always have the right for oversight, and should this department or any department not fulfill its mandate, which is to help the poorest of the poor to do socialized housing, the House can always intervene through our right of oversight and investigation. But tama po yun na sa mandate nila. Ako po ang hiling natin is let's give them a chance to find solutions sa mga problema po natin na hinaharap.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Ang kinababahala ng kinatawang ito ay yung lumalaking bayarin mismo ng NHA sa mga private contractors sa pag-develop ng socialized housing. Ang unang ating naunang nag-interpellate bago ako, si Congressman Zarate, nabanggit niya na may mga bayarin na tingin nga na hindi dapat binayaran. Pero noong 2016, the NHA also paid more than 15 billion pesos to private contractors in socialized housing. Ang ilan dyan sa mga key players dyan, ito mga real estate giants such as Ayala Land Incorporated, Ali, FINMA Property Holdings Corporation, at iba pa. Sabi rin ng ating former now Secretary Eduardo Del Rosario, dating taga-HUDSI, ngayon na DSUD, yung current budget of the government housing and urban development, sabi rin niya, the government alone cannot move to solve the housing backlog without forging a strategic partnership with private developers. So lumalabas, yung pagpuno ay through public-private partnership. Ngunit, yung effectivity ng pagpuno ng kakulangan sa budget, naniniwala ang kinatawang ito, ay hindi sa kapakinabangan ng ating mga maralita na kung saan ang DSUD at ibang ahensya nito ay dapat binibigyan ng prioridad o atensyon. Ito yung isang sitwasyon na yung ating rekurso o resources para sa pagpapatayo ng mga pabahay ay kulang na kulang, at sa kabila, ang isang napakahalagang elemento pa para sa pagbibigay ng serbisyong pabahay, hindi lamang po yung rekurso, yung resources na financial resources. Ang isa ho rin ng problema ay yung ating human resources. Tama po ba na ang dalawang ahensyang kasama sa key shelter agencies ng gobyerno. Dalawa dito, yung HUD-C at yung HLURB, ay essentially merged, now forms part of the new agency. Tama po ba, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Batay dun sa notes na nakuha namin, ang kailangan na bilang ng departamento ay 1,500 employees. Tama po ba, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Paano po yan? Ang staffing nyo po ng ating DSUD, only 332 permanent items, of which 289 are currently filled. Ibig sabihin ba nito, tatakbo ang DSUD with only a fifth of its intended staffing? Paano magagawa ng DSUD kung 1/5 lang ng kanyang personnel requirement ang nandyan sa bagong ahensya? I would believe that many of these employees now would be the ones previously the incumbent employees under HUD-C and HLURB. So paano po? Paano sa aktual may sasakatuparan yung plano ng 250,000 units a year sa wala pang 1/5 na empleyado kailangan ng DSUD, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po yun, and I thank my colleague for highlighting that. And that's really part of the appeal, is to augment the budget of the department. But the plan po is to hire over the transition period of 2 to 3 years. So
Mr.
we
Sponsor?
will do, the department will do its best when they start up, but there will be additional hiring over the next few years.
Yung po ba ang tamang time frame, Mr. Sponsor? 2 to 3 years? Mapupunaan na yung 1,500 total requirements of the agency? Yun ho ba ang plano para mapunuan yung kakulangan pang more or less 1,000 na staff para sa DSUD, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker. 3 years po yung plano to fill up the 1,500.
Salamat po sa salamat po sa kasagutan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Tanong po, contractual ho ba o regular yung mga empleyado?
Regular plantilla po, yung 1,500.
Maraming salamat po. Kasi po, tulad na nabanggit ko, sa yung organisasyon nga ng pinanggalingan ko, yung yung pinanggalingan ko, yung Courage, ang union na kasama po natin dyan, yung NHAQ, Consolidated Union of Employees. Nung na-reorganize sila, nung nakaraan, nadagdagan naman yung bilang ng empleyadong regular. From dating 1,000, naging 2,000 na ata sila ngayon. Marami sa kanila dyan, ang tawag sa kanila, emergency hires. Tama po, Mr. Sponsor?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Nung tinanong namin kung gaano ka na sila katagal na hire, yung emergency hires, ang sabi nga nila, 10, 15, 20 years na emergency. At sabi ko, hindi na po emergency yun. Yun po ay ICU na. Hindi. Yun po ay obviously isang regular function. But because of the limitation of positions and other problems related to the budget, nananatiling emergency ang mga empleyado na dapat sana ay ginawang regular. Sana po yung plano na magkaroon ng regular na posisyon within 2 or 3 years ay maisakatuparan para yung objective ng DSUD ay gayon din ay matupad. Panghuli po, sa ganitong budget ng DSUD, malinaw na walang aasahan ng mamamayan na mas mabuting serbisyong pabahay dahil sa napakalaking gap between what should be and what is. Nagtayo nga ng department, underfunded naman, understaffed naman, at lalo pang magtutulak ng privatisasyon bilang paraan ng pagbibigay serbisyong pabahay na kailangan pa naman ng ating mga naghihirap ng mamamayan. Kung ganon, isa lang ang konklusyon ng kinatawang ito. Hindi totoong prioridad ng administrasyong ito ang pabahay para sa ating mamamayan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Honorable Sara Ilago of Kabataan Party List.
Honorable Sara Ilago is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Magandang gabi ho sa lahat. First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reiterate my request for a copy of the terms of reference of the role of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development in the Manila Bay Task Force na hindi pa po natatanggap yan ng representasyon ng kabataan. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, I asked DSUD for an intervention to the reported demolition of houses, mga karinderyas, and other livelihoods, structures for livelihoods in relation to the road clearing operations as directed in DILG Memorandum Order Number 121, Series of 2019.
Mr. Speaker, as to the first request, we will provide the documents. On the second, the department, the DSUD, is not the one in charge of those clearing operations. The order was given by the DILG to be implemented by the LGU. So hindi po yung department.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Ayan po ay sinabi na natin doon sa budget briefing, na yung DSUD, hindi lang po ito tungkol sa housing. Tungkol din po ito sa urban development, sa human settlements. At naipabatid po ng representasyon na ito na apektado ang mga bahay, ang mga istruktura para sa pangkabuhayan, may mga karinderya na nasira o kaya naman po ay nawasak kaugnay ng pagpapatupad po ng road clearing. Oo, may nilabas po na paglilinaw ang DILG na hindi dapat ginagamit itong memorandum na ito para sa road widening. Ngunit tayo na nga po ay nanawagan na sa DSUD na sila mismo ay dapat nang mag-intervene, gumawa ng mga intervention dahil marami pong mga hindi naman dapat nasasagasaan ang nasagasaan na. Kaya muli, nananawagan po ako sa DSUD at nais natin marinig dun sa kanilang pamilya na titingnan po nila ito kung ano yung maaaring magawa ng DSUD hinggil sa issue na ito. Mr. Speaker, meron po tayong mga natalang ilang mga lugar kung saan nangyari na ito. Maaari niyo pong tignan ang nangyari sa Task Force Baclaran. Meron po diyang isang barangay kung saan ang road clearing ay ginamit para wasakin ang ilang mga kabahayan. Nandyan din po ang isang nangyari sa Samar at sa La Union. Kaya isa po itong usapin na nararapat lamang na bigyan din ng aksyon ng DSUD. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, nakasaad po sa housing target sa Philippine Development Plan ng Duterte administration na isa sa mga problema nila ay yung paghahanap ng lupa para sa pabahay at sa mga resettlement areas. Mr. Speaker, may we know from the distinguished sponsor, where are we now in terms of building an integrated land and informal settler families information system? And what are the concrete measures and actions taken by the DSUD in identifying the government's idle land assets that can be used for socialized housing? It also said in the target, in the intended plan of the department that it will also locate informal settlers government properties, forfeited properties, and hazard areas to incentivize people to move out of hazard-prone areas. So nasaan na po tayo pagdating sa mga planong ito? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the department, once they're operationalized, will work with LRA and other agencies, LGUs, to identify government lands, idle lands that are suitable for housing. And what's the timetable? And what's mandated in the law is within 2 years. So that's, and we thank the distinguished lady for bringing that out. And that's something that's already being planned and should be completed within 2 years from 2020.
Mr. Speaker, kinakailangan din. Mahalaga po itong pag-aayos ng mga problema natin sa land acquisition doon sa hinahangad ng ating mga kababayan na makakaranas ng relocation na sa loob ng syudad, no? Ang kanilang resettlement area o kaya naman doon lang mismo, no, sa site, sa barangay o sa town, no, kung saan po sila nakatira, sa on-site or sa in-city na mga resettlement plan. Mr. Speaker, paano po wini-welcome o tinatrato ng DSUD ang mga efforts ng ating mga kababayan na makakaranas ng mga nakaabang na demolisyon sa kanilang mga panukalang natagurian na People's Development Plan? Meron po bang mga mekanismo ang DSUD tungkol doon sa yung mga tao, sila na mismo yung gumawa ng kanilang makakaya, sila na mismo yung gumawa ng mga pagsisikap, no, para doon sa on-site at in-city na resettlement na kanilang hinahangad.
Mr. Speaker, meron po tayong Resettlement Action Plan at yung nabanggit po na on-site redevelopment, meron din yung program through the Socialized Housing Finance Corporation. Tama po yun. Ang problema palagi is the land acquisition. And that's something that NHA now and SHAPSI and the department are finding ways to fast-track yung mga land acquisition through partnerships with the LGUs.
Mr. Speaker, pag yung tao na mismo yung gumawa ng paraan para meron silang lipatan, no, saan po sila maaaring lumapit sa DSUD upang mapaabot ang kanilang plano, upang maiparating ang kanilang pinaghirapan, no? Kung sila ay nakipag-ugnayan sa mga pamantasan, sa mga arkitekto, sa mga inhinyero, sa mga iba pang profesional, no, na nais tumulong para sila ay magkaroon ng makatao at desente na panirahan. Saan po sila maaaring lumapit sa DSUD?
Mr. Speaker, doon po sa Socialized Housing Finance Corp, through various programs like the Community Mortgage Program.
Ang representasyon po na ito ay handang maging tulay, no, pagdating sa pagpapaabot ng mga ginawa na yan na People's Development Plan para hindi naman masasayang yung kanilang pagsisikap. No? Kung sa tingin nila medyo mabagal yung kinakaharap nila na mga proseso, meron na silang mga hinanda, no, na mga plano sa kung paano sila makakatulong dun sa development plan ng isang local government unit. At the same time, no, meron din pong maayos na lilipatan, no, yung mga tao kung kinakailangan talaga na sila ay malipat. No? Nagpapasalamat din po tayo sa binigay na affirmation ng DSUD na wala tayong kababayan na makakaranas ng demolisyon at pagpapalaya sa kanilang mga bahay nang walang tiyak na lugar para sa relokasyon at sa kabuhayan. Ngunit nais ko rin pong marinig, no, kung meron ba tayo sa ngayong mekanismo, no, para naman tulungan o bigyan po ng proteksyon yung karapatan at kapakanan ng mga bata sa tuwing magkakaroon po ng mga paglilipat, no, sa mga bata. Karaniwan po, no, isang halimbawa dyan, pag may relocation, no, sa buwan ng Hunyo, no, katulad po ng sa isang pagkakataon na lumapit po sa amin, no, sa bayan ng Parañaque, ang isang community, nangyari po yung relocation sa kanila ng June. No, marami doon sa mga bata doon sa lugar, mga nag-aaral, no, tapos yung lilipatan nila mas mataas sa minimum fare, no, yung kanilang gagastusin. Meron po bang mga programa, no, para tulungan naman yung mga pamilya na meron pong mga bata na nag-aaral na maaapektuhan ang kanilang pag-aaral? Nandyan din po yung mga wala pang permanent na lilipatan pero merong transitional shelter. Meron po ba tayong mga mekanismo para naman tulungan yung na matiyak na sila ay magkakaroon ng maayos na kalusugan at hindi magkakasakit?
Mr. Speaker, before the transfers, the normal procedure is to coordinate with the DepEd and also with the DSWD. Pati yung pag-transfer, yung mga vehicles, provide yung mga service vehicle.
Mr. Speaker, so tayo po ay nakakakuha ngayon ng affirmation mula sa ating distinguished sponsor at sa DSUD na sa tuwing magkakaroon ng mga relokasyon, pag may mga communities tayo na kailangan talagang lumipat, no, meron tayong mga mekanismo na nandyan, no, para protektahan yung kanilang pag-aaral, yung kanilang kalusugan, yung kapakanan ng mga bata, at sila po ay may pangsuporta rin na pangkabuhayan. Yung mga kababayan po natin handa naman, no, na makipagtulungan, no, pagdating sa mga ganyan na usapin. No, kaya ang pinakamahalaga pong nakita ko na sangkap no, pagdating sa mga tao sa pagtitiyak ng pagtatanggol ng disente na panirahan ay yung pag-uusap at yung pagbibigay po ng oras din dun sa ating mga kababayan pagdating sa pagharap, no, sa mga ganitong sitwasyon. At paalala po, no, sa lahat, no, hindi lang sa representasyon na ito, sa DSUD at sa mga kapwa natin mambabatas. Ang DSUD, hindi lang tungkol sa pabahay, no, kundi sa pagbuo ng mga komunidad, kung saan ang lahat po ay may pagkakataon, no, para mapaunlad ang kanilang buhay at magkaroon ng magandang kinabukasan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Minority Leader Benny Abante for his interpellation.
Minority Leader Benny Abante is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. The new Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development, with its attached agencies, has a gargantuan job, and we know that their mandate is bigger than themselves, that the budget given to them appear to be minuscule, $5.672 billion total. But if in the biblical story where the young and small David defeated the giant Goliath, I believe that this department can also be like David. This representation believes that their budget should be increased so that they can address the almost insurmountable problem of housing.
Thank you.
As long as there is proper accountability, integrity in the use of the people's fund, and their pro-poor advocacy, there is no problem that cannot be solved. With this final statement, Mr. Speaker, may I now move, there being no more questions by the minority, to terminate the interpellation of the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development and its attached agencies for the minority. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellation, the proposed budget of the Human Settlement and Urban Development. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development, including attached agencies. Is there any objection? There being none, the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the consideration of House Bill 4228 until... So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session until 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Session suspended until 1 p.m. of September 20, 2019.
Meron pa daw, meron pa daw. Basta. One more.
Thank you for the help.
Ha ha ha.